Welcome to RIAT. It calls itself the world's greatest airshow, and with 250 aircraft from almost 30 nations, that's a difficult claim to dispute. Plains TV will bring you all the action from RIAT 2024 across 6 days of live broadcasting, from arrivals to departures and everything in between. This year's show marks 50 years of the F-16, the most successful fighter in operation today. With over 20 Fighting Falcons from 10 air arms expected, it will be one of the largest gatherings of F-16s ever at a public event. RIAT also marks the 75th anniversary of NATO with special flypasts on the Friday, and the 100th anniversary of the Royal Canadian Air Force with their CF-18 demo team due to perform all weekend long. We're looking forward to seeing several RIAT flying display debuts this year, like the F-15 Advanced Eagle making one of its first public appearances. Also RIAT first-timers, Germany's relatively young EF-2000 and A400M solo displays. They'll be joined by numerous familiar favourites, 2 more Typhoons, 3 Gripens, the Spanish Harrier, Italian C-17, German NH-90, Patrouille Suisse and Midnight Hawks. The static participants are too numerous to mention, but the B-52, F-4, CC-150 and Elise will surely go down as highlights. Watch it unfold with Plains TV.
A very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to RAF Fairford for our second day of arrivals and practices here at the Royal International Air Tattoo. You're watching Plains TV. We've got a big team here today, and I'll just introduce us all. My name's Adam. I'm going to be talking you through the action for the next 10.5 hours or so, probably. It's a marathon shift. Then on camera, we are going to have Matt, who's also our spotter, keeping his ear to the radio to keep us informed of what's happening. Also Ian, Adrian and Andy. And then in the trailer, we've got Andrew pressing all the buttons to make this stream all come together and to bring it to you. And then wandering around the showground, we've got another team member joining us for the first day today, and that is Lee, our roving cameraman, who will be producing some of the wonderful shots of pilots crewing into their aircraft and taxiing out that you'll see in our promotional videos. Now, there is a little bit of jet noise around. We're not expecting any arrivals here at Fairford for another 8 minutes at least. There's a runway inspection underway currently by the look of things, but it is going to be a very, very busy day. Our first arrival being the F-5E Tiger IIs of the Patrouille Suisse, arriving on the hour in about 7 minutes time, according to the sheet of paper that was produced last night by the air operations team here. And then following on from that, we've got a little bit of a break, but then things get very busy. At 5:30 we'll be seeing the US Air Force KC-46, Slovenian C-27, the departure of a Greek C-130, which actually arrived yesterday in the supporting role, and then we're going to have German Tornadoes coming in, our first our first fast movers of the day. Of course, we've got the Patrouille Suisse with their F5s, and I think they qualify as fast movers, don't they? And then from that point on, there's too much to mention. There's movements every 3 or 4 minutes, plus in some of the breaks between those movements, we'll be seeing rehearsal flights. We'll be seeing rehearsals today from the F-15 QAs, from the Midnight Hawks, from Solo Turk, from a couple of Gripens. I think it's the Czech and Swedish Gripens that we are expecting to see practicing. And what else have we got coming up? The Yellow Sparrows will be doing a practice display, as will the Patrouille Suisse. Yeah, an awful lot coming up over the next 10.5 hours or so. We are very pleased to be bringing the action to you here on Plains TV. We're here at the Royal International Air Tattoo for 6 days of live broadcasting, 6 long days, and Wednesday and Thursday, the 2 arrival days, are being simulcast free on YouTube. We're also on Facebook today as well. It's the YouTube live chat that I'll be monitoring for a bit of viewer interaction and to answer your questions. Plus, we are also going to be on our, well, we are already on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com, where the broadcast will be advert-free. So if you want to watch it ad-free and you are a watch.planestv.com member, head over there. The YouTube version is going to be interrupted by the occasional advert at a time of YouTube's choosing, so it might not be at the most convenient moment, I'm afraid. When it comes to the airshow proper, which starts tomorrow, then we will be exclusively broadcasting on watch.planestv.com, and that will remain the case through Saturday and Sunday as well. If you want to sign up to our streaming service, then head over to watch.planestv.com and sign up using the discount code RIAT24. That will get you 20% off your first 3 months of subscription, and that discount code applies until tonight, so don't take too long about it, because if you wait until tomorrow morning, I'm afraid you'll be paying full price. For the duration of your subscription, you will be able to access all of our live broadcasts advert-free, including our upcoming live streams from Duxford and the International Air Show in Scotland. The Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show coming up in September as one of our biggest streams of the year, so we're looking forward to that. Plus, you'll also be able to watch over 100 titles from our back catalogue of programmes, all about air shows, stretching back to 1989. So, there is an awful lot to enjoy on the streaming service. Here on YouTube, I would just like to say a few thank yous. I'd like to say thank you to our new channel members, of which we've had quite a number joining over the course of this morning before we went live today. Lucas, Rita, Kelly, Chris, Aaron, Alan, Arcanu, Philip, Simon, Dawny, Gerald, Paul, Yoquan, Kirsty, Clive, Flint, Alex. I won't read that one out loud because it sounds a bit rude. Lewis, Cut Off Electro, Keith. I can hear F5s, I can see F5s. They're not going to land yet, they're still fairly distant. But Gwyn as well, Christopher. Thank you to all of you for signing up as channel supporters on YouTube. It is channel supporters that encourage us to come out and do more of this free stuff that all of you can watch, rather than just being exclusive to watch.planestv.com all the time. Good to see some familiar names in the chat as well joining us. Biggles and Morgan Galley, for example, and I'm sure we'll be talking as the day goes on. But let's turn our attention to the live action here, and I did just say I'd got sight of the Patrouille Suisse. A number of red and white F5s appeared in the sky, still probably at a couple of thousand feet, but orbiting around in the vicinity of the airfield, and as they get a bit closer, we will of course bring pictures of them to you if we haven't already. But it's a little bit tricky because at the moment they are behind us, they're at crowd rear, and to explain the geography of Fairford, we are roughly at the midpoint of the runway. We're looking north. That is the direction in which the displays will occur. The Patrouille Suisse at the moment are to our south, and our southerly view is somewhat restricted by the commentary buildings and some of the showground paraphernalia, and also the physical limitations of the tripods, because there's a lot of cables coming into these cameras to bring data into the cameras and then data out of the cameras back to the live mix so you can see it, and that does mean that we can't have a full 360-degree sweep because cables will start winding themselves up around the tripod. So when things are crowd rear, which doesn't happen very often, we've got a slightly restricted view, but very shortly the Patrouille Suisse will be coming round the corner onto runway heading into, I suspect, a break to land. We might. They've got half an hour till the next movement, so we might see a few recce passes, I suppose, while they get orientated with the showground. But at some point, very shortly, they'll come round into a break to land. This is something we'll see quite often today from the formations of aircraft as they fly down the runway and peel off one by one into the landing pattern. And I've just heard our spotter Matt, who's listening on the radio, confirming that they are now coming onto their downwind leg, and setting up for break to land. So we will have pictures of the Patrouille Suisse very shortly with their wonderful F5E Tiger 2s. And as always, when we see the Patrouille Suisse, there is a small part of us that wonders, is this going to be the last time? Because persistent rumours over the last few years that those F5s are coming towards the end of their service lives. At one point, this was due to be the last season of the Patrouille Suisse. There you are. You can see them now on their downwind leg and about to turn on base. It has since been announced that there is a study underway aimed at potentially extending the lives of the Patrouille Suisse a little bit longer, potentially up until around 2027. And what will happen after that point, we simply don't know. Will the team cease to exist? Will the team take on the PC7s of the Swiss PC7 team, and the identity will continue, but the team will functionally cease flying, and instead will get the continuation provided by the existing PC7 team? We will find out in a few years' time. There's no way of knowing at the moment. Even the Swiss government have not decided. Wilbur asks if we have a rough time for the F-15 QA validation, and the answer is yes, we do, and I shall dig out that time for you from the rather dauntingly long list of aircraft movements in front of me that runs to 9 pages today, which makes it a little tricky to pick out individual movements on demand. However, the F-15s will be rehearsing back-to-back at 12 o'clock local time, and I imagine that'll be one clean aircraft, one dirty aircraft. But here come the Patrouille Suisse directly overhead. Fewer than 8 F5s today, 6 of which will be used in the display, and 7 of these aircraft in the Patrouille Suisse colours, but you probably noticed one of them just a little way outside the main formation in a standard grey operational paint scheme. Having said that, the aircraft in the red and white paint schemes are still very much operational outside of the Patrouille Suisse. The F5s used for duties such as target, tug, missions in the Swiss Air Force, and the red and white coloured aeroplanes are quite well suited to that role because of their high conspicuity. Pleased to say we will be seeing the Patrouille Suisse performing a display practice later today, and that will be at 3:15 local time. quite uncommon to see a standard grey aircraft, a standard grey F5 that is, at an air show, but that's what we see on the screen now. The last of those F5s in to land. And Wilbur asked in the chat if the US Air Force Boeing 767 that he's just spotted on radar to our east is heading in our direction. I believe what you will have just seen is a KC-46A Pegasus tanker transport. And yes, we are expecting to receive a Pegasus here for static display, which is due in a little over 20 minutes from now. It's a lovely morning here, and already quite warm, even at 9 AM, and tomorrow particularly is going to be a hot one, up to about 30 degrees predicted. But we could get some very nice skies indeed. So what we're expecting to see now from the Patrouille Suisse is they are vacating the runway down at the far western end of the airfield. They're going to turn around and backtrack to approximately halfway down the runway, a little way off to our left. Then they will get onto the parallel taxiway, which parallels the eastern half of the runway, and taxi past us on the far side of the runway by the construction site in the hangars that you might have spotted at certain points opposite us on the far side of the airfield. Incidentally, this raises an operational point that will become relevant later on today. That taxiway that parallels the runway is currently width restricted due to the construction works that are occurring there, so no problem for an aircraft like the F5, but for some of the heavies that we will receive today, they can't actually fit onto that taxiway at the moment. Anything larger than a C-130 Hercules will therefore have to backtrack on the runway itself, and that is one of the few things that will slow the arrivals down a little bit today, because extra time has had to be built in around the arrival slots for those large heavy aircraft, because they will be occupying the runway for perhaps 2 or 3 or 4 times longer than a typical arrival. And there is the KC-46 Pegasus that we were talking about a moment ago, based on the Boeing 767. It's actually a composite of various different models of the Boeing 767. Specifically, it combines the fuselage of the 767-200ER, the wing, cargo door and floor from the 767-300 freighter, and the glass cockpit of the 767-400ER. First deliveries took place in 2019, and the type is being used to replace the oldest tranche of KC-135 Stratotankers in US Air Force service. It's also in the running to replace the second half of the KC-135 fleet. That competition currently underway, and it's also involving the Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport. We welcomed a KC-46 to RIAT last year as part of the Sky Tanker theme, marking 100 years of aerial refuelling. And indeed we also saw a KC-767, a very similar but older model operated by the Italian Air Force, which turned up last year as well. Backtracking now, and they have indeed come all the way down the runway, the F5s of the Patrouille Suisse. neatly drifting into the top right corner and now moving to the centre of the frame, that KC-46. The main differentiator between this and previous aerial refuelling aircraft is that this one has a largely automated refuelling process available. The boom can be operated remotely by an operator sitting in the front of the aircraft rather than the more conventional method of a boom operator sitting facing rearwards at the back looking out of a physical window. But the connection and disconnection from the receiving aeroplane can theoretically be largely automated. That system has proved rather problematic though in practice, and it's caused significant delays to the KC-46 program and the aircraft's adoption by the US Air Force. Now the landing gear is up, and Matt, our spotter, has been listening to the radio and thinks that the aircraft is going to be running in to perform a run and brake rather than coming straight in to land. And it's always good fun to see these relatively large, heavy aircraft performing such a manoeuvre. It's not just a refuelling platform, this aeroplane. The KC-46 can also be used for cargo, passenger and medical evacuation missions, and it can be switched between those mission modes in only a couple of hours. Some of those views you could make out that rigid boom just behind the rearmost tip of the aircraft, and the two aerodynamic control surfaces on that boom used to manoeuvre it into position relative to the receiver aeroplane. This is one of two standard methods of aerial refuelling nowadays. There's the hose and drogue system and there's the rigid boom system, both of which have advantages and disadvantages. The rigid boom system has a much higher fuel transfer rate, but it's not as flexible as the hose and drogue system. So via the hose and drogue system you can refuel two aircraft at once, potentially even three in very specific configurations. You can refuel a larger variety of types of aircraft, because almost anything can be fitted with a refueling probe, and not everything, certainly helicopters, can be fitted with a receptacle. Hose and drogue system also potentially a little bit safer in that there are no rigid components making contact between the two aircraft. The hose itself is flexible, but the disadvantage of that hose and drogue system is the lower fuel transfer rate. And different parts of the world have sort of gravitated towards different methods. So the US Air Force exclusively uses the rigid boom system. Here in the UK we exclusively use the hose and drogue system. The US Navy and Marine Corps predominantly use the hose and drogue system, and that is partly for compatibility with their rotary assets, but it's also because the hose and drogue method of aerial refueling can be used by fighter aircraft as a tanker. So performing what we call buddy-buddy refueling, the fighter aircraft can be fitted with a small hose and drogue pod on the underside of the aircraft, and in US Navy service and indeed in French Navy service and German Air Force service, that has allowed aircraft like the Super Hornet, the Rafale M and the Tornado to be used effectively as mini tankers. None of those air arms have their own dedicated tankers, and therefore that is a rather important capability. So gear now extended on the Pegasus, which is now on final approach on our right. Meanwhile, our next arrival has appeared over high and to our left-hand side, so we'll keep the cameras on the Pegasus for the time being, but worth noting that a C-17 has also arrived in the circuit. This one will be from the Slovenian Air Force, and I imagine that will be our next landing after the KC-46 touches down. Welcome to RC Warbirds Rescue, a new channel supporter here on YouTube. Thanks for joining us. It is our YouTube channel supporters that encourage us to do more of these free-to-air streams available to everyone, rather than just exclusively broadcasting on watch.planestv.com all the time. I spotted a question earlier about the U2s that we're going to see. Someone asking if there would be multiple U2s, and to the best of my knowledge, the plan is there will be just one. It will be performing a roll demonstration in the flying display tomorrow, and then after that it will be dragged over into the static display, and it will be available to look at up close on the ground on the Saturday and Sunday. I think it's the same physical airframe that is being used for both of those. The roll demonstration tomorrow we are very excited about. As far as I know, this is the first time that a U2 has appeared in a British flying display for somewhere in the region of 25 to 30 years. We're going to see a takeoff, a spiral climb, spiral descent, a very low pass, a touch and go, and then a landing. So quite a lengthy performance from it as well. And we now keeping half an eye on the C-27, which is out to our right. It's actually over my shoulder as I sit here, because I'm facing more or less along the line of the runway, facing to the west. The arrivals coming in from our east today, which is the preferred direction here at the Air Tattoo because of the airfield layout, the taxiway layout, but the prevailing wind is almost still, actually. So we will probably see some departures at some point in the day that could be departing from our left, because when there are heavy aircraft and the wind is calm and those heavy aircraft are coming out of the static display area on the left-hand side, rather than backtracking them all the way down and turning them round, sometimes the air traffic team here will simply have them depart in the opposite direction to normal. The wind conditions at the moment should be light enough for that to happen. And I've lost sight of this Slovenian C-17, but part of a rather commendable contribution from the Slovenian Air Force, a very small air arm, and yet they are sending us 3 aircraft of 2 different types, the C-27, but also 2 of their PC-9M Hodurniks, of which one will be performing in the flying display flown by Andrea Fiorelli, a previous award winner here at RIAT before. That display, absolutely fantastic. We saw it at Antidotum Airshow Leszno in Poland, and remarkable for 2 reasons, I think. The first of them is the negative G, a huge amount of negative G over the course of the performance, and the second really remarkable thing, there was a slow roll down at 100 feet, flown exactly on the level. Often when you see a low roll, there's a little bit of pitch, sneaky pitch up just before the aircraft enters that rolling phase in order to avoid the nose slicing downwards in the knife edge portion of the roll. No such thing from Andrea Fiorelli in the Slovenian PC-9M Hodurnik, who just flew the entire roll precisely on the level, very, very slowly as well, and down at 100 feet. It looked really rather spectacular, so we look forward to seeing that. I don't think it's down to rehearse today. I haven't seen it on the list for rehearsals, but it is a very long movement sheet that we've been given, 9 pages long, and I may have missed it. So it might be that we have to wait until the weekend air show to see the PC-9, or indeed we might get lucky and they might surprise me with a rehearsal today. Mad Matt UK 123 asks, is there a B-52 displaying this year? No, there is a B-52 on static display, however, and we saw that arriving yesterday as part of our broadcast at around about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, if my memory holds. And welcome to Martin Nash, another new channel supporter here on YouTube. Brandon asks why they don't just use one of the resident U2s to do a display rather than going to get another one. Well, they are using one of the residents here. There is a long-term detachment here at Fairford of U2s. And certainly some of the local aviation spotters are very pleased about that, as they get treated to regular U2 operations, typically at least one flight most weekdays. Fully podded up aircraft as well, looking the business. And Ash has corrected me. There is a PC-9 rehearsal due today at 17:50. Excellent. Morgan Galley asks if I can run through all of the rehearsals that we are expecting to see. Yes, why not? I'll try and do that. So, I might miss some because, again, this is a very large document and I'm skimming through it. But 10:30, Solo Turk. Then after that we have a solo display by the Midnight Hawks. The Swedish Gripen will be immediately after that. Then we're back into some arrivals and departures. At midday we have the 2 F-15QA Ababil rehearsals. One, I expect, the clean aircraft, and the other the dirty airframe with the imitation air-to-air missiles. The Danish Air Force F-16 will be after that, and then into another period of arrivals, quite a long period of arrivals in fact. The rehearsals will resume at 14:46 with the Yellow Sparrows, then the Solo Turk again, followed by the Patrouille Suisse, and after that the Midnight Hawks, this time a 4-ship display practice. Into another arrivals period thereafter, but at 17:50, further rehearsals from the Slovenian PC-9M, the Swedish Gripen appearing on the list for a second time, Italian trio, the C-17, the Master and the F-2000A Typhoon, and the Czech Gripen will be our last rehearsal of the day. But here, about to touch down, the Slovenian C-17. This aircraft was delivered last October, and it is the first time that a Slovenian C-17 has appeared at the Air Tattoo. A second example will shortly be delivered to the Slovenian Air Force. I was mentioning earlier the outstanding commitment of Slovenia to this show. Well, if you exclude dedicated training aircraft, then between the two PC-9s and this C-17, well, then 20% of the entire Slovenian fixed-wing fleet will be present here at the Royal International Air Tattoo. Now, arriving into RIAT is not just a case of landing the aircraft and climbing out and giving a thumbs up to everyone and saying, well, here we are, we're done. There is a formal process that needs to be gone through, especially for aircraft arriving from abroad. There are customs and immigration formalities to complete, for example. And back in 2018, our cameras followed the crew of the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron with their Vampire FB-52, and what else was there that year? Ooh, it was their second Vampire, their T-55. We followed their pilots through the arrival process as they went to the flight centre and completed all of those formalities. And we're going to play that VT now just to give you a little bit of a taste of what these arriving pilots go through when they touch down here at Fairford.
Each year, the Air Tattoo is proud to host a huge number of pilots and aircrews, all prepared to show off their flying and static displays to the public. Here we follow the pilots of the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron, Kenneth Åkvisler and Jiri Mattila, as they lead us through their experience of the show.
I'm Kenneth Åkvisler, and I'm display pilot with the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron. So I'm flying lead pilot in the Vampire. For display pilots, and it's very convenient and very comfortable that everything is taken care of, that you don't have to arrange your own transport to the hotel, but everything is taken care of: accommodation, transportation, food, and all the information you need is provided over at the flight center. So they are really good people that make sure that all the crew, pilots and engineers and everybody is taken well care of.
Hello all, my name is Jiri Mattila, I'm coming from Finland, and in this air show I'm representing also the Norway, as you can see, Norway and Finland. My work is as a chief test pilot of the Finnish Air Force, but the rest of the time I will spend in air shows, of course, mostly here in the UK, flying with this lady, this Vampire, and with the other Vampire from the Norwegian Historic Squadron. This is my first time here in RIAT, and it's been very nice. And yesterday when we came here, it was very nice to have all the time some people was hosting us, and we was getting signed in and getting to the beers and also to the hotel, and everything is working very well.
And after parking our aircraft, we were driven over to the aircrew reception. And it was a young cadet, a host, that was following us the whole time. And we got the accommodation information and all the travel times and for the bus up and down to the hotel, and also the flying program today, when we were expected to display today. And all sorts of stuff was dealt with over there. And if you came from straight abroad, they even had immigration there. So it's taken care of even if you come from another country.
In this air show, it's so nice that because all the time the people are hosting us, that immediately after landing we get arrive with the car to the place and getting signed in and getting all the lunch cards and our patches and all the time there was one or two guys keeping watching us and seeing that okay, now you go next place and then everything, and it was so smooth.
At the aircrew reception, there have all offices like Met, flight planning, and also the Flying Control Committee. And they briefed us through all the restrictions and all the display lines and the crowd areas and everything regarding displaying here at Fairford, and also minimum altitudes, distance to crowd, and areas to not overfly, etc.
And it was so easy to come today for the display briefing because pretty much all was clear already yesterday.
The display today, it was a really good day to fly. I think the display went fine. It was a huge crowd to see, and it's a very long crowd line here at Fairford. The weather was very nice. It was no turbulence, no wind, and the cloud ceiling was high enough for us to do the full program, including the loops. So it just went as planned, and we are very happy with our display today. A great pleasure to be invited here to fly for the ETA-2.
It was great to see all the people here and seeing that people are exciting that seeing these old aircraft flying here. And this aircraft is from year 52, and so it's 65 years old, and still it's a very good fighter. And after landing, it was nice to see people was making this. And of course, I'm making this back, and I'm very happy.
Yes, we have really enjoyed our stay here at RIAT this weekend, and we would love to come back again next year. And we enjoyed the whole process with everything at the International ETA-2, all the aircraft, all the display, and all the spectators that came over to see this and to learn about old aircraft, history, new aircraft, and the industry, and all of it. It's fantastic.
The hosting is so nice, and I'm very looking forward to come back here to RIAT.
So that, a little look at the arrival process here, and while we wait for our next arrival, I spotted a couple of questions in the chat over the last few minutes. Someone asking about the future of RAF Fairford and the possibility of deployments here, long-term deployments here or basing units here outright. The answer to that is we don't know, and if we did know, we almost certainly would not be allowed to say. And another question as well, B-Bot asking if his stream is delayed by 30 seconds or so, and if so, why? Yes, that's just a technical limitation. That's how long it takes to get pictures from the cameras into the trailer, out of the trailers, through space, and then eventually to your TV or computer. Yeah, I think it's actually about a minute, just over a minute. So if you see things happening on flight radar and there's something on final approach and you're wondering why we're not showing it and screaming in the chat, there's something on final, show us the B-52 or whatever it is, that might explain it. It could be a lot further away for us than it appears to you on flight radar at that particular point in time. Now we've got another VT that we're going to play out because unfortunately not quite everything that was planned to be here at the Royal International Air Tattoo this year has actually made it to the show, and one of those display items that we have unfortunately lost from the running order is the Polish Air Force Tiger demo team flying an F-16C Jastrob. That's the Polish name for the F-16. It was going to be here as part of our 50th anniversary of the F-16 commemorations. But we were very lucky to head out to Poland ourselves about 3 weeks ago and see Tiger demo team performing at Antidotum Airshow Leszno, and in lieu of a display here at the Royal International Air Tattoo, we thought we'd show you a few clips from that performance. And this is going to be quite loud, Luke.
Here it is, the F-16 Fighting Falcon.
Poland came to acquire the F-16 in the early 2000s. The country badly needed to modernise its Soviet-era Air Force, and an aggressive three-way competition ensued, pitting the F-16 against the Jas-39 Gripen and the Mirage 2000. The F-16 was the victor, and in Polish service it is known as the Jastrob, which translates as hawk. Lovely on-crowd, loaded roll, creating a spiral pattern of flares in the sky there. Little bit of burner on the way in. We saw that during the Thursday practice show actually as well. And then after this pass we'll be seeing the aircraft going into a muscle climb, and at the start of the climb quite a big release of flares, probably the biggest single flare release of the performance. Shame not to see them here at RIAT, but a terrific display as you've just witnessed. And if you want to see that full performance, then head over to watch.planestv.com and you can see the entire broadcast from Antidotum Airshow Leszno. Saturday is the day to watch because Friday was very badly disrupted by some terrible weather. Now, some more questions about the arrivals that I've spotted coming in. Engines RK has spotted a USAF KC-10A extender slightly west of Reykjavik. Yes, we are expecting that to be arriving here at RIAT in a few hours' time as a very special arrival because it will be the last time that we see a USAF KC-10 here at the Air Tattoo. There is only, I think, 4 left in service, and they're all going to be retired over the next couple of months. Question about the F-35. Joshua asks, will the F-35 be coming today? We're expecting multiple F-35 arrivals today. I believe B model from the Royal Air Force for static display and A models from both Norway and the United States also for static display. Marius the Best asks, are we coming to the Danish Air Show 2025? We haven't really looked ahead to our 2025 season yet, but wouldn't it be lovely? We are trying to get out and about internationally a little bit more, so by all means drop the organisers of the Danish Air Show a message and express to them how much you would enjoy our presence there. Arnold 16 asks, does anyone know when the F-35 is rehearsing? We don't have any F-35 rehearsals as far as I'm aware. The aircraft coming to us from the aircraft arriving today from Norway, the UK and the United States are all static display aircraft. Over the weekend we will be getting the Royal Air Force's new F-35B roll demonstration, but that does not typically perform a rehearsal. None of the RAF display teams normally do on-site rehearsals. Now, on the subject of that F-35 performing on the weekend only, if you do want to watch the weekend air shows, then you will have to subscribe to watch.planestv.com. That is our aviation streaming service. We currently have a discount code available. Use the code RIAT24 and that will get you 20% off your first 3-month subscription. For as long as your subscription lasts, you will get ad-free access to all of our live broadcasts, including some broadcasts such as from RIAT over the next 3 days that are exclusive to that streaming service. And in addition to that, you will get access to our archive of programmes stretching back all the way to the late 1980s. And here now we have a little taste of some of those archive programmes and the sort of thing that you can expect to see if you sign up to watch.planestv.com.
Like the Jaguar, it also proved effective in the Gulf War against well-defended targets at long range, whilst maintaining a high serviceability rate.
Stationed at Florens, and it's in the hands of Captain Aviator Stefan Data, who's in the second of his 3 years as the Belgian F-16 display pilot.
So there, a little taste of the sort of action that you can expect to see in those archive programmes, stretching back around about 35 years. Some more questions in the chat. Someone asking if we plan on doing Bournemouth this year. We're not currently planning on that. No, I'm very much crossing my fingers, although we haven't really got very far with discussing it and planning it yet. I'm crossing my fingers that we're going to be abroad that weekend. Probably not live broadcasting, but filming something for the streaming service perhaps. Should I name the show? We're still talking to the organisers. It's not even close to being confirmed yet, so I'm not going to name it, but it is a very, very good show. Probably not a live broadcast, but a programme for the streaming service in the off-season. And Brandon asks when Air Tattoo Live Radio begins broadcasting. I think that's some point today that they start outputting something on that, but broadcasting in true form begins tomorrow morning, as far as I'm aware. And someone else, who was it who asked what the biggest aircraft? Joanne asks what is the biggest aircraft at RIAT. Interesting question. I do not know the relative wingspan of a B-52 and a C-17. I suspect this year it'll be one of those two types that is our largest visitor to RIAT. Who can tell me what has the largest wingspan out of a B-52 and a C-17? Someone let me know in the chat. Right, what are we expecting to see imminently? We have, due fairly shortly, the departure of a Hellenic Air Force C-130 here to support the Hellenic Air Force's roles as static display contributions. They have two types of fast jet on static display at RIAT this weekend. The F-16s that we saw arriving yesterday, and also some F-4 Phantoms that we will see arriving after the flying display tomorrow. And then following that, we are expecting fairly shortly to see the arrival of a pair of German Tornado ECRs. And in fact, we've already spotted those on radar, I believe. They are heading in our direction. Lovely to see the Tornado here. This is the 50th anniversary year of the F-16, as we've already mentioned, but it's also the 50th anniversary year of the Tornado. So the last two European Tornado operators have both committed to sending aircraft to us, Germany and Italy, and 3 Tornadoes in total all of which will be arriving today. The German pair due in the next 5 minutes or so, according to the schedule produced yesterday, but things might have slipped. The Italian aircraft due to arrive sometime around lunchtime, I think. So as we wait to see that German Tornado arriving, or that pair of German Tornadoes arriving, we have a clip of some German Tornadoes performing a flying display at Mildenhall in the 90s, and let's have a bit of a nostalgia kick and take a look at that.
Germany is the second partner in the manufacturing consortium for Tornado, the third being Italy. The GR1, or IDS for Interdictor Strike, as it is known outside the RAF, is operated by both the German Air Force, as here, and the German Navy. It has an impressive short-field landing capability in which large buckets swing over the jet pipes, deflecting the engine efflux and creating a reverse thrust effect.
So, according to the schedule, German Tornadoes due to arrive in 1 minute's time. We don't have anything from them on the radio, and I don't think we've got them on radar anymore either. So fingers crossed that we see them fairly shortly. In the meantime, the good people of the chat have picked out on a possible mistake I made when I was speculating as to the largest aircraft at the show this year, and I speculated it would either be a C-17 or a B-52, and I asked which one had the bigger wingspan. Thank you for confirming the B-52 is the bigger wingspan, but a couple of you have asked about the Voyager. Good point. So my next question is, what is the wingspan of a Voyager? Let me know, and then we will be able to conclusively answer the question of what is the biggest aircraft in terms of wingspan anyway. I suppose we could do it in a more complicated way. We could do it by maximum takeoff weight, by empty weight. I don't have the research capacity to do that at the moment. This is really a question I should have foreseen, isn't it? What is the biggest aircraft? It's an obvious one to ask. So let's continue to look ahead to what is going to happen, we hope, over the next few minutes, and after the arrival of those Tornadoes, if indeed they do come more or less on time, then we have a Swiss Air Force Challenger due in around 10 minutes. We have the British Antarctic Survey with a twin Otter as part of the Pushing the Boundaries theme, marking 100 years of British military flight testing, although that theme has now been expanded more broadly to include any kind of science experimentation and test involving aeroplanes. We've got a civilian Bombardier Challenger as well, and then we've got more fast movers in around 10 minutes time. We have the arrival of a Belgian Air Force F-16AM Fighting Falcon. Great disappointment, of course, earlier this year to hear that Belgium's F-16 solo display has been axed a year earlier than planned, and that was a RIAT regular. We would probably have expected to see it in the flying display here had the team continued, but a huge number of operational priorities for the Belgian Air Force at the moment, above and beyond displaying aircraft at air shows. They've got to preserve airframe hours on the F-16 fleet, both for their own purposes, but also to make sure that they're in a fit state to be handed on to other air arms in the near future. Some of their F-16s being handed over to Ukraine, for example. Then there's pilot training, both training Ukrainian pilots on the F-16, but also the transition away from the F-16 to the F-35 within the Belgian Air Force, and that is taking up much of their attention as well. So all of that has conspired to mean that performing at air shows this year in the traditional solo display style has just not been feasible. So very sad to have lost that excellent demonstration. We do have some clips which we'll look at later on today when that Belgian F-16 arrives. Following that arrival, we've got a couple of GA aircraft coming in, and then at 20 past 10 we have an aircraft very hotly anticipated by the spotters here, which is a French Mirage 2000-5 coming to us from the French Air and Space Force Escadron de Chasse 1-2. A4N Skyhawk coming in 4 minutes after that from Top Aces. Excellent. So, according to this at least, things are going to start getting busy in the next 10 minutes or so, but I did feel like we said that a few times yesterday and then the pace didn't really change an awful lot. We'll see what happens. As ever, this is the excitement of RIAT arrivals. We don't have a script. We don't know what's going to happen. What you might hear over the course of today is some movement of vehicles around the site. You probably heard it just now, the sound of a van reversing. And we are still in build mode here at Fairford. The chalets behind me were being kitted out over the course of yesterday's live broadcast. The public address system was being installed, and I think at some point today, as well as general vehicle movements in our vicinity, we will probably also get the crowd line barriers put in front of us, because there currently aren't any. So inevitably at some point you will probably hear the sound of some stakes being driven into the ground. In fact, they've just started doing that now. A van has just arrived, crowdline barriers are being taken out the back of it. Any second you'll probably hear some hammering noises. We'll see how long it takes them to decide where they want to put these poles, but inevitably I'm afraid we're going to get some construction noise on the microphones, and that will be a minor disturbance at some points. We'll try and minimise the distraction as far as possible. We have heard the two bizjets that I was mentioning a moment ago, the Swiss example and the American civilian example, talking to Bryce Norton, Bryce Radar. So safe to assume that that aircraft will be, or those aircraft will be arriving in the fairly near future. And the Swiss is now in fact talking to air traffic here at Fairford itself. So, not long to go. Luke asks, where are the tornadoes then? Well, we have a schedule. It was prepared by the air operations team yesterday. Obviously, a lot can change in aviation, and anyone who's been involved in aviation operations knows the amount of effort required just to take off on time, and the number of factors outside of anyone's direct control that can prevent that from happening. So this document that we have been provided with is somewhat derogatorily known as the sheet of lies by some of the spotters here, because invariably what actually happens bears only a passing resemblance to the list prepared the night beforehand.
from you slightly, Stu. Too far. Yeah, spot on.
That Swiss aircraft is now in the circuit, but will be a few minutes off landing yet, so while we wait for it to turn on to final approach, let's take a quick look ahead to some of the flying display highlights that we expect to see tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. Well, a perfect bit of timing there as we welcome... Is this the Swiss Challenger? We were expecting two. Yes, indeed, that was the Swiss example, and our spotter Matt also informs us that there are some German aircraft showing up on radar in our vicinity, so probably fair to assume that that is the Tornadoes. There's also another shape that's appeared to our right-hand side. I wonder if this is going to be a run and brake, because it appears to be quite high.
Cable time on, just in case.
And this is now, I think, going to be a Belgian F-16.
Might do the might do the end one.
Yeah.
I'll take to the metal post.
Once operating a fleet of 160 F-16s, Belgium's Fighting Falcons have been a ubiquitous sight at airshows across Europe for decades. Now, fewer than 50 aircraft remain, and the need to preserve airframe hours and focus on operational requirements has resulted in the early and unexpected end of the country's highly acclaimed F-16 solo display. Belgian F-16s have appeared in the flying display at the last few consecutive RIATs, most recently flown by Captain Aviateur Steven de Vries. And even in these ageing airframes, he was able to perform manoeuvres we'd simply never seen from F-16s at airshows before. His presence in the air will be much missed, but Belgium has nonetheless been able to contribute to the static display this year.
So great to have a Belgian F-16 on the ground. Belgium originally ordered 160 A and B model F-16s manufactured locally by Sabca. Today the fleet is being wound down ahead of the delivery of the first F-35s next year. Around 50 are currently in service, all of which have been through a midlife upgrade, bringing them approximately in line with F-16C Block 50 standards. Sadly, as mentioned, Belgium's fantastic F-16 solar display no longer with us, but we are grateful to have received one on static display in lieu of that, which will be joining what has been termed the Viper line, and that will be a long line of somewhere in the region of 20 F-16s out at the western end of the showground, open to the public on Saturday and Sunday only. The aircraft will be arranged in age order from the oldest to the newest, all lined up and stretching for approximately 200 metres or so, I believe. We think the British Antarctic Survey Twin Otter will be joining us in 5 to 10 minutes, but here comes the second of the challenges. This one, an American example, and a civilian one as well, rather than the previous one, which was operated by the Swiss military. And Matt also believes that the arrival of the German tornadoes is imminent. So here comes one of those tornadoes. A lovely sight in this 50th anniversary year of the type, coming directly overhead. Tornado was manufactured in 3 versions. The Tornado ADV, which was an interceptor fighter, the IDS, which was an interdiction strike fighter, and the ECR, which is an anti-radiation aircraft. The German Air Force operates the IDS and ECR versions. It is the IDS that we see here. Germany originally ordered 247 Tornadoes. Most of them were IDS aircraft like this one. Then they also subsumed a further 112 that had previously been operated by the German Navy when they were transferred over to the Air Force. Nowadays, though, the fleet has been reduced to just 90 Tornadoes. And this will be a touch and go. So we'll get a little bit of extra Tornado action compared to what we were expecting to see. Germany's Tornadoes have been consistently upgraded and will continue to serve for at least another 5 years. The Tornado IDS will be replaced in due course by the F-35A Lightning and the Eurofighter Typhoon Tranche 4. And the Tornado ECR will be replaced by the Eurofighter EK, a forthcoming electronic warfare variant of the Typhoon. Asking if there will be a historical flight this weekend, and I'm pleased to say that there will be. The Canadian CF-18 Hornet will be flying with a Canadian marked Spitfire from the fighter collection in what I believe they are terming a victory flight to mark 100 years of the Royal Canadian Air Force. Good view of the thrust reversers there on the Tornado, which is part of a very generous contribution from the German Air Force. We saw arriving yesterday a CH-53 for the static display, as well as 2 of their flying display participants, which arrived and validated, the A400M and the Eurofighter EF-2000. Later on today we'll be seeing another German Air Force arrival, an Airbus A319 from the Executive Transport Wing, but this is no ordinary Airbus A319 because it is the version operated for open skies missions. So what you see taxiing out to our left there is a Hellenic Air Force C-130H Hercules. It's not staying on for static display. It is here in the support role, supporting the deployment to Fairford of the 2 Greek F-16s and the 2 Greek F-4s. So this aeroplane bringing additional crew and equipment to Fairford, but then either heading for home or being tasked elsewhere over the next few days, perhaps because there are other urgent priorities to attend to, or perhaps because there simply isn't space for it here. Here a pair of GA arrivals, an Icarus C-42 and an EV-97. You might be able to make out an aircraft at the top of the frame there, immediately above the cockpit of the C-130, and that, I believe, is the British Antarctic Survey's DHC-6-300 Twin Otter, which we will be seeing arriving in the next few minutes. You might also be able to hear the distant drone of a Piaggio P180 Avanti of 28 Gruppo of the Italian Army, which is in a very high overhead join at the moment. No point getting a camera on it just yet because it is, as I said, at several thousand feet, but that will be landing in 5 minutes or so for VIP drop-off. But here, the British Antarctic Survey's Twin Otter, an aircraft type that first flew in 1965. It's still in production to this day. It's used as a short takeoff and landing utility aircraft, also as a commuter airliner, famed for its ability to land on very short, unprepared runways. While de Havilland's production run ended in 1988, The rights to the design have been purchased by Viking, who resumed manufacturing the aircraft in 2010. This example comes, as I mentioned, from the British Antarctic Survey. It's returned to the UK for the summer and is temporarily based at Duxford. But it spends much of its time down in Antarctica, where the British Antarctic Survey specialise in researching the polar region, including the land, oceans and atmosphere. They operate a number of research bases, as well as a ship, the David Attenborough, and a fleet of aircraft to assist in their endeavour, a single de Havilland Canada -7 and 4 of these -6 Twin Otters. All of their aircraft have been modified to operate in extreme frozen climates, where they conduct both transport and research missions. One of those modifications, of course, the skis. And over the top of that, a run and brake by a French Air and Space Force Mirage 2000-5. This is the first time in quite a few years that we've seen a Mirage 2000-5 at a British Airshow, appearing here on static display. Part of Dassault's long line of Mirage fighters, which date back to the mid-1960s. The Mirage as a whole is slowly being phased out of French service. The Nuclear Strike N variant has been removed from operations for a few years now. The Mirage 2000C Interceptor fighter was retired in 2002. That leaves 3 models remaining: the 2000B two-seat conversion trainer, the 2000D ground attack platform, and this, the Mirage 2000-5, which is a highly upgraded version of the 2000C fighter model. Although it is an old airframe, it's been substantially improved with modern radar, a glass cockpit, and integration with various smart weaponry and guided air-to-air missiles. Remaining Mirage variants are expected to serve until around 2030, at which point they will be replaced by the Dassault Rafale F4. And for a bit of Mirage nostalgia, we do have a clip that we'll play after this landing, if we have time, of an early Mirage display from Farnborough 94, in fact. And we do have that 180 in the circuit somewhere, and there's an A4 from Top Aces that has just arrived in our general area as well. But I think we do have time to play out that little bit of Mirage nostalgia from Farnborough 1994.
Dassault were pioneers in the advanced delta wing for fighting aircraft, taking full advantage of new aerodynamic techniques and fly-by-wire, and Mirage deltas have sold well. A light multi-role combat aircraft, of which so far nearly 400 from an order book of 550 have been delivered. 160 plus are employed by the French Air Force alone.
Quite an interesting aircraft aerodynamically speaking, the Mirage 2000. One of the first fighters to have useful high alpha capability while still remaining fully controllable, but atypical in that regard, because you think of when you think of most fighters that famously operate well at high alpha regimes, the Hornet, the F-22, some of the Russian designs, they all have one thing in common, which is they have twin tails, often canted slightly outwards in a V-tail configuration to provide some of that roll stability in those high alpha flight regimes. And the Mirage 2000, which can operate quite comfortably at in excess of 30 degrees of alpha, and according to some pilots even up to 40-45 degrees of alpha, it only has a single tail. And the way that the designers of the Mirage 2000 achieved that is by adding little fins to the engine intakes down beside the cockpit that deflect air up towards the tail, energize the air around the tail fin, and effectively increase the aerodynamic potency of the tail fin, allowing the aircraft to remain stable in the roll axis even at those very high alpha flight regimes. So the German Tornado backtracking until the first opportunity to vacate the runway onto the parallel taxiway. And we've just been joined at the commentary position by the ground team from Solo Turk in preparation for their validation. Sorry, it's not a validation. They validated abroad. They're in preparation for their practice display, which I think we are expecting to see according to the schedule in around about 5 minutes' time, although there are some arrivals still to come, aircraft in the circuit, so that might be ever so slightly delayed. I note the Italian Army Piaggio is now on long final, and the A4 is in our vicinity as well. And we're also told that Top Ace's Skyhawk will not just be landing straight in, but it will be doing a run and brake. And here is Top Ace's A4N Skyhawk arriving for a run and break. The A4 was developed in the early 1950s as a small light strike jet capable of operating from the US Navy's aircraft carriers. And despite its small size, it could carry a heavy payload which was actually on a par with the payload carried by the B-17 Flying Fortress during the Second World War. And I think before we see the Skyhawk land, there is C-130, that Greek C-130, on the runway. It's just turned the landing lights on and will, I am sure, be rolling for takeoff while the A4 is in the pattern. The Skyhawk remains in limited military service today. It flies for the air arms of Argentina and Brazil, but they're also used by this Canadian Red Air company, Top Aces. But this particular example, not based in Canada, based in Germany instead. The company employs more than 40 experienced fighter pilots, and they operate a fleet of Alpha Jets and A4s, as well as F-16s, and in fact they are the only private company currently operating the F-16. We are very, very close now to the first of our validation displays of the day, which will be Solo Turk. But before we see Solo Turk, let's take another dip into the archive and show you the sort of programme that you can expect to see if you sign up to watch.planestv.com to watch the weekend air show here at Fairford, but you'll also get access to our archive shows as well. Here's a taste.
Now! Here we go. This is your bomber, ladies and gentlemen. The colours of the flag of United Arab Emirates.
So a taste there of the sort of thing you can see in the Planes TV archive, and a reminder that you will have to sign up to watch.planestv.com if you want to watch our weekend broadcasts from RIAT. We'll be broadcasting on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, covering the main air shows here exclusively on that streaming service, not on YouTube. If you do want to sign up, use the discount code RIAT24, and that will get you 20% off your first 3 months of membership. That discount code expires tonight, so don't wait too long. Now, I'm not quite sure what we're going to see from Solo Turk today, because their normal display routine for the 2024 season is very, very long, too long to fit into a regular RIAT slot, so they will be flying a modified sequence here at the Air Tattoo, and I've not been provided with a RIAT-specific sequence card. I do have their general manoeuvre list for the 2024 season, but I'm not sure which part of that we're going to see today, or indeed if they're going to stick to the regular order. It might be a RIAT-specific show that we watch, but we'll find out very shortly, because it's now at the right-hand end of the runway, turning around and getting ready to start its practice flight. How appropriate to see the Turkish Air Force performing here at RIAT after a 6-year absence from the flying display, this being the 75th anniversary of NATO, and of course the Turkish Air Force is the second largest air force in NATO. Appropriate too that their contribution this year is the outstanding Solo Turk display in the Fighting Falcons 50th anniversary year. Rudder kicks there, similar in style to what we saw from the Belgian display last year, and then going into a belly up pass. Turkey operates 235 F-16s, The first were acquired in 1987, and many of those 235 aircraft were manufactured locally by Turkish aerospace industries. Turkish F-16s have participated in numerous combat operations over the years, occasional skirmishes with the Hellenic Air Force included over the Aegean Sea, in which both sides have scored air-to-air victories, but they've also participated in NATO operations in Bosnia and been used with a good deal of success against the Syrian Air Force, who have a habit of infringing Turkish airspace. Turkey will continue to fly the F-16 for many years to come, thanks to a programme of upgrades. Half the fleet has gone through a midlife upgrade completed between 2011 and 2015, and that included installing new radar, cockpit displays, mission computers, data link, identification friend or foe transponders, night vision goggles, the joint helmet-mounted queuing system, new navigation and electronic warfare systems, and integration with various new missile types as well. The fleet will be further bolstered by the arrival of 40 F-16V Vipers in the coming years, the latest production variant which incorporates 5th generation style technology from the F-35. Here a knife edge pass and shortly a roll to show us the other side of the aircraft. In addition to receiving 40 new-build F-16V Vipers, the sale of which was approved earlier this year, 79 of the older F-16Cs will be upgraded to F-16V standard, gaining active electronically scanned array radar and a new mission computer, among various other improvements. Further notable modification is currently underway because Turkey is developing its own air-to-air missiles domestically. Test and evaluation trials are currently unfolding so as to integrate those missiles with the Turkish F-16s. I think what we're going to see now is a fast pass. See the air brakes deployed. by those horizontal stabilators at the rear of the aircraft. Some loaded rolls there to further aid in the deceleration as we move rapidly from high-speed flight to very low-speed flight. The F-16 being one of the very first fly-by-wire fighter aircraft, and this is one of the capabilities of those fly-by-wire aircraft that was very rarely, if ever, seen before the F-16 came along. A low-speed, high-alpha pass with the flight computers manipulating the control surfaces as such to keep the aircraft within the flight envelope, and blips of the throttle being used to maintain altitude. Gear is down for, I believe, some dirty rolls. This display team Solo Turk was established back in 2011 to mark the centenary of the Turkish Air Force. We saw one of its very first displays at Airshow Turkey. Airshow Turkey being a remarkable airshow held in 2011 to mark that centenary at Izmir, and it's one of the programs available on our streaming service. An extremely memorable show that included a huge number of national aerobatic teams, including the Thunderbirds, all flying over to Turkey to participate in the centenary festivities for, as I was saying earlier, NATO's second largest member air force. The team has been a stalwart of the European airshow circuit ever since then, famed not least for some of the highly unconventional manoeuvres like those rudder kicks that we've been seeing. And there, another very unconventional manoeuvre. That is how you bow to the crowd in a fast jet, continuously pushing and pulling on the stick. And those movements on the stick being millimetric in precision and small in terms of motion, because the F-16 stick only moves by a couple of centimetres. It's small amounts of pressure on that control column that make quite large changes to how the aircraft is manoeuvring. That felt like a final pass to me, and I think we'll see Solo Turk landing off this split S manoeuvre, climbing rolls there. And the aircraft has entered cloud. I shouldn't presuppose, actually, it could be behind cloud rather than entering cloud, but yes, then pulling through out of the split S. decelerating as much as is possible on the downline and coming straight out of this vertical manoeuvre, I think, into a landing. This is the first of two performances that we'll see from Solo Turk today, because they have two display pilots. Both of them need to practice ahead of the airshow, so we'll be seeing Solo Turk flying again, I think, in the mid-afternoon. Those two display pilots alternate roles, one of them flying the display, the other serving as safety pilot, checking altitudes and so forth, and communicating with the active display pilot at all times. They've been standing in front of us in a little posse, all of the ground crew, including that second pilot who we'll see practicing later today. Making some rather excitable radio calls as well. There you see the ground crew with their radios. And it is the individual in the middle who was the display pilot for our forthcoming performance later today. The red arrows lining up on the runway out to our right hand side. We're not going to see them performing a practice display. Instead, they are off to Shrivenham to perform there. They'll be back with us in an hour or so, so we'll see them take off and then landing subsequently. If you want to watch the full Red Arrows performance, then you will have to sign up to watch.planestv.com, where they will, in order to have access to our weekend live broadcast from the Air Tattoo, where the Reds will be performing their actual show on all 3 days, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. John Seymour asks if HHA are here with their Hawker Hunters. Yes, we are expecting a Hawker Hunter today. That will be appearing on static display. So there go the red arrows off to Shrivenham. And we are very lucky that in this 50th anniversary year of the Hawk, we have all three of the national aerobatic teams in the world that fly the Hawk T1 series aircraft. The Red Arrows, the Midnight Hawks and the Saudi Hawks. We saw the Saudi Hawks practicing yesterday. The Midnight Hawks will be performing a practice flight later today, and it looks like we might get a Midnight Hawk solo practice next up, because one of the Hawk Mark 6060s, those ex-Swedish, ex-Swiss Air Force jets, is now holding short of the runway out to our right-hand side. But we are also expecting the arrival of a second German Tornado fairly imminently. It's just turned on to long final. We have been told to expect a run and break from this Tornado when it does arrive. And that has now just been downgraded by air traffic control to a straight-in approach, presumably in order to try and keep on schedule with the Finnish Hawk waiting to start its performance. There does seem to be some uncertainty. We're hearing conflicting things over the radio. It'll be a surprise. The aircraft does look pretty high and fast. I'll be surprised if we get a straight-in approach off this. It probably is visible in the image that you are looking at the moment, but a very, very tiny speck top right. And there, a closer look. Yes, this will be a run and break. Fantastic. braking early, presumably in the interest of time. There's a good operational reason for conducting these run and brakes rather than making a straight-in approach, which is that if you are in a fast mover and coming in at relatively high speed, the quickest way to slow down is to enter a high G turn such as this to bleed the speed off, rather than simply by coming back on the power and letting it happen naturally in straight and level flight. There is a version of the run and brake which I won't say on air because it involves a four-letter word beginning with S, but the S hot brake used particularly by the US Navy, which is basically, it's performed before the aircraft reaches the runway threshold, and it is basically a 360-degree turn. There is no wings level section of the brake, and the aircraft rolls out of that 360-degree turn at approach speed on the extended centerline for a short final approach, and that is probably the most efficient way and the most dramatic way of bleeding off that speed into the landing pattern very quickly. Understandably, there is some discussion about the air traffic control and the radio, and I noticed Quantum World asking if RIAT radio is available anywhere online so that they can listen in to what we are hearing as well, and the answer is not legally, no. I don't know if it's available anywhere or not, but as a general rule, no, UK air traffic control cannot be redistributed. Well, in a change from the published schedule, the red arrows appear to be back. Sure exactly what's happening there. I was under the impression that they'd be heading to Shrivenham for a full display and that it would be almost an hour before they got back to us at Fairford. So what their intentions are is a mystery to me at the moment, but I don't think they'll be landing anytime soon because the Finnish Hawk is now entering the runway over to our right hand side. Ahead of its solo display, we'll be seeing the formation display later on today. The Hawk has quite an interesting backstory because, in a way, it shouldn't really have existed at all. Instead, the Jaguar was intended to be the RAF's primary jet trainer. By the time the Jaguar came to market, though, it had become far bigger, heavier, more powerful, more complex, and yes, more expensive than training aircraft reasonably needed to be. So that was used instead for the combat role, and Hawker Siddeley set to work designing something smaller and simpler as an advanced jet trainer, and that would, in due course, become the Hawk. Flew for the first time in 1974 and saw immediate export success, which then continued through the 1980s and 90s, both as a trainer and also as a light attack platform. The Finnish Air Force was one of the first export customers for the Hawk. They ordered several Hawk Mark 51s in 1978, built under licence by Valmet. And the reason for that acquisition is quite interesting. Finland was prevented at the time by the Paris Peace Treaty of 1947 from operating any more than 60 combat aircraft, but they wanted more than that. The Hawk was combat capable, but it was classified as a jet trainer, thus allowing Finland to increase its combat capability without technically breaching the terms of the treaty. Despite being primarily used in the training role, the Finnish Hawks can be armed with AIM-9 air-to-air missiles, rocket pods, bombs, 12mm machine gun pods and 30mm cannons. Finland ordered a second batch of Hawk Mark 51s, which were delivered in the early 1990s. And then in 2007, the fleet was supplemented by 18 second-hand Hawk Mark 66s, which had been recently retired from the Swiss Air Force. That allowed the first batch of Mark 51s to be retired. Typically, it's the Hawk Mark 51s that we see the Finnish Air Force use at air shows. They are painted grey. However, it's one of the ex-Swiss aircraft painted red and white that we see performing for us here today. Final pass from the Finnish Air Force Hawk Mark 66, practicing its solo display, which we'll be seeing during the air show here at Fairford tomorrow. We'll be seeing the four-ship formation routine on Saturday and Sunday. And nice to see one of the T1 series Hawks being put through its paces in a solo routine. Quite an uncommon sight. Hasn't happened here in the UK for a fair few years now. In fact, the Finnish Air Force is the last remaining military operator of the original Hawk, with the exception of the Red Arrows themselves. They remain useful and relevant, though, thanks to some substantial upgrades, including modern glass cockpits, and they're expected to remain in Finnish service into the early 2030s. And later on today, I think we're going to get a contrast between these Mark 66 Hawks and the Mark 51s, because when we see the Midnight Hawks formation practice in a few hours' time, my expectation is that they'll be using 3 of these red and white Mark 66s and 1 of the grey Mark 51s. Ian asks if we have an ETA for the other Phantoms. The Hellenic Phantoms will be arriving tomorrow afternoon, I believe just after the end of the flying display, but we'll get confirmation of tomorrow's schedule tonight, I suppose. Certainly nothing has been provided to us yet. And Arnold AF-16 asks when the F-15s will be rehearsing. We'll be seeing them sometime around lunchtime, if I remember correctly, and I will try and dig out the time for you now. Yes, 12 o'clock, midday local time, for the two back-to-back F-15 display practices. So preparing to start its practice display from the right hand side, we have our first Gripen of the show. This will be the example coming to us from F-21 212 Squadron of the Swedish Air Force, a JAS-39C variant. And you'll notice that it has advanced some distance down the runway before starting its takeoff roll, and that will allow the aircraft to demonstrate one of its key capabilities, operating from very short strips. Here it goes. The Swedish Air Force considers that short takeoff capability to be of vital importance. They have a long history of practicing dispersed operations using short and narrow highway strips. The dispersed operation doctrine also impacted other elements of the Gripen's characteristics because from those highway strips the maintenance capabilities are more limited than usual, so this was designed to be a rugged aircraft that needed minimal maintenance. Also designed to have very rapid turnaround times between missions. It can land, refuel, be rearmed and then take off again in just 20 minutes. It traces its roots back to the 1970s when Sweden started mulling a replacement for its then state-of-the-art Drakens and Viggens. It needed to be a multi-role fighter, primarily intended for air-to-air and air-to-service combat, but also capable of being used for reconnaissance. The type first flew in 1988 and entered service in 1997, and remarkably, it came in under budget. Sweden has deployed its Gripens operationally to enforce the no-fly zone over Libya in 2011. They've also taken part in several multinational training exercises, including Red Flag in Alaska in 2006, where it was the only aircraft type to achieve 100% mission readiness. Same exercise in 2006, Swedish Gripens scored 10 air-to-air kills with 0 losses, despite operating at a numerical disadvantage. A new variant has recently entered service, the 4.5 generation Gripen E. We saw it here at RIAT last year, where it claimed the Paul Bowen Trophy for the best solo jet demonstration. The Gripen E may look superficially similar to the Gripen C that we see here, but it offers a major improvement over the C model. More powerful engine, new avionics. Another major difference for the Gripen E is with the revised fuselage layout, which gives room for 2 extra weapon stations and for much enlarged fuel tanks. It's also being developed into a forthcoming electronic warfare platform known as the Gripen F. Deliveries of these next-generation Gripens began in 2019, and that will allow most of the C and D model aircraft, such as this one performing for us now, to be retired in the mid to late 2020s. The rest will be then upgraded over the next 5 years with new engines, radar and electronic warfare systems, bringing them much closer to the capabilities of the Gripen E. That was the first of 2 Gripen displays that we'll see today, because later on the Czech Air Force will be entertaining us. But a fine way to introduce the Saab Gripen to the audience here at RIAT 2024. And that will be our last practice display for a little while. We're going back to arrivals after that. And indeed a sprinkling of departures as well coming up. But we'll be seeing the red arrows returning to us very shortly. And also, we hope, the McDonnell Douglas KC-10A extender from the US Air Force, which is scheduled to be joining us in the next few minutes. But while we have a moment of quiet, I would like to reiterate that the airshow proper on Friday, Saturday and Sunday will be exclusively available on our streaming service watch.planestv.com, where you will also find our archive of programmes stretching back to the 1980s. If you would like to sign up, head over to watch.planestv.com, go through the normal checkout process, but then when it asks if you want to apply a discount code, apply the code RIAT24. And that will get you 20% off your first 3 months. For the duration of your subscription, you will get access to all of our live broadcasts advert-free, in addition to our archive programmes. And that will include all of our upcoming live broadcasts as well. We're going to be at Duxford a few times over the next few months, and that will include their largest air show of the year, the Duxford Battle of Britain air show. And we've got a little look now at the sort of thing that you can expect to see during that Duxford Battle of Britain air show broadcast, which will be exclusive to watch.planestv.com coming up on the 14th and 15th of September.
It's always one of the most memorable moments of the season. Duxford's Battle of Britain airshow returns this September, filling the skies of this historic airfield with huge formations of Spitfires. But it's not just about the Spitfire, with many other Second World War types due to take part: B-17, Blenheim, Swordfish and Lysander, to name but a few. And contrasting the old with the new, the modern RAF will perform with the Typhoon and F-35.
just putting their smoke on and arriving from the right-hand side to break into the landing pattern, the return of the Red Arrows after their visit to Shrivenham earlier today. Magnificent to see them back to a 9-ship for displays this year after a couple of years flying with reduced formations. This is their 60th anniversary season, and thus they have reintroduced some manoeuvres not seen for quite some time as a nod to the team's history. They've actually used the Planes TV archive to comb through some displays from the 90s, identify a manoeuvre or two that they wanted to recreate, and then use the Planes TV footage to try and work out how it was done. And the manoeuvre I'm particularly referencing there is the 5-4 cross, which opens the second half of the show. It's the flat version of the 5-4 split, which hasn't been used since 1993, and then the cross, which I believe is of a similar vintage. But there's a handful of other interesting moments in this year's sequence. The team will arrive in Diamond 9 formation rather than in Wall, Big Battle or 9 Arrow, which are the more normal shapes with which they start a display. It's the first time they've arrived for the show in short diamonds since about 2005. The mirror roll being introduced for the first time in 5 years or so as well. And there's a brand new manoeuvre for this year only in the second half of the show called the Centenary Split, in which 4 aircraft will fly directly towards us. Reds 8 and 9 will then perform tight barrel rolls with their smoke on, creating the number 60 in the sky, and then the synchro pair, Reds 6 and 7, will put the white smoke on and perform an opposition break underneath to underline the number 60. We'll have more Red Arrows action coming up later on this year as well, because while they will shortly be heading to North America to attend some of the commemorative events marking 100 years of the Royal Canadian Air Force, they will then head back to Europe for one last display, which will be at the Duxford Flying Finale on the 5th of October, and we will be broadcasting that show live. I think that show will be exclusive to our streaming service watch.planestv.com. Quantum World asks, wonder why the last puff of smoke. So what you're seeing there is pilots leaving effectively a windsock for the guys coming in behind. So Red 1 will always do it just before he touches down, a little bit of smoke, which gives a visual indicator of what the wind is doing down at ground level. And then when that smoke starts to dissipate, the next pilot to be faced with a relatively smoke-free environment will take it upon themselves to give a little blip of their own to help out whoever is landing behind them. So typically over the course of a 9-ship Red Arrows landing, you'll see 2, perhaps 3 blips of smoke, depending on exactly how windy it is on the day. Milltown Aviation asks, what aircraft is NOR 131, which is currently southeast of London? Well, that's not one aircraft, that is 6 aircraft. That is the 6 MFI 15 Safaris of the Norwegian national display team, the Yellow Sparrows, who will be participating in the air tattoo for the very first time this year. They've had a very long journey to get here, because if they were to fly in a straight line, that would require uncomfortably long ocean transits, and so instead they've worked their way through mainland Europe on a rather circuitous route that has taken them some 3 days or so, I believe. We're looking forward to welcoming them. Lovely bright yellow little training aircraft, a relatively short display, featuring some flypasts in various different formations, and we'll be seeing them arriving here at Fairford in not too long. But the next movement is just lining up on the runway to our right hand side, and that is the Italian Army Piaggio P-180 Avanti, which was here to drop off a VIP visitor. You might remember seeing the aircraft arrive, probably an hour and a half ago now. My perception of the passage of time has become slightly warped. These are long old shifts. I get the odd break of perhaps 2 minutes every couple of hours when I might eat some food and put some sun cream on, or maybe go to the loo. But yes, it's a lot of time talking into microphones and watching aeroplanes, and I'm starting to lose track of what we have seen, what we haven't seen, how long ago it was. Here it goes, rolling from the right, the Italian Army Avanti. So as we watch the arrivals here, there is a lot more to the RIAT arrival process than simply landing and climbing out of the aircraft and waving hello to everyone. A lot of these aircraft are coming in from abroad, so there are customs and immigration formalities to complete. The pilots will also be required to visit the flight centre to impart certain information to the organising team here. We actually had our cameras following the crew of the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron a few years ago, back in 2018 I believe, on their arrival, to show us the arrival process and take us through it, and we recorded that, and we've got a little piece that we're going to play out now to give you an idea of what all these arriving pilots are doing as they touch down here at Fairford.
Each year, the Air2 is proud to host a huge number of pilots and aircrews, all prepared to show off their flying and static displays to the public. Here we follow the pilots of the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron, Kenneth Orkvisler and Jyri Mattila, as they lead us through their experience of the show.
I'm Kenneth Orkvisler, and I'm display pilot with the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron. So I'm flying lead pilot in the Vampire. For display pilots, and it's very convenient and very comfortable that everything is taken care of, that you don't have to arrange your own transport to the hotel, but everything is taken care of: accommodation, transportation, food, and all the information you need is provided over at the flight center. So they are really good people that make sure that all the crew, pilots and engineers and everybody is taken well care of.
Hello all, my name is Jyri Mattila, I'm coming from Finland, and in this air show I'm representing also the Norway, as you can see, Norway and Finland. My work is as a chief test pilot of the Finnish Air Force, but the rest of the time I will spend in air shows, of course, mostly here in the UK, flying with this lady, this vampire, and with the other vampire from the Norwegian Historic Squadron. This is my first time here in RIAT, and it's been very nice, and yesterday when we came here, it was very nice to have all the time some people was hosting us, and we was getting signed in and getting to the beers and also to the hotel, and everything is working very well.
And after parking our aircraft, we were driven over to the aircrew reception And it was a young cadet, a host, that was following us the whole time, and we got the accommodation information and all the travel times, and for the bus up and down to the hotel, and also the flying program today, when we were expected to display today. And all sorts of stuff was dealt with over there. And if you came from straight abroad, they even had immigration there. So it's taken care of even if you come from another country.
In this air show, it's so nice that because all the time the people are hosting us, that immediately after landing we get arrive with the car to the place and getting signed in and getting all the lunch cards and our patches and all the time there was one or two guys keeping watching us and seeing that okay, now you go next place and then everything, and it was so smooth.
At the aircrew reception, there have all offices like Met, flight planning, and also the Flying Control Committee. And they briefed us through all the restrictions and all the display lines and the crowd areas and everything regarding displaying here at Fairford, and also minimum altitudes, distance to crowd, and areas to not overfly, etc.
And it was so easy to come today for the display briefing because pretty much all was clear already yesterday.
The display today, it was a really good day to fly. I think the display went fine. It was a huge crowd to see, and it's a very long crowd line here at Fairford. The weather was very nice. It was no turbulence, no wind, and the cloud ceiling was high enough for us to do the full program, including the loops. So it just went as planned, and we are very happy with our display today. A great pleasure to be invited here to fly for the ETA 2.
It was great to see all the people here and seeing that people are exciting that seeing these old aircraft flying here. And this aircraft is from year 52, and so it's 65 years old, and still it's a very good fighter. And after landing, it was nice to see people was making this. And of course, I'm making it back, and I'm very happy.
Yes, we have really enjoyed our stay here at RIAT this weekend, and we would love to come back again next year. And we enjoyed the whole process with everything at the International ETA 2, all the aircraft, all the display, and all the spectators that came over to see this and to learn about old aircraft history, new aircraft, and the industry, and all of it. It's fantastic.
The hosting is so nice, and I'm very looking forward to come back here to RIAT.
So an interesting look there at the arrival process here at the Royal International Air Tattoo, as we have a quieter moment in what is otherwise a pretty busy day today. Rare on the schedule to have gaps of more than about 3 minutes. So join me from roughly the middle of the showground here at Fairford, and a little bit of a geographical introduction in case you're not familiar with the layout of this airfield. This is the commentary position. It won't be me commentating for the airshow proper. It'll be Ben Donnell, who's actually sitting just behind me at the moment. Just gone and said hello to him while that VT was playing out, and he is prepared for his commentary over the next few days. So middle of the runway, out to our left-hand side, we've got the RIAT grandstand on our immediate left. That's the big grandstand structure that you'll have been seeing from time to time. To our immediate right, we've got the VIP hospitality chalets, and then the runway runs left to right in front of us. The displays out in front of us, that is north. How lovely it is to be at a north-facing display site with the sun behind us for most of the day. So we've been enjoying some really good light here. The display aircraft are entering the runway from the extreme right and left, and we have a slightly restricted view of those areas, so sometimes things do come onto the runway and catch us ever so slightly by surprise. But that is the approximate showground layout. When aircraft arrive and do a run and brake, typically they brake to our right, as you saw, as you saw from the red arrows. They approach from the east, fly down the runway, brake to our right out in front of us. That's all easy. But there have been a couple of times today when aircraft have come in and done a left-hand brake, and we can't really film anything crowd rear because of the technical limitations of having cameras on tripods with cables plugged into them, but also because there are some structures in the way as well. So as we do see some aircraft conducting brakes into the circuit, if they do brake left, you can probably expect that we're going to show you the roofs of some tents and then some views of nothing happening. Sorry about that. It's just the way things are. So I'll take a look over at the chat while we are in this quiet moment. And goodness, the iPad's got a bit hot. It's very, very sunny here. Let's see if there's any burning questions. I'm on the YouTube chat at the moment. I know we are also broadcasting to Facebook and to our own streaming service, watch.planestv.com. But the YouTube chat is the most active, and therefore the one that I am looking at. It's being moderated very effectively by Chris, who always is very generous with her time, making sure that the chat is a clean and pleasant place for everyone to be. I see there's been a little bit of discussion about the KC-10, which we are hoping to see arriving relatively shortly. Morgan asking, when is the Danish F-16 rehearsal? Good question. It's coming up fairly soon. The time for that, 12:20 for the Danish F-16. The next block of rehearsals will start in around about 15 minutes time, and that will include the F-15QA twice, and then the Danish F-16, and after that we'll go back into arrivals. A question here: are the Patrouille Aguila from Spain displaying at RIAT this year? No, they're not. We have one aircraft type from the Spanish Air Force present at the show this year, which is an SF-5 Freedom Fighter over in the static display, but we don't have any Spanish participation in the flying display this year. However, if you want to see Patrouille Aguila, then head over to our streaming service, watch.planestv.com, where you can watch the official RIAT souvenir programme from 2023, which includes a glimpse of every single performance that participated in the show that year, including around a 5-minute segment on Patrouille Aguila, with some cockpit footage, if my memory serves me correctly. Sharp TM asks, when is the F-15QA due for its PDA? Okay, let's have a technical discussion here, because I like this sort of pedantic nonsense. So the F-15QA is not doing and has not done a PDA. A PDA is a British military thing, and it applies for an entire year. The foreign military assets, and indeed the foreign assets full stop, that are performing at RIAT, some of them have some of them come from nations where we recognise their own equivalent of the PDA system, so they don't need to do anything. But for those aircraft coming from nations where we don't recognise their system, they have to do what's called a validation. It's not the same as a PDA because it typically only applies to specific named events rather than just being a blanket permission for the entire year. The F-15QAs are not validating here at Fairford. They have already validated over at Farnborough, so these will quite simply be practices, not validations. I think I've probably already answered your question about the timing of that. They will be flying at 12 o'clock. 2 individual F-15s flying back-to-back, and I believe one of them will be the aircraft loaded up with dummy munitions, and the other one will be flying clean. Brandon asks, is the U2 practicing today? No, I don't believe it is. The U2 will be tomorrow only, so you will need to subscribe to watch.planestv.com if you want to see that roll demonstration. And about half an hour ago, someone asked what exactly that roll demonstration will consist of. The aircraft will take off. We'll see a spiral ascent, a spiral descent, and then some low passes, or one low pass, a touch and go, and then the landing. And those latter 3 passes will be accompanied, of course, by the U-2's regular chase car. Rob asks whether the Hellenic F4s are due in today or tomorrow. They're not on the list for today. I believe the plan is that they will arrive tomorrow. And John asks if there are going to be any warbirds marking the 80th anniversary of D-Day. Yes, I believe there will be. But one of them, I don't know if it's if it's been publicised yet. I think it has been. It's the type of aircraft you would expect to see for a D-Day 80th anniversary theme. It's the obvious one. Angus Cooper, am I allowed to mention the elements of the NATO flypast taking place tomorrow? No, I am not. At any rate, I don't think it's been fully confirmed yet, because it needs all the pilots to get into a room tonight and decide that they're happy with the plan. But there will be a NATO flypast tomorrow. It will only happen tomorrow. It will not be taking place on Saturday and Sunday, and it will involve some of the fast jets that are otherwise appearing on static display. They're not necessarily listed as flying display participants at the moment. I don't think I should ruin the surprise. Even if I was allowed to tell you, I don't want to tell you, because it's fun to not know what to expect sometimes. Lewis Wells asks, is the Hawker Hunter flying in today? Yes, it is, a little after 2 o'clock, I believe. A Hunter from Hawker Hunter Aviation. Are they based at Leeming now? I think so. And Lewis asks, has the U-2 arrived yet? No, it doesn't have to. It's based here. Cryptic Noir says, are the F-35s doing anything today? We're not expecting to see anything in the way of practice displays. We will have an F-35B from the Royal Air Force performing a roll demonstration for the weekend air show, but we will be seeing some F-35s arriving today, 2 different variants from no fewer than 3 different operators, an F-35B from the Royal Air Force and F-35As from Norway and the United States. Brandon asks, what's the big secret for tomorrow? Well, I don't know exactly what you're referring to and what people seem to think the big secret is, but if I did know, then it being a secret, I wouldn't say. Commander Shadow, are there any more tornadoes to arrive today? Yes, we've had the 2 German examples already, but later this afternoon we are expecting an A200 tornado from the Italian Air Force. And a persistent question, which Milltown Aviation has asked as well, where can we get a list of the movements? Well, theoretically you can't. We have provided this list directly from the air operations team here and asked not to share it around too liberally. They are for sale if you were in Park and View in person at the Air Tattoo. Then you can buy them for I think £1 or £2. Yeah, sometimes people take a picture and upload them to the internet, but they're not supposed to. Leo Martin, was Friday previously free on Planes TV for RIAT? No, it was not. It never has been. What we are watching at the moment is the first of the two F-15s working its way down to the right-hand end of the showground. The second F-15 is out to our left-hand side, and it looks like we are going to see the dirty aircraft first, the one that is tooled up with dummy air-to-air missiles. The second aircraft, which is just taxiing in front of us, there it is. That's the clean one, completely clean. The pylons and the conformal fuel tanks have been removed, and it will be very interesting to get a back-to-back comparison between the performance of these two aircraft, identical aircraft but kitted out in different ways, thus affecting their thrust-to-weight ratio and also the level of drag which they induce. And we can expect to see a small performance penalty in, for example, the abrupt pulls in which the F-15 specialises, and we'll see several of them over the course of this display. They will be considerably more abrupt in the clean version. Next movement, though, before we see the F-15s, we expect will be the arrival of a Lynx from historic helicopters. A British Army Lynx, or a former British Army Lynx. Retired in, this is going to test my memory, 2015, I think. But in the last couple of years, two examples have been restored to flying condition on the civilian circuit. This one operated by historic helicopters based down in Shard, and it is here as a support aircraft, not supporting any of the display participants, but rather supporting the airshow organisation itself. And one of its roles will be as an aerial camera ship. We're used to seeing a Gazelle buzzing around over the course of the show, taking pictures of the showground from above with the crowd all in situ. Well, this year it will be the Lynx that is used. Very historic helicopter. This, of course, the helicopter that holds the rotary airspeed record. Also one that's been used successfully in combat on several occasions. Still used by the Royal Navy in highly modified form known as the Wildcat HMA2, although actually there's only about 5% parts commonality between the original Lynx and the Wildcat. But we saw two Wildcats being displayed yesterday by the Royal Navy's Black Cats. So taking to the runway now, the F-15QA Ababil, this aircraft coming from the Qatar Emiri Air Force but operated by Boeing here at the Royal International Air Tattoo. And the F-15, arguably the most successful combat aircraft in the skies today, it has achieved over the years a kill-to-loss ratio of over 100 to 0. The design goes back to the 1970s when the US Air Force was in need of a new air superiority fighter to replace the likes of the F-100 Super Sabre and the F-105 Thunder Chief. It was, in effect, America's answer to the MiG-23 and the MiG-25. And immediately after entering service, it became clear that the F-15 excelled over its predecessors in many key areas. It had look-down, shoot-down radar, excellent forward visibility, good range, a very high cruising speed. It could fly at anything up to Mach 2.5, and it had surprising manoeuvrability for an aircraft of its size and weight. And as a result of those virtues, the basic airframe has been upgraded many times over the years, and this is pretty much the most advanced variant of the F-15 flying today, the F-15QA Qatari Advanced, known as the Ababil. The F-15 has been used extensively and with outstanding levels of success in countless military operations, and as a result of its potency and popularity, its sales success has continued unabated over the years. Now quite popular in the Middle East, with Saudi Arabia and Qatar both operating the type. Very good demonstration of the F-15QA's pitch authority there. This one of the first variants of the F-15 to be equipped with fly-by-wire flight controls. And another demonstration of that pitch authority coming up any second. ending the display with a tail slide. It's not very often that we see that from a frontline fighter, and especially not from a Western one. First major redesign of the F-15 came in the 1980s, the first of two major redesigns, and that was the creation of the F-15E Strike Eagle. The Strike Eagle was to the F-15 what the Super Hornet was to the F-18. They may look externally somewhat similar, but the two variants actually have fairly little in common. The Strike Eagle is a multi-role strike fighter capable of deep strike, close air support and air policing, designed to replace the F-4 and the F-111. Compared to the original F-15 Eagle, the Strike Eagle had a far greater range thanks to its large conformal fuel tanks. It had an enlarged and strengthened fuselage design, more powerful engines, longer range radar, an electronic warfare system and various other improvements as well. Again, much like its predecessor, the Strike Eagle proved to be a highly capable fighter, and by the early 2010s there was once again call to improve it further to make it fit for the 21st century, and that is how we ended up with the F-15QA, part of the Advanced Eagle family. The Advanced Eagle was to be one of the most capable fighters on the market. It featured extra weapon stations, greater payload capacity, yet more powerful engines as well. A pair of General Electric F-110s producing a combined 59,000 pounds of thrust. And for the first time on an F-15, the Advanced Eagle also featured full fly-by-wire flight controls, giving the Eagle manoeuvrability that it had simply never known before. And we're about to see that manoeuvrability truly demonstrated in the next display, which will be from the clean aircraft, as opposed to the one armed with imitation AIM-120 beyond visual range air-to-air missiles. The first Advanced Eagle variant, the F-15SA, entered service with the Royal Saudi Air Force in 2017. We've actually got one here making its RIAT debut on static display this year. We saw it arriving yesterday. Next came the F-15QA Ababil, a variant developed for the Qatar Emiri Air Force with some slightly different avionics, including a new mission computer, active electronically scanned array radar, and a redesigned cockpit. They also fitted an Elbit anti-jamming system, allowing them to operate in areas with heavy electromagnetic interference. The Qatar Emiri Air Force ordered 36 F-15QAs to replace their Mirage 2000s, and deliveries took place between 2021 and 2023. Here is another of them rolling from the right for the second F-15QA display. She points up and she goes up, but now returning to us for another demonstration of pitch authority. Note that rate of pitch even further improved as compared to the dirty model that we saw displaying a moment ago. Now I think what we're going to see next is a split S. During the descent, the aircraft will then decelerate straight from this vertical manoeuvre into a low-speed, high-alpha pass. So normally aircraft accelerate in a steep descent, but the F-15 able to decelerate using high angles of attack to induce drag, and now exiting into this low-speed, high-alpha pass. There's not many aircraft capable of doing that, certainly none others that I've seen pulling that off at an air show. That is an immense demonstration of power, climbing out of that low-speed, high-alpha pass into a double Immelmann. 2 half loops stacked one on top of the other. And next we'll get a moment to judge the aircraft's turn performance. I'm getting my stopwatch out. The typical duration of a 360-degree turn by a Western frontline fighter is about 22 seconds. But after that fast pass, the aircraft is going to come back towards us and perform a 360-degree maximum rate turn, and I am genuinely curious to find out how hard they're pushing it. Let's see how long it takes. I make that as 20 seconds almost exactly, so slightly faster than is typical. Suddenly silence at RAF Fairford as we get a second chance to see the F-15 performing a tail slide, holding it even longer with that improved power to weight ratio. Not quite a true tail slide in the manner that we would see, for example, from an extra 300, where the aircraft would fly directly backwards. Instead, the aircraft here always maintaining some forward motion in order to keep flying through clean air. So really, more than a tail slide, technically what we're looking at is a very high alpha parabola. The same trick is used by the F-22, the Sukhoi Su-35 and so on. The big afterburning frontline fighters, as a general rule, can't do a true tail slide. But what an absolutely remarkable display, and I think there's a fair few absolutely awestruck people standing around me at the moment. After the Qatar Emiri Air Force ordered this aircraft, the interest of the US Air Force was piqued, and they ordered the F-15QA as well to replace some of their older F-15Cs. The American versions have a few minor customizations, a different mission computer and an American-made electronic warfare suite, but it is otherwise identical to the F-15QA, and it is known in US service as the F-15EX Eagle II. The very first US Air Force Eagle IIs became operational, or will become operational, later this year. So we're looking forward to seeing much more of the F-15QA over the next few days here at RIAT. One or other of those displays will be flying on all 3 show days. And if you want to watch the show days, we will be broadcasting those exclusively on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. If you want to sign up, use the discount code RIAT. That code is valid until tonight, so don't hang about. Get on and sign up now using the code RIAT24. I'll say it again, RIAT24, and that will get you 20% off your first 3 months. For as long as you're a member, you'll be able to watch all of our live broadcasts ad-free, and you will also get access to our back catalogue of programmes stretching back to the late 1980s. And we have here a little taste of the sort of programme that you can expect to see in our archive. Well, taxiing out now, the special scheme Danebrog jet of the Royal Danish Air Force's F-16 solo display. Let's take a quick look at what we're expecting to see from them.
For decades, the 4 European partner nations of the F-16 programme have entertained us at air shows with some extraordinary solo displays. But Norway, the Netherlands and, most recently, Belgium all no longer display, leaving just one. The Danish F-16 was due to be a highlight of the flying display at RIAT last year, But technical problems caused the cancellation of 2 of its displays, and the third was hampered by poor weather. So we hope the team have better luck in 2024. Denmark's F-16s are due to retire sometime next year, meaning this could very well be the type's last appearance in Danish hands at a British airshow.
It was half a century ago this year that the F-16 took to the air for the very first time, that first flight occurring unexpectedly during a high-speed taxi test on the 20th of January 1974. The aircraft began to bounce uncontrollably as it sped down the runway, leaving the pilot with little choice but to take off. The incident was seen by some as proof that the F-16's revolutionary fly-by-wire control system was not fit for purpose, but the following year the F-16 would silence its critics with a spellbinding display at the Paris Airshow, and it has been entertaining us at flying displays ever since then. The F-16 would go on to become the most produced fourth-generation fighter in the world, and while those early production A and B models are now being phased out, at least here in Europe, newer variants are still very much in production, and this is a jet that we will continue to enjoy at air shows for many years to come. Rolling now from the right, the Danish Air Force F-16 AM in its special Danebrog paint scheme. Denmark was one of the original 4 international customers that came together to buy the F-16, known as the European Partner Air Forces. The others were Belgium, the Netherlands and Norway. Denmark originally ordered 77 F-16s. They were license-built by Sabca in Belgium. Today the fleet is a little smaller than that, and aircraft are being progressively retired for onward sale to Argentina and Ukraine. All the remaining F-16s have been updated to the AM or BM MLU specification, which includes new data link, helmet sights, targeting pods, computers, and the ability to use the AIM-9X Sidewinder. The final out-of-service date for the Danish F-16 is in 2025, so this is quite likely to be the jet's final season on the airshow circuit, although I don't think any formal announcements to that effect has been made. They will be replaced in Danish service by the F-35A Lightning II, with deliveries already underway. A total of 27 F-35s have been ordered. Now the aircraft approaches from the right and about to perform a rather interesting manoeuvre, because we've seen straight and level high alpha passes before, but here a turn during a high alpha pass onto the A-axis display line, the main line that runs from left to right parallel with the runway. And I use the term A-axis there. There's two terms that you might have heard me using over the course of the broadcast, A-axis and B-axis. If you're not an airshow aficionado, then when it gets quieter I shall explain. A-axis runs from left to right, parallel with the runway. The B-axis is perpendicular to that, straight in towards us, and we see the jet approaching on the B-axis now. Expect to see next is a slow roll, a very challenging manoeuvre as the pilot has to avoid the nose slicing downwards during the knife edge portions of the roll. And next, an inverted pass. This year's jet wears a special paint scheme, Dana Brog 2. It replaces the original Dana Brog scheme that we saw at the Air Tattoo last year. That original scheme was introduced in 2019 to mark the 800th anniversary of Denmark's national flag. The revised scheme is a more heavily stylised design, which also features a completely new Falcon-inspired underside and tail, marking 50 years of the F-16. The previous Dana Brog jet is expected to be one of those handed over to the armed forces of Ukraine this summer. Now, from the right-hand side, the landing gear is down, and we are about to see a low missed approach. Look at the F-16's turn of speed with a fast pass. Speed limit here at RIAT, I believe, is Mach 0.9. It's a very aggressive display, and one of its specialities, the Danish F-16 solo display, has long been tall, loaded rolls, some of them performed on the intermediate display line, the 45-degree line, towards the spectators, and that is what we are about to see now. brings us towards the end of a fantastic display from the Danish F-16, which I think is the only F-16 display action that we're going to be seeing today. As we now come into what I expect will be the final pass. And a wing rock, of course. What a great way to end the show. Suddenly, all is quiet. A fantastic half hour of fast jet action. I would not be surprised if either of those transpire to be award winners at the end of the weekend. If you're not familiar with that concept, then the Royal International Air Tattoo the Royal International Air Tattoo typically doles out some awards for the best flying display participants. Not necessarily the most exciting flying display participants, but those that provide the perfect balance between precision and excitement. Most of those awards being nominated by the Flying Control Committee here, but one of them also being decided by the spectators in the RIAT enclosure, the Friends of the Royal International Air Tattoo, that enclosure being situated just to our left. It's the big blue grandstand that you'll be able to see in some of our shots. But lovely to see this and the F-15 QA that flew before it getting a lot of love in the chat. And given that the F-15 has been getting so much love, I thought we could look back to the last time that an F-15 displayed at a British air show, which was quite some time ago. It was back in 2011 at Duxford. We had an F-15E Strike Eagle from the US Air Force, and this is the very last time, until now, that an F-15 had performed at a British air show. So let's take a quick look at that.
The F-15E Strike Eagle have played vital roles in the defense of the United States and its allies over the last 3 decades. They represent the United States Air Force's dedication to aim high, fly, fight, and win, ensuring our ability to meet any challenge under any conditions anywhere in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's demonstration. We hope you have enjoyed this brief display of only a fraction of the F-15E Strike Eagle's full combat capability. As an integral part of the United States Air Force, our F-15E Strike Eagles are ready to defend our skies and dominate the battle space anywhere in the globe. Ready to aim high, fly, fight, and win. On behalf of the United States Air Force and as Chief of Staff General Norton A. Schwartz, we thank you for your attendance.
Good to end a more than 10-year break from one F-15 display to the next here on the British Air Show circuit. But now we come into a busy period of arrivals. They've been building up over the course of that practice session, and what you can see on your screen now is a KC-10A extender from the 79th Air Refueling Squadron at Travis Air Force Base in California. It's in the San Francisco Bay Area. It's flown all the way over to attend the Royal International Air Tattoo 2024, and we are so glad that it has done, because this will be the last time that we see a KC-10 here at RIAT, or indeed at any European air show, I strongly suspect, because they are in the twilight months of their service career. The KC-10 extender was developed from the McDonnell Douglas DC-10 airliner in response to a need for an aerial refueling and cargo aircraft that surpassed the KC-135's capabilities in terms of range, fuel payload and cargo payload. That was due to the US Air Force's experience during the Yom Kippur War, when C-5s were not allowed to land in Europe to refuel and had to fly with reduced payloads to reach Israel from the USA in one hop. So the US Air Force quite wanted another aircraft that would be capable of doing that. A competition was held involving the DC-10, the Boeing 747, the C-5 and the TriStar. The DC-10 emerged as the victor, and in total some 60 of them were delivered to the US Air Force, plus a further 2 were supplied to the Royal Netherlands Air Force. It entered service in 1981. But now that roughly 4-decade service career comes to an end, the the KC-10 is being replaced by the KC-46. I believe only around 4 KC-10s currently remain operational, and they will be leaving service in September of this year. So we're grateful for this last opportunity to see it here at the Royal International Air Tattoo. Now I have a dilemma here, because we've just been very generously gifted 5 Swiss francs. Thank you very much. And I'm slightly nervous about reading out the username, because it's going to sound like a very rude word, which it isn't. I'll spell it out. TFUX. Thank you very much for your generous contribution. We really appreciate it. But arriving from the right now, we have a Royal Navy Merlin, complete with a rather bulbous attachment. The Merlin being the British name of the Augusta Westland AW101. And that big lump that you see dangling from the left-hand side of the aircraft is the Crow's Nest Airborne Early Warning Pod. It allows the Merlin HM2 to act as a command and control post. 5 airframes will eventually be fitted with the Crow's Nest. I believe just one of them has the Crow's Nest fitted thus far. The system has proved a little bit problematic in its implementation, and it's running several years behind schedule, but full operating capability of the Crow's Nest is expected in 2025. The system will then be retired 4 years after that. Such are the peculiar workings of the world of defence and aerospace at times. We also are aware that in the area we have a Romanian C-27J Spartan, and the Yellow Sparrows are not all that far away. And we can see a Voyager, but it's probably just traffic from Bryce Norton. It's not the first time this question has been asked, but I see Alex asking how come the B-52 is only static on Saturday and Sunday. Well, it's only static on Friday as well. And really, that's just the default expectation with any strategic bomber. It is very unusual to see one in a flying display. Yes, we were treated to a B-52 fly past last year, but the default expectation of if a B-52 is announced for an air show is probably that it's on static display. Well, as we have a slight pause, waiting for those next arrivals, let's take a quick look at some of the highlights of the flying display lineup that we are expecting to see on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Reminder that our weekend broadcasts here at the Royal International Air Tattoo will be exclusively available on our streaming service watch.planestv.com. We're also simulcasting this broadcast on watch.planestv.com, where it is being shown ad-free on some of the social networks. You might be getting the occasional advert. If you want to sign up and watch that, then you can use the discount code RIAT24. Head to watch.planestv.com, click the join button, and when asked if you want to apply a discount code, the code is RIAT24. That will get you 20% off your first 3 months. For the duration of your subscription, you'll get access to all of our live broadcasts, plus our roughly 35-year archive of airshow programmes dating back to the late 1980s. But now coming in from the right, 6 MFI-15 Safaris from the Norwegian national display team, the Yellow Sparrows. Just heard Ben, who will be our airshow commentator for the official airshow sessions, remarking that this is for him one of his highlights of the weekend, and rightly so, because it is the first time that we have seen the Yellow Sparrows at a British airshow. How rare it is nowadays to get the British debut of a national display team. We've seen most of them at some point. So as they come into land, I'm going to take a short break on the commentary for pretty much the first time today, and I'm going to stuff a little bit of lunch into my face. I didn't manage to eat anything until 7 PM yesterday, 7:30 PM, so I'm going to try and rectify that today by eating at a slightly more sensible time, and I'll let you enjoy the sights and sounds of the Yellow Sparrows landing at Fairford. So I think what we're looking at here is the Irish Air Corps C-295 MSA from 101 Squadron of the Irish Air Corps, which is based at their one and only airbase at Casement. This is the first time we've seen an Irish C-295 at the Air Tattoo. A stretched, more advanced development of the Spanish-Indonesian CN-235 project. The Irish Air Corps previously operated 2 of those CN-235s in the maritime patrol role. They entered service in 1994, but it's now replacing them with 3 newer C-295s, the first 2 of which were delivered last year. Their primary task is to patrol Ireland's large exclusive economic zone, which accounts for about 16% of the EU's entire fisheries. The aircraft have secondary roles providing logistical transport, paradrop capability, medical evacuation and search and rescue support as well. And our next arrival, we think, will be the Romanian C-27J Spartan in a few minutes' time. But I haven't finished my lunch yet, so I'm going to shut up until that does arrive. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for bearing with me while I took a short break from the commentary to eat some of a sandwich. And if you have joined us in the last few minutes while I've been silent, then welcome to Plains TV, welcome to our live coverage of RIAT arrivals. This is the second of 2 arrival and practice days here at RAF Fairford ahead of the world's biggest military air show, which starts tomorrow. And we here at Plains TV are providing the official live broadcast of the show. We are simulcasting today on YouTube, Facebook and also on our streaming service, but for the airshow proper on Friday, Saturday and Sunday we will be exclusively broadcasting on our streaming service watch.plainstv.com. So if you would like to watch the weekend airshow, head over to watch.plainstv.com, and when you sign up use the discount code RIAT24 and that will get you 20% off your first 3 months of membership. And I should add, that discount code is only valid until tonight, so be sharp about it. Another thing that I should mention as well is for the duration of your subscription, you're not just going to get RIAT over this weekend, you will also get access to all of our other live broadcasts, which would include various Duxford events over the coming months, but also the International Airshow Festival of Flight up in Scotland. But you will also get access to our back catalogue of programmes stretching back 35 years. We're going to talk to Adrian in a few minutes' time. He founded the company in 1989. And we're going to talk to him about some of his favourite memories from the archive. But before that, here is a little taste, just a random selection of some of the things that you can expect to see in that archive section if you sign up to watch.plainstv.com.
The Model 400 of the pioneering 747 series is the latest and best-selling model from Boeing. What that means for the fare-paying folks like us is cheap air travel.
So we'll be joined any second now by Adrian Campbell, who founded Plains TV in 1989, and he, over the past week or two, has been thinking very, very hard about his top 10 air shows and finding it tough to narrow them down. So we actually ended up with a top 20 list, and then it grew to a top 20 list, plus some extra highly commended ones as well. But we did eventually settle on a top 10. And we've already run through the top. We've already run through numbers 10, 9, 8, 7, and 6. But we'll continue through the top 5 now that we have a slightly quieter patch. We might get interrupted by some arrivals at some point, but we'll see how we go. So we'll let the PC-9s arrive first. From the Slovenian Air Force, a pair of PC-9M Hudurniks, and we'll be seeing them fly. Oh no, F-16s coming in first. A pair of F-16 Fighting Falcons from the US Air Force, coming to us from Spangdahlem Air Base in Germany. Is the backbone of the US Air Force's fighter fleet, and it will continue to be for the foreseeable future. They are being replaced gradually by the F-35, but for now the US Air Force operates over 1,000 F-16s, and they are flown by every single command within the US Air Force, including the US Air Forces in Europe and Africa. I mean, all of the geographic commands, obviously Global Strike Command on the bombers is not operating F-16s, as far as I know. There are 3 US Air Force F-16 squadrons based here in Europe. The 510th and 555th Fighter Squadrons with the 31st Fighter Wing at Aviano in Italy, plus the 480th Fighter Squadron as part of the 52nd Fighter Wing based at Spangdahlem in Germany. And it is aircraft from the latter unit that we were expecting to see at RIAT, and presumably what we've just witnessed breaking into the landing pattern, and now the first of them turning onto the extended centerline for final approach. So Adrian, we've dragged you off camera to come and talk to us about airshow nostalgia. You've been up for most of the day on the roof doing our wide-angle camera, but I know that talking about some of the archive material is a favourite activity of yours. What have you got lined up for us today?
It's a favourite activity because it's been my life for 35 years. But I mean, the reason we're doing this now and the quiet parts of RIAT Arrivals is if anybody's out there contemplating buying a subscription so they can watch RIAT this weekend, there's so much more on the channel than just RIAT this weekend. There's every RIAT from 2015 onwards. There is 100 plus other air shows that we filmed from the very beginnings in 1989 with a lot more to upload, and lots of small features that we've done. So there's a heck of a lot to view beyond just watching this weekend show live. But yeah, you asked me for my top 10 and it keeps changing. I know I gave you a list a few days ago, and I hope you'll allow me to tell you the couple that I forgot to add in. But yeah, number 5. Am I announcing it or are you announcing it?
I'll leave it to you.
Well, we must have done 30, 40, 50 Duxford shows, but the one that will always stand out in my mind was the Classic Jet Show in 1996. It was on the heels of getting the first Lightning in the air, having been put together by a private group, which I was part of. There was a hope to fly a Lightning, there was a hope to fly a Phantom, which actually appears running static at the end of the Classic Jet Air Show. But it was the, do I say heyday? There was a big push to get classic jets on the Civil Register, and that show we had some amazing stuff. We had Martin Baker's Meteor, Fugger Magisters, Vampire Sabre, what else? We had the huge airliner cavalcade from Heathrow. It was also Heathrow's 50th anniversary that year, and they routed their cavalcade past Duxford. So we had the Concorde, we had Comet, DC-8. Oh, we had some really BAC 111, back 111. Somebody one day told me which of those is right. And it was a great show, but I know what you're going to show now is just the intro section with a little bit of a clip of pretty well everything that was there.
What I think was really interesting about that programme is the tone of the commentary. It was almost like everyone felt this was the start of something. This was the start of the great classic jet revival.
It absolutely was, and of course it culminated probably with the Vulcan. The Hunters was the big deal that day because the old flying machine company had just bought a quantity of ex-Swiss Hunters, and they flew a 4-ship on the day, which was tremendous. Really led by Mark Hanna, but he was tragically killed on his way to Grosseto in 1999, and that sort of stalled that project a bit. And then, of course, with other events with jets, it's gone into the background a little bit. But hey, the Swedes are at the forefront, aren't they? Of classic jet.
And we saw just a few moments ago in that little compilation from the archive, a clip from Gothenburg 2010 with some of the Swedish Air Force historic flight jets.
Yeah, and of course, I think what we don't realise is that is, as you just said, Swedish Air Force classic jets. Is there any reason why the Royal Air Force couldn't have a classic jet flight? I know they had Meteor and Vampire in the 80s, and obviously Vulcan for a while after it finished its operational service. But there's a seed to sow in some Air Vice Marshals' ears who might well be watching at the moment.
Well, let's take a look at the title sequence from Classic Jet and Fighter Air Show 1996 at Duxford and get a bit of a flavour for what that event was all about.
Press day for the Old Flying Machine Company's June show was an opportunity to show off their newest acquisition, a Duotine D-27. Mark Hanna climbs aboard, and his father Ray takes one of their oldest, Spitfire MH434. Duotine wasn't even billed to appear in the show. Mark only flew it in this week. This truly is an old flying machine. But in 1996, these too are old flying machines. The first jets were operated over 50 years ago, and the jet preservation movement is growing rapidly. History was made at the OFMC's 1996 show at Duxford, with the biggest ever gathering of pioneering and ex-military jets at a UK air show. Rare appearances included Martin Baker's Meteor and Mod P's Comet, which led a cavalcade of airliners. Some powerful pistons intruded for a short time. And no show is complete without a little light-hearted entertainment. But jets dominated the show, and this video. Here's a taste of the action coming up. We keep narration to a minimum in favor of hi-fi stereo location sound and a little of Jerry Mead's witty location commentary. We dedicate this video to all those preservationists working hard to push back the boundaries of civil operation of ex-military jets.
Yeah, just watching that clip, that was a tremendous show. The weather was great. You know, Harrier on grass as well. Of course, a classic jet. Yeah, what memories. We're just having a quick look at the chat. And Kevin Mottershaw, Kevin, old friend, I'm sure we've spoken lots and lots of times when you bought DVDs from us, saying that our £10 or so charge for watching RIAT live is too much. Well, 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago, people were spending £25 to buy a DVD of the show, 30 to buy a Blu-ray, and of course online you get the show, but you get every show, every RIAT since 2015, and about 100 others as well. So what's the better deal, one DVD for £25 or 150 for 10? So, well, I think I know what the better deal is. We'd love to do it all for free, but somebody's got to pay us.
And one of the DVDs that you would be able to watch for your, well, it's now £13 a month, is your number 4 pick for your top 10 air shows of all time ever. And this is, I think, the first time on this list that we've gone outside of the UK.
Yes, and it might be a bit of a clue for the countdown to number 1, but of course the last 10 years or so, 10, 12 years, we've been having anniversaries. We've been having 100th anniversaries of air forces. And who was the first air force? Which was the first country to actually have an air force?
Yes, and then how exactly do you measure it? Because our Royal Air Force 100th anniversary show in 2018 marks the formation of an independent Royal Air Force, but of course before that we had the Royal Flying Corps. So are you marking 100 years of the current Air Force, or are you marking 100 years of military aviation in that country? And it was the latter that was occurring in 2011, this show that we haven't yet named.
Yeah, well, there's grey areas there, but let's just go for the last the last 4 shows. Turkey in 2011, part of NATO, sabre rattling, not a million miles from the Russian border. We had an astonishing show, an amazing lineup. The Turks put a great effort into. Turkey isn't a place you go for air shows. They haven't got a big tradition of having like air shows every year, like RIAT. So to put a big air show on was a big deal for them. And they did an amazing job. We were contracted to do it, so they actually paid us money to do it, which was tremendous, which gave us great access. And 6 aerobatic teams, Thunderbirds.
Yes, and one national aerobatic team that isn't with us anymore, the Polish national team, Biało-Czerwone Iskra, now disbanded.
Yeah, absolutely. We only filmed them 2 or 3 times. I can't go through the cavalcade of stuff that was at the Turkey show, but again, a combination of weather, the amount of stuff that Turks put up to fly, not a lot of historic. There isn't an historic aviation thing there, but an amazing amount of heavy metal.
And the other piece of heavy metal that drew an awful lot of attention, the Turkish Air Force attracted some of its allies that might not necessarily usually perform at European Air Show, and there was a Pakistani JF-17 in the flying display. Yeah,
that was probably my star, but only because it was so unusual and actually a very important aircraft, given its manufacturing collaboration. But it was a great show, and it was a great experience for us as a team, because it was just before we started live broadcasting, and I think it was the last event we covered where we went to make a program as opposed to live broadcasting. From 2012 we were live broadcasting, and it's my number 4.
Well, let's take a look at the highlights of Airshow Turkey 100 from Izmir in 2011.
Staged to commemorate the centenary of one of the world's oldest air arms, this is Izmir and Airshow Turkey.
This is Colonel Mehmet Yanlar from Turkish Air Force. I am one of the organizers of Airshow Turkey 2011. The aim of Airshow Turkey 2011 is, of course, to celebrate Turkish Air Force's centennial anniversary. We had many teams from all around the world. For example, we had Thunderbirds, we had Red Arrows, we had Patrouille Suisse, we had Frege Tricolori. We had some solos, interesting solos. Belgian guys were with us, supporting us. Netherlands, Dutch guys with us. And we also had 2 solos from Pakistan, which was an interesting team for our event. We are very proud of the Airshow Turkey 2011 because of the numbers we got to the showground, because of the participants from all over the world, and we are also very proud and very excited to be able to share this joy and this honor with many nations all around the world.
So we are about to have an arrival, and actually we were going to try and slot in one last show before we cut to this live arrival, but they're a bit closer than I expected when I came up with that plan. So we'll watch the PC9s come in, and then we're expecting another little break. So we'll continue with our top 10 list in 3 or 4 minutes time once the PC9s are on the ground, but arriving now complete with their ferry tanks, which you can see on the telephoto view there. The two PC-9M Hadurniks of the Slovenian Air Force, of which one will be participating in the flying display, and indeed will be watching a rehearsal flight later this afternoon. This aircraft type used jointly for both combat roles and for training duties within the Slovenian Air Force. It is their only fixed-wing combat-capable type. Normally known as the PC-9M Swift, but in Slovenian service it has been named the Hadurnik. And they are fitted with 7 hardpoints capable of carrying either fuel stores, as we saw here, but also iron bombs, rocket pods and guns. And powering the aircraft is a Pratt & Whitney PT6A 62 turboprop producing 950 shaft horsepower, powering it to a maximum speed of 320 knots and a service ceiling of 25,000 feet. As far as G goes, the aircraft is rated at +7 or -3.5. We'll see that full range being exploited over the course of the solo display later, flown by Captain Andrei Fiorelli. A sequence that is notable for its use of negative G, and we're going to see manoeuvres such as a negative G avalanche, which is a full outside loop but with a roll on the top. We'll see more from the Slovenian PC-9s later on today. We will be getting that validation flight somewhere in the region of 5 p.m. if I remember correctly. But now, as we continue to be in this slightly quiet mid-afternoon phase, let's continue working through the list, Adrian's personal list of his top 10 favourite air shows ever, and we have just done number 4, which was Airshow Turkey, 100th anniversary of the Turkish Air Force in Izmir in 2013, and there's a bit of a theme with Air Force centenaries coming up, because what is your number 3?
Well, number 3 is the 100th anniversary of the Dutch Air Force, Royal Netherlands Air Force, in 2013. A cavalcade of amazing aircraft, wonderful weather, and of course what they're allowed to do on the continent, which they don't allow to do here, is firing flares. So that was a bit of a feature of the aircraft on the day. What we're going to show now is just a 60-second clip of what's in the programme. For 30 plus years, we've generally done a 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute intro to programmes to show what's at the event. And that's a good thing to be looking at. For example, a lot of them are on YouTube to see what's on the programme. Yeah, we're going to skip through one of the best shows ever in 60 seconds.
Yes, here we go. Volcal 2013. So that was number 3, and we're now getting to the sharp end of your top 10 list. Number 2.
Yes, we are on the last 2, and what does everybody think? We've given you a bit of a clue that we're talking about anniversaries. What do you think the last 2 might be? And before we go into them, we'd love to hear back what you think your best ever air show is. Chances are we probably filmed it, but it isn't just the planes that flew, it's the emotion around it. To us, it's the effort of getting there, the admin, the enthusiasm we were met with when we got there, all of these factors.
And I think, I'm going to guess you probably feel similarly to me as well, in that when you attend an air show, the standard of your own filming influences how favourably you look back on it. Certainly it does for me. If I come back from a day at an air show and I've just felt in the groove and filmed everything brilliantly, I'll leave with a smile on my face thinking, what a great show. And if it's been a frustrating day, not necessarily bad displays, but just ones that I've struggled with, then it won't sit right and I'll never be able to think of that show favourably ever again.
Yeah, that's a good point. UK shows, of course, that we've majored on, we know UK organisers, we've worked with them a lot, we get access, we get good filming positions. When you're doing some of these far distant shows like Turkey and so on, it's do you get access? Do you get facilities? Turkey, we were the chosen company to produce the finished programme. Where we're going now, we were one of half a dozen companies making a programme, and so let's say, but it's not a 100th anniversary, it's a 50th anniversary.
Yes, and shall we narrow it down to a decade?
1990s. So what Air Force started in 1947? Well, it was the United States Air Force, because prior to that it was the Army Air Force. It only became an independent force in 1947. But at Nellis Air Force Base, just outside Las Vegas, they put the most amazing display together. They have an annual show there, Aviation Nation, but this sort of built on that big time. They had aerobatic teams from all around the world, Japan, Brazil,
the Japanese contribution was particularly remarkable because it was the first time that the Blue Impulse had ever performed at an air show outside Japan, and they've never done it since. It remains their one and only foreign air show appearance.
Right, yes. And they took a Battle of Britain Spitfire out there, they dismantled it, put it in Hercules to take it out there. But I'll still laugh at the American commentator when the bush on the fake ME-109 was flying. He said, "Oh, listen to that Daimler-Benz engine." So we had a little chuckle at that. But Yeah, American commentators for you. So yes, the 50th anniversary of the American Air Force. Now, what did you choose? Have you chosen, again, the little intro clip of everything that flew, or are we going to pick an element of the show?
I can't recall. I have a feeling that I chose the introductory clips, but with some kind of interview beforehand.
Yeah, it might have been that they just announced the F-22. That was going to be their new aircraft. It didn't fly at the show, but QF-106 did. The Delta Dart from my 50s memories. Yeah, that was certainly a bit of a star for me. But the big cavalcade of prop liners, DC-6, Constellation. In fact, the year after, I was invited to make a program for the Constellation Group of their European tour, so I flew the Atlantic with them, and we made a program of that as well. That's not on the channel yet, and it's one of the best things we've ever done. But to think I was filming the Connie and loving it in 1997, and a year later I would be flying the Atlantic in it. But yeah, that was very special. We had a great reception out there. They did look after us. We got great camera positions. We got in for an extra day, which was important. And yeah, I can't remember what you've actually chosen to show now. But the full thing is on our watch.planestv.com channel.
It's a terrific program. We will look at a mystery clip from that program. I think it's the title sequence. And then after that, we've started getting some answers from people telling us what their favourite air shows ever are. So we'll get to those in a moment. But first, here is a look at the Golden Air Tattoo at Nellis Air Force Base in 1997.
Sit back and enjoy what is going to be one of the most exciting air shows you'll ever have the pleasure of witnessing.
thank you everyone for your answers. To Adrian's earlier question, what was your best air show ever? I saw we got a few modern day RIATs. Biggles citing RIAT 2016, he says the F-22 was mega. Angus Cooper says RIAT 2022 was very special for me, and I think a lot of that was down to the weather, the excitement, given that it was the comeback show and such a sensational array of aircraft in the air and on the ground. And then we had another modern RIAT name-checked as well by Canuck Flyer. He says RIAT 2018 was the best show I've ever been to, probably will never be topped now considering world events. And of course all of the post-2015 modern RIAT official souvenir programmes are available on our streaming service watch.planestv.com if you want to relive them.
Yes, and of course I've only just realised with seeing those best shows that we've been recording all of those RIAT shows, and they're all great shows. But I've said all along that this is a personal thing, and it's not just about the aircraft that are there, it's about the atmosphere at the time, the planning of it, getting there. And I have to say, and I've only just realised this now, but now that we're live broadcasting these shows, there's actually a lot more pressure on us at the show. It's actually harder. We're up at 6 in the morning working 12-hour days. I mean, how long was the stream yesterday?
We were live for 10 hours, 30 minutes, and we were on site from 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning.
It is really hard work, and when someone says £10 is too expensive, it really it saddens me a bit, because the effort that goes into doing this is enormous, and it takes away a little bit of the enjoyment. So I might have maybe one or two of those RIATs would have come into the frame if it hadn't been for the task of doing live broadcasts.
Yeah.
I said 2015 RIAT was my best. We did live broadcast that year, but that was the Vulcan year. That was that takeoff by Kev Rumins, and that was a very special event. But I won't take anything away from RIAT. They're always fabulous shows, but others have better memories for me.
Mildenhall has been mentioned a few times. Darren Smith says Mildenhall Airfate 1980 with two SR-71s, one of them static and one of them with a, and I quote, mad loud flying display.
Yes, well, of course I was going to air shows from the 60s. I remember Coltishall in the 60s with Lightnings, of course, and of course in those days I was doing cinefilm, so I do have film of some tremendous displays. 4C Vixens doing a display, I remember at Coltishall, and the P1127, not even the Harrier displaying, which was pretty good. And of course, if you're going back that length of time, what about the 50th anniversary of the Royal Air Force at RAF Finningley in 1977? It was the debut of the Tornado. I think it was the prototype that flew. That was a special show. I was taking still pictures then, didn't do any film or video. And yeah, Mildenhall 1980. And what else have we got?
Well, someone referencing the mast approach at Middle Wallop in the late 80s and 90s, and this is something that I know very nearly made the cut for your top 10 list.
Well, I've got goosebumps with you saying that, because it was hard. If no one out there actually saw the mast approach, you have to go onto, you have to subscribe to Plains TV and watch it on one of those Middle Wallop shows. I'm not sure which was the best. We filmed 1992, 94, 96, 97, 98. The mast approach was an extraordinary spectacle to see. But, of course, I'm talking about an overall air show. And I think I would have picked Middle Wallop 1992 as my overall best, because it was a big helicopter event. It was the debut of the Merlin, debut of the Apache, and we had the most spirited display by a Puma that I've ever seen, as well as the mast approach with Skeeter. Hey, wow, wouldn't it be great to see the Skeeter again? So Middle Wallop really ought to be, it's certainly in my top 20, and if we get to do an also runs for the top 10, Middle Wallop will be there.
Yeah, we've got a clip of the mass approach, which perhaps will play out on Monday if we get a gap during the departures. But so many other shows that are being mentioned here. John Turner, my favourite has to be Mildenhall Airfate 2001. Went on a coach, but the batteries exploded at the end of the day and was invited back on base to view the Red Arrows. It was a great day.
Well, Mildenhall 2001, I remember. I do believe that was their last show. And I also remember it was a very hazy day. We filmed it. And we did put together a Best of Mildenhall 2. We call it USAF Gold 2 because it encompassed the British version of the 50th anniversary of the US Air Force. And so some of Mildenhall 2001 will be in it. But my memory is it wasn't, there might have been some great things that day. I don't think they realised at the time it was going to be their last show. And yes, it was a good show. But 1997 was also a great Mildenhall. We had the B-2s there.
As was 96, which featured on your top 10 list. We showed some clips of that yesterday.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. So, yeah, which Mildenhall did you choose? And it does remind me that, of course, I'd probably have put in Lakenheath 1992 if I'd only thought about it a bit more, because in the early to mid-90s we had so many American Air Force shows. Who remembers Alconbury, Upper Hayford, Bentwaters, Lakenheath, in addition to Mildenhall? And they had the money to spend. They brought in some tremendous civilian items, and Lakenheath 1992 had a great list of warbirds, and Thunderbirds came over in 1993 again to Lakenheath. So Lakenheath 1992, and that's on our channel to watch. Wild Weasel, Phantom. It was also the end of the F-111Fs. They did a great tactical attack, and the start of the F-15Es. They'd just arrived and they were retiring the F-111Fs. So that was important at Lakenheath. Right, what else? What else has people said?
Andrew Harding, referencing a moment rather than an entire show, says the SR-71 at Fairford in 1986 was a real moment. And then a second nomination from Biggles Tintin, saying Woodford circa 1992 with the F-14. What year was the F-14 at Woodford?
Yes, I've got more goosebumps because Woodford 1992 is a mixed emotions. We had a tragedy there, which was the first time we filmed a fatal accident at a show. We can't get away from the fact that we filmed 4 fatal accidents. That was the Spitfire. Yeah, it was a fabulous show. We had the Tomcat, which did a great display. Great sound, I remember. We had the F-18, who nearly scraped his wing on the runway when he took off. He came to see us later and said, did we get it? And he wanted to have a look at the video footage, and he shivered and said that was close. What else did we have? That was the Russian test pilots. I think that was their debut show when they came to the UK at Woodford. Alistair Robertson, who ran the Woodford show, really brought some rabbits out the hat. I think the year later they had the Beriev Mermaid flying boat, because he managed to convince the Russians that we might possibly buy it to replace the Nimrod. Well done, Alistair. It didn't happen, of course. Yeah, Woodford was one of our favourite shows. Great location. Only a one-day show, and every other year it rained like Billy-O. But we had some great shows at Woodford.
And Bob the Owl says Finningley 1981 with a scramble of 3 Vulcans.
Yeah, 3 because they couldn't start the 4th one. I was there. And I remember all the ground crews in their white overalls as well. It was a great spectacle. Again, we weren't filming then, but yeah, those Vulcan scrambles at Finningley were great. We did film Finningley 89, where Concorde arrived, which was very good, and the Norwegian F5, I'm just remembering. But again, I'm picking out individual aircraft rather than the whole show. And Finningley 91 would have been an absolutely stunner, except it rained all day when the Blue Angels came over, and they just did a low show in the drizzle, which was a real shame.
Well, I think we're now getting towards some more aircraft movements here at the Air Tattoo, so we have a difficult conundrum now. Are we going to reveal the #1 show on your list of top 10 air shows ever, or are we going to hold people in suspense?
Well, has anybody mentioned it?
No one has mentioned it
in the chat.
interesting.
Let me just give you a preamble. I've chosen it as my best, not because of the planes that were there, which were amazing, but because everything that surrounded it. I learnt so much that I didn't know before. There'd been so much misinformation out there that I had to do a lot of research to make a proper program. And I might even choke up talking about it, because it became an extremely emotional project for me to try and put across why this 100th anniversary was actually such an important one. The particular Air Force's history was really quite an extraordinary one of, you know, of success and failure, of terrible management and fabulous management, just everything you can imagine. And yeah, we're going to have to reveal it. It is Russia. The Russian anniversary, the Russian 100th Air Force Russian anniversary, not least because of what's going on in Ukraine now. Putin's wrong, of course, but I can see where he's coming from. And I wonder how many people, even listening to us now, realise that. Oh, we've got a flyby.
Yes, this is the arrival of the Italian Air Force A-200A Tornado. We'll talk more about that in just a moment's time.
Carry on. Yeah, Russia, 100th anniversary. I'm just going to pose our viewers, our listeners, a little question, and that is, how many Allied service personnel were killed in World War II, excluding Russia? So Britons, Americans, French, Canadians, New Zealanders, South Africans. How many Allied service personnel were killed in World War II? It's about 500,000. How many Russian service personnel were killed in World War II? Anybody got an idea? Well, it was 8 million. How many American civilians were killed in World War II? Have a little think. Anybody coming up with a thought? Well, it was something like 1,700, and most of them were at Pearl Harbor. How many Russian civilians were killed in World War II? It was probably more than 12 million. So Russian losses World War II, 20 million. Every other country combined didn't even touch that. So you can understand why they would want to keep their borders safe. They were invaded 200 years ago by Napoleon. They were invaded nearly 100 years ago by Hitler, and getting on for 100 years on, you can see why Putin wants to safeguard his borders. He's wrong the way he's going about it, but the history of the Russian Air Force is its tragedy, its success, its awful management decisions. But yeah, that program we made, and going into the history of the Russian Air Force, was quite emotive for us. So, yep, my number one is the 100th anniversary of the Russian Air Force. And now we're going to let the tornado land and then go to some clips.
Yes, well,
and of course you can watch it on watch.planestv.com.
Yeah, we'll just let this tornado land before we do look at that highlights compilation from the show in Moscow in 2012. But let's let the tornado touch down first. Another Tornado IDS variant like the German one that we saw arriving earlier. This one coming from number 6 Stoma at the Italian Air Force, and probably the last time that we'll see an Italian Air Force Tornado here at RIAT, because the type is due to be withdrawn from Italian Air Force service in 2025. So great to see that touching down for the static display, a special scheme aircraft as well. And we do have more arrivals coming fairly shortly, but I think we've just got time to...
I just want to say, the other thing that made the show special for us was the cooperation we had from the Russian authorities. It was technically a one-day show for the public, but it was a day's practicing, which was a very restricted audience, and we were allowed in. I don't think any other British media, all the big magazines, they were all outside the fence. Day 2 was a show for President Putin, which they let the public in after he'd left. And day 3 was a 300,000 people shoulder to shoulder. But we were in for 3 days. We even had a driver to take us around, went around all the operational areas. We were really looked after. So I'm not sure what we're showing. Is it just the intro?
Yeah, this is the 60-second highlights. So we'll have a look at that now, and there are some other jets in the area, so we'll crack on with it. So Adrian, that was your list of your top 10 favourite air shows that you have ever attended, and yeah, some really interesting choices in there from I mean, polar opposites from the Russian Air Force 100th anniversary show in 2012, and then further up the list we had Heart of Scotland Air Show Perth in Scotland. It could hardly be more different.
No, absolutely right. But emotionally and from a memory point of view, both tremendous events. But when you've been to probably 400 or 500 air shows, a lot of it blends. We were just talking a little while ago about the show at Gothenburg. I didn't actually go to that one, and was very jealous when the guys brought all the video back of all those fantastic Swedish jet flight. But of course, we've seen them quite a number of times in Europe since, so I didn't miss out completely. I'm just thinking aloud now of all the ones that we that we went to. Other ones in the USA as well. A lot of shows in France. 60th anniversary of the Patrouille France. That was a great show.
And I was surprised Grosseto didn't make your list in '99 with all the starfighters.
It was, yeah, the end of, and again another show where we had great cooperation. One day we had a camera position right on top of their control tower, looking down on the operational apron as all the F-104s were crewing in. Yeah, that was a great show. Debut of the Eurofighter as well. For the Italian Air Force. Yeah, we want to hear from people about what shows you liked, and with a little bit luck, by Monday we might be able to find some more clips of other shows.
Yeah, but I'd like to play something out of the mass approach.
But so much is on our channel to view. Sadly, it's not very searchable. So if you were looking for a particular aircraft or even a show name, the video side of our channel, the on-demand side, hasn't got a good search system yet. The best thing to do might be to look on the DVD product side of our website, where 3/4 of them are now not available. They're just out of stock and not available, but they're still there as titles with a lot of content detail. So have a look at the DVD side, because if that is not on our watch.planestv.com site, it will be soon. Define soon. I think it depends a little bit on how many people ask to see it, and maybe what because it is really me going back all those years, think is the best one to put up, and the sequence. But the Constellation Tour is going to go up before long. That was it was a big documentary for us. It was our attempt to get into proper mainstream TV, and we managed it to an extent, but TV have never adopted air shows, so hey, that's why we're live broadcasting now.
And we've been playing out some sets of clips over the course of the day, showing some of the, I mean, it's a random assortment of clips every time, just showing some snippets of the type of thing that you can see on the watch.planestv.com streaming service. So before we go back to the live action here at RIAT. We are expecting some more arrivals in the relatively near future. Then let's take another look at one of those little clips with highlights from the streaming service.
The team was first established in 1992 with the Mi-24 Hind, an aircraft that has a lot of commonality with the Mi-28.
MB339 of Freccia Tricolori, one of the few jets able to perform the next maneuver, the solo pilot upstanding to the sky, 2 rolls, 2 spins, and then silence.
Our next few anticipated arrivals will include the Hawker Hunter F-58 from Hawker Hunter Aviation at Leeming, and also a pair of Norwegian F-35A Lightning IIs are inbound. And if I glance at the list of movements that we're expecting in the coming minutes, we're also expecting to see a Romanian Air Force F-16 AMs, a pair of them, and a rather interesting Typhoon from the Royal Air Force, a Typhoon T3. We'll talk about that one in a few moments' time when we do actually get sight of it. But I'm hearing our camera operators have got their cameras trained on the next arrivals, and here indeed are the Norwegian F-35s. Norwegian F-35s being ever so slightly different from any other country's F-35s because they are equipped with a special pod on the top side of the aircraft in which a braking parachute can be carried. The pods are removable. They are generally only used in winter when the runways can get icy. I wonder if they've put them on for airshow purposes this weekend. We'll find out as the aircraft come into land. This is the first time that we've seen Norwegian F-35s here at the Royal International Air Tattoo. The Royal Norwegian Air Force has ordered a total of 52 F-35As, which have now fully replaced the F-16 as the nation's only combat aircraft. They're based at Orland Air Base with a satellite quick reaction alert deployment to Evans Air Base as well. This is one of 3 Norwegian Air Force aircraft types that we are expecting to see here on static display at RIAT. We'll also be graced with the presence of a C-130J-30 Hercules and an AW-101 Tsar Queen. And it looks, from the view that you're being shown now, although it's just disappeared as the angle shifts, like those braking parachute pods are indeed fitted to the aircraft today. These are bespoke Norwegian modification to allow the aircraft to operate safely on icy runways. These two aircraft coming to us from 332 Squadron. And the Romanian F-16s also have just been spotted in our general area. Two Romanian F-16s now arriving in the overhead for a run and break. This is the first time that we've seen Romanian F-16s at RIAT. Romania has operated a small fleet of F-16s for around 10 years now, 17 second-hand examples previously flown by the Portuguese Air Force. With the retirement of the MiG-21 in the last couple of years, Romania has elected to purchase additional F-16s. They've ordered another 32 second-hand jets from Norway, which began arriving earlier this year. All of Romania's F-16s have been upgraded to the MLU specifications, roughly comparable to the F-16C Block 50/52, and they will soon be further upgraded with night vision, encrypted communication systems, new mission planning software, and other minor improvements. And they will now perform a relatively wide circuit, given that the F-35s are still on the runway, giving us a very good view in that shot there of the braking parachute pod mounted just above the engine. And it sounds like we're going to get another pass down the runway by the F-16s before they come in and land. We're also looking out for Hawker Hunter F-58, which we're expecting to come in just after the F-16s. Another pair of aircraft have just arrived in the circuit as well, and my best guess, looking at the anticipated schedule, is that we're starting to see the arrivals of the 48th Fighter Wing aircraft to RIAT, potentially 2 F-15E Strike Eagles from the US Air Force. I think they're also sending an F-35 our way as well. But now flying through for a second time, the 2 Romanian F-16s. And they're coming to us from 53 Squadron of the Romanian Air Force. Well, that was a lovely surprise. We knew the Hunter was coming our way. We didn't know it would be arriving in tandem with an F-35. And we now have 4 aircraft in the circuit to try and keep track of. The F-16s just turning onto their base leg. The Hunter and the F-35 on their downwind leg. I'd forgotten the Romanian F-16s come with that rather attractive grey camouflage. Nice to see. I don't think I've seen a Romanian F-16 in person before. Good. RIAT always delivering these little rarities. And the Hunter now on approach. As you can see, the Hawker Hunter was the most successful post-war British jet fighter in terms of export orders. It's seen service with 22 nations ever since its first flight in 1951, and incredibly, one example remains in military service today in the ground attack role for the Air Force of Zimbabwe. This one is flown by Hawker Hunter Aviation. They operate a fleet of retired Hunters. They operate 10 ex-Swiss Air Force Mark 58s, including the one we've just seen. They also have an ex-Chilean Air Force T-72 two-seat trainer. They were originally based at RAF Scampton, but now at Leeming, and they provide their aircraft for military contracts with the RAF and other NATO partners, acting as threat simulators or as trial support aircraft. And that indeed was one of the arrivals from the 48th Fighter Wing, as I speculated it might be, an F-35A Lightning II from RAF Lakenheath. The USAF plans to order 1,700 F-35s. Initial operating capability was reached in 2016, and the first permanent European detachment was the 48th Fighter Wing at Lakenheath, where the F-35 has now replaced the F-15C Eagle. We have just been joined in the commentary area by the ground crew of the Patrouille Suisse here ahead of their practice display, which will be coming up in a little while. Our next round of practice is starting at 3 p.m, and that will include the second Solo Turk practice of the day, then the Patrouille Suisse, the Midnight Hawks, and after that getting back into the rehearsals, getting back into the arrivals, sorry. So it looks like the Hunter is now backtracking, at least up to a point. And I was describing the number of Hunters operated by Hawker Hunter Aviation, but it is not just Hunters that they have in their ownership. They also have a pair of F-4F Phantoms, a Sukhoi Su-22 fitter, and a Blackburn Buccaneer, which are all available to for contract if necessary, although they are not currently active. And we believe at around this point in time we're also expecting the arrival of a Typhoon T3, a very special Typhoon T3 from the Royal Air Force as part of our Pushing the Boundaries theme, of which I will talk about more later on when we do actually get eyes on it, although no sign at the moment. The F-35 also backtracking, just left the left-hand side of the frame there. The F-35, a huge step change in terms of digital capability. For example, rather than having separate systems for radar, electronic countermeasures and weapons, they all interact with each other as a single cohesive system. Take the F-35's radar, for example. It is both a sensor and a weapon. It helps to chart and visualize the battle space, but it also forms part of the F-35's electronic warfare package, shaping and disrupting that very same battle space. But now arriving overhead, the other 48th Fighter Wing contributions to our static display here, a pair of F-15E Eagles. Or I should say Strike Eagles, because this is the massively upgraded 1980s derivative. The original F-15 was designed as a pure air-to-air fighter. The primary version was a single-seater, but the airframe proved so versatile that it was developed into the Strike Eagle, an upgraded model with extra fuel capacity, more powerful engines, and a twin-seat cockpit. It was designed to fly deep strike missions without the aid of a dedicated electronic warfare support aircraft. That would be thanks to the weapons systems operator, the Wizzo, in the rear seat, working many of the same systems that would have been fitted to that EW support aircraft had it been present. The US Air Force ordered a total of 236 F-15Es as a replacement for the F-111 Aardvark. Deliveries commenced in 1989, and the type saw its first combat during the Gulf War 2 years later. The only F-15Es from the United States Air Force based outside the US itself are as part of the 48th Fighter Wing at Lakenheath. And we're no stranger to seeing them here on Planes TV, because not only do they regularly provide aircraft for the static display here at RIAT, but the fighter wing is also on friendly terms with IWM Duxford, and on occasion provides flypasts coinciding with Duxford's flying days, which we typically live broadcast for free on YouTube. So we've seen quite a few static arrivals in recent hours, but it's been a while since we've seen any of the flying display participants here at the Royal International Air Tattoo 2024. A reminder that the flying displays themselves on Friday, Saturday and Sunday will be broadcast exclusively on our streaming service watch.planestv.com. And if you want to watch those, you will have to head over to watch.planestv.com, sign up for membership, and you can use the discount code RIAT24 during the sign-up process. That will get you 20% off your first 3 months of subscription. For the duration of your subscription, you will be able to watch ad-free all of our live broadcasts, including upcoming streams from the International Airshow in Scotland and numerous flying display events at Duxford. Plus, of course, you will have access to our 35-year archive of airshow programmes stretching back to the 1980s. I should specify, if you do want to use that discount code RIAT24, it is only valid until tonight. And why would you wait any longer than tonight to sign up? Because tomorrow's live broadcast, as I mentioned, will be exclusive to watch.planestv.com. And here is a little taste of some of the flying display assets that we expect to see over the course of Friday, Saturday and Sunday, with anything up to 7.5 hours of flying displays per day. moving out to our right-hand side, the support aircraft, the 311 Gruppo, the Reparto Sperimentale Volo of the Italian Air Force, with a Piaggio P180 Avanti. 311 Gruppo providing 3 fantastic flying displays for RIAT this year. The C-27J Spartan, a large transport aircraft doing a fully aerobatic routine with wing overs and rolls. Then we will also have the F-2000A Typhoon and the T-346A Master. We saw them all arrive yesterday, and they will all be performing practice displays here at Fairford later this afternoon. We are, per the official schedule, 15 minutes away from the next round of practice displays, with a few outstanding arrivals that we may yet see coming in before then. Royal Air Force Typhoon T3, a Voyager KC-2 and Swiss Cessna Citation XL. There is another shape on final approach in the far, far distance, barely visible. And then we will get into the next block of practice displays, which will include the Royal Norwegian Air Force Yellow Sparrows, Solo Turk, the Patrouille Suisse and the Midnight Hawks. We're being treated to 3 F-16 solo displays here at Thursday arrivals and practices at RIAT. We had the Danish and Solo Turk earlier. We're going to have Solo Turk round 2 fairly shortly. This year's show celebrating 50 years since the F-16's first flight, and once we've got this next arrival in, we've got an archive video showing a bit of F-16 action from 1994 at the Farnborough International Air Show. A huge lineup of F-16s in the static display here down at the left-hand end of the showground, which will be open on Friday and Saturday only. And that will include several F-16s that we have not seen here at the Air Tattoo before. The Moroccan examples, the Romanian examples, the Jordanian examples. The line, all in all, will be somewhere in the region of 200 metres long, featuring approximately 20 aircraft, I think. But we're going to hold that F-16 clip a little while longer because we have a Royal Air Force Voyager which, as far as we can tell from the radio, is about to perform a run and brake. The Royal Air Force operates two types of Voyager, the KC-2 and the KC-3. Actually, they operate three types. I'll get on to the third type in a moment. The difference between the KC-2 and the KC-3 is that the KC-2 has two refueling points, one under each wing, and the KC-3 has three refueling points. There's an additional centerline system which can be used for refueling large transport aircraft. The third type of Voyager operated by the Royal Air Force is not technically a Voyager at all. It's an Airbus A330. It doesn't have an awful lot of military equipment on it, and that is used exclusively as a passenger transport aircraft to operate the airbridge service to the Falkland Islands. But that looks to me like a Voyager KC-2. Part of the Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport family and based on the A330-200. It's operated around the world by 11 nations as diverse as Spain, Singapore and Canada. The seats on the Voyager, the passenger seats, can be removed or swapped, allowing for the Voyager to carry 291 passengers in an economy class style configuration, or up to 45 tons of palletized cargo. Additionally, one of the RAF's Voyagers has been fitted out in a VIP configuration with an area of business class style seating, and that one is used for VIP transport for senior government ministers and members of the royal family. The aircraft are not owned outright by the Royal Air Force, but by a civilian company called Air Tanker. And while the Voyager embarks on what is likely to be a relatively long circuit, given the turn radius of this aircraft type is not the smallest of the aeroplanes that we will see today, let's take another dip into the archive and play that F-16 clip that I was describing in celebration of this year's F-16 50th anniversary theme here at the Royal International Air Tattoo.
Program with the B-38J. I'm sorry to say that B-38J is not flying.
A single-engined multi-role fighter of very advanced aerodynamics and low weight, Lockheed claimed this to be one of the world's most highly effective and technologically advanced combat aircraft. As nearly 4,000 have been ordered and 3,500 delivered, and it is flown by 19 air forces all over the world, they are quite probably right.
So another little dip into the archive there, spurred by the recent recent Romanian F-16 arrivals and the forthcoming practice display by Solo Turk. But no F-16s in the circuit at the moment, and instead what we're watching is the Voyager KC-2 from number 10 Squadron Royal Air Force, based just up the road at RAF Bryce Norton. You can go and fly on these aircraft, sort of, just as members of the public, because Air Tanker actually operate a slightly larger number of them than the Royal Air Force require, and thus the surplus aeroplanes have been put on long-term lease to commercial airlines. 2 of them operate with Jet2 currently, and they fly to destinations such as Mallorca on a daily basis. So if you were to book yourself on a Jet2 trip and you find yourself on a wide body, you will be on a demilitarized Voyager. Trudge just noting that the current length of the circuit that the Voyager is flying is actually longer than the distance between the 2 airfields between which it is operating.
No, there's going to be 6 of them in a formation. Yeah. I think.
I imagine that what we will see now is the Voyager backtracking the length of the runway, given that the RAF Village, the area in which most, if not all, of the Royal Air Force aircraft will park, is off to our right-hand side. A reminder that if you want to watch the weekend air shows from the Royal International Air Tattoo, then you'll have to subscribe to watch.planestv.com, because tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday we will be exclusively live broadcasting on our streaming service. If you would like to sign up, head over, click on the join button, and as you complete the checkout process, you'll be asked if you want to enter a discount code. Up until midnight tonight, you will be able to use the code RIAT24, and that will get you 20% off membership of watch.planestv.com. For the duration of your membership, you'll be able to access all of our live broadcasts advert-free, plus you will be able to access our archive of around 100 to 150 airshow programs from 1989 to date, and we are adding more programs to that selection on a fairly regular basis, because we've got at least another 150 programs that have not yet been digitized. We're slowly working through them. Let's take a quick look at some clips from the archive from some of those programs that are currently available on watch.planestv.com.
The story of number 617 Squadron over the past 75 years provides a perfect example of the ethos of the service, past, present and future.
Ending that with a clip from Airshow Turkey 100, which, as you'll remember from when Adrian came to speak with us earlier, he identified as his fourth favourite airshow of all time, and that is having attended several hundred of them over the years. But now, backtracking the runway to our left is the Voyager KC-2 of the Royal Air Force. It will not come off at the intermediate taxiway to parallel the runway on the main taxiway here, because that taxiway is now quite close to a construction site. The hangars that you will have noticed are directly opposite from us are still in the process of being built, and therefore that taxiway is width restricted. The largest aircraft that it can take at the moment is a C-130 Hercules. Does slow down the pace of arrivals a little bit when these larger aircraft are concerned, as they do need to be given time to backtrack the entire runway length. But we're not complaining, because it's nice to get another opportunity to see the Voyager at close quarters, and you can see some of those military modifications, sensors located in that pod just behind the cockpit windows, and as the aircraft comes past, look out for the hose and drogue pods mounted under the wings. There is the pod, and notice that it is mounted in exactly the same position as the outboard engines would be positioned if this were an Airbus A340, which shares substantial parts commonality with the Airbus A330. And the time is now upon us for the next batch of practice displays. There is Solo Turk, which we believe will be the second display in this practice slot. Having said that, the Solo Turk ground crew here are now walking out towards the fence line with considerable purpose, so maybe the Yellow Sparrows haven't quite had time to get turned around between their arrival and their practice slot. So perhaps we'll be seeing them later on today, and Solo Turk flying early instead. Or Solo Turk may simply be positioning at the hold short point before the start of that Yellow Sparrows practice. We'll find out soon enough. If you're wondering why we're seeing Solo Turk for a second time today, when they've already completed one practice, The answer is quite simply that there are 2 solo Turk display pilots. They take it in turns to fly the display, and whichever one is not flying acts as a safety pilot. They're standing just in front of us on the ground, and their job is to communicate with the active display pilot and make sure that they're hitting their gate heights between each manoeuvre and during each manoeuvre. And it looks like we're going to see Solo Turk before the Yellow Sparrows, because it has just turned around at the end of the runway and is now lined up for departure at the threshold. And how appropriate that we see a Turkish F-16 at this edition of the Air Tattoo that marks the 75th anniversary of NATO and the 50th anniversary of the F-16, because Turkey is one of the largest F-16 operators. It is also the 2nd largest air force in NATO. Here it comes from the right, Solo Turk, for the 2nd time today. Turkey operates 235 F-16s. The first were acquired in 1987, and many of those 235 aircraft were manufactured locally by Turkish aerospace industries. Turkish F-16s have participated in numerous combat operations over the years, including participating in NATO operations in Bosnia. They've also been involved in occasional skirmishes with the Hellenic Air Force over the Aegean Sea, in which both sides have scored victories, and they've been used with a good deal of success against the Syrian Air Force, who have a habit of infringing Turkish airspace. Now from the right, a series of rudder kicks. That is a most unusual airshow manoeuvre. Turkey will continue to fly the F-16 for many years to come, thanks to a program of upgrades. Half the fleet has already gone through a midlife upgrade completed between 2011 and 2015, and that included installing new radar, cockpit displays, mission computers, data link, identification, friend or foe transponders, and so on. And the fleet will be further bolstered by the arrival of 40 F-16V Vipers in the coming years, the latest production variant of the F-16, incorporating some 5th generation style technology developed for the F-35, including large area displays in the cockpit and active electronically scanned array radar. sale of 40 new-build F-16Vs to the Turkish Air Force was approved earlier this year, plus 79 of the older F-16Cs will be upgraded to F-16V standard. Now, a really good chance to see Solo Turk's fantastic paint scheme with a knife-edge pass, and in the middle of this pass, a half roll to expose the top side of the aircraft. Very interesting aileron rolls with a little bit of back pressure on the stick. That is one of several highly unusual airshow manoeuvres that feature in this sequence. We had the rudder kicks earlier as well, and we're going to see some sort of bunting of the nose later on as well, as the aircraft bows to the crowd at the end of its show. That, another very unusual manoeuvre. But here, a triple roll. Further modification to Turkey's F-16s is currently underway because Turkey is developing its own air-to-air missiles domestically. Test and evaluation trials are currently unfolding so as to integrate those systems with their F-16s. Aircraft decelerating there with its air brakes deployed and some loaded rolls to help bleed off the speed as we transition from a high-speed pass into a low-speed high-alpha pass. The F-16, which was one of the first fly-by-wire aircraft, was one of the very first aircraft to be able to perform high-alpha passes such as these. The fly-by-wire control system manipulating the control surfaces so as to keep the aircraft within its flight envelope, and at the same time changes to throttle settings will be used to maintain altitude. After that low-speed high-alpha pass, the aircraft continues to operate in a relatively low-speed flight regime, now with the landing gear extended, and this will be for a dirty roll. Solo Turk was established in 2011 to mark the Turkish Air Force centenary. One of its very first shows, if not its very first show, was Airshow Turkey 100 in Izmir in 2011, that event that we've already talked so much about. And now I think we're going to see the F-16 bowing to the crowd, a sequence of pushes and pulls on the stick. Fantastic display by Solo Turk, which we are seeing here at the Royal International Air Tattoo for the first time since 2018. But delighted to have it back. It is such an attractive aircraft and such a dynamic display as well. This will be the final pass. And interestingly, we're getting a different landing sequence that we saw to what we saw earlier on today, because in the first Solo Turk rehearsal at that point, instead of going into a dumbbell turn, the aircraft pitched up into a split S and then pulled through a vertical downline and landed straight off that. Well, we're not seeing that now. Perhaps the cloud base is a little bit lower. There is some scattered cloud around, and instead a flat turn to bring Solo Turk on to final approach to land. If you do want to head over to watch.planestv.com and find that Izmir 2011 programme, then there's a fantastic sequence about Solo Turk, 5 in-cockpit cameras and interviews with the inaugural display pilot as well. And at Izmir, the aircraft was using flares in its display also, which we can't see here at Fairford. So that is a programme that is well worth seeking out. Something interesting that I've noticed over the course of that display, we're always being told by airshow commentators, wave to the pilots, they can see you, and I'd always privately thought, oh come on, that's nonsense, they can't see, and this is just a cheap way to get some audience engagement in the commentary, but actually the Solo Turk safety pilot, I noticed, was giving a cheery wave in the direction of his good friend flying the F-16 over the course of that demonstration on at least 2 or 3 occasions, so I clearly have been corrected on that front. So let's talk a little bit about the Patrouille Suisse, because they will be next to entertain us, and we actually have a clip of the Patrouille Suisse from, is it Woodford 1993? Yes, I think it is. Let's look at some classic Patrouille Suisse action of them flying the Hawker Hunter before we see them in their modern iteration.
Led by Captain Ramsier, The famous Swiss Air Force aerobatic team, the Patrouille Suisse, are unique amongst other international teams in that the pilots are not full-time display pilots. In fact, they fly Hunters, Fox 5s and Mirages on frontline squadrons and only come together at the weekends to form the Patrouille Suisse. In all, this team will fly only about 20 displays this season, and we are very fortunate to have been chosen as a 1993 venue. The team fly the Hawker Hunter, an aircraft which has served the Swiss Air Force in considerable numbers since 1958. About 80 of these aircraft remain in service, although it is expected that they will be replaced by the F-18 at the end of 1994. No decision has been made yet on the future of the team or of a replacement aircraft for it.
So let's compare old and new, from Hunter to F5. Here go the Patrouille Suisse. This a team currently in the midst of their 60th anniversary season. The Patrouille Suisse was founded in 1964 to mark the 50th anniversary of the Swiss Air Force, initially flying the Hawker Hunter as we just saw in that archive clip, but later switching to the F-5E Tiger II. And they are a remarkable team in many ways, not least because in their 60-year history they have never actually had a fatal accident, which is an extraordinary safety record. They are the only official military aerobatic team in Western Europe to fly frontline fighters, the aircraft in question being the F-5E Tiger IIs, 12 of which are maintained in Patrouille Suisse colours. But this is not a full-time team, so all of those red and white F-5s are used for regular military operations when not flying air shows, primarily combat training and aerial target tug duties. And actually the high visibility airshow paint scheme is quite useful in those roles. And I'm not sure whether we're going to see a rolling display or a full display. The cloud base at the moment is probably too low for a full display, but it is broken. But we may not be going straight into a full display because they would typically start with all 6 aircraft together. This could instead be some kind of recce flying as they scope out the location here at RAF Fairford, and indeed I've just spotted them with my eye as opposed to looking at them on the screen, and they are very high at the moment, so not expecting any aerobatic manoeuvring imminently. Wilkins Bricks asking what time the flying display starts tomorrow. The start time will be 10 o'clock. Says W asking whether the U2 has arrived. It doesn't have to, it's based here. And Ristinger's saying he thinks these are F-5Cs, Freedom Fighters, but no, these are F-5E Tiger IIs, which is a rather different aircraft in all except external appearance. The F-5 originally was designed in response to a 1953 NATO requirement for a rugged, lightweight fighter that could be used across the NATO alliance with low operating costs and a long service life. The original version, though, was actually purchased by the United States as a trainer, the T-38 Talon, rather than as a fighter. It was used to replace the T-33 Shooting Star in the advanced jet training role. A combat version, known as the F-5 Freedom Fighter, took rather longer to score any firm orders. It performed well in testing, but didn't receive any orders initially, and the project was written off by many as a failure until 1962, and a change in political fortunes when President Kennedy finally ordered the F-5 for the United States, and a slew of international orders quickly followed. Over the course of its service career, well over 2,500 F-5s have been built, and they've been used by over 30 nations. The F-5 Freedom Fighter was known as being an exceptionally reliable aircraft, far more so than other jets like the F-100 Super Sabre, which it was replacing. And it also performed well in close combat, not least because of its slimline fuselage. Which actually made it rather difficult to see in the air-to-air environment, and we're going to be experiencing a little bit of that later today, because particularly during the head-on manoeuvres it is hard to spot the Patrouille Suisse with the naked eye, to know where the camera should be pointing, and then harder still to find them through the viewfinder, so wish us luck. Given the success of the Freedom Fighter in the early 1970s, Northrop developed a new variant, the F-5E Tiger II, and that is the aircraft that we see here. It is fitted with more powerful General Electric J85 engines. It has a longer and larger fuselage, bigger leading-edge route extensions for improved low-speed manoeuvrability, newer avionics and radar. One of the attributes of the F-5 is its very good roll performance, partially enabled by its relatively small wingspan of 8.1 metres, a peak roll rate of about 225 degrees per second, and that's about 50% faster than the Eurofighter Typhoon. Well, the smoke is on, and I think we are now coming into the display sequence proper, and if this is a full show, then they'll be pulling up into a loop. Could be our answer as to whether this is a full show or not. There is some cloud around at, I would estimate, about 4,000 feet, which will not be sufficient to loop 6 F-5s. It was a question of whether or not the team thought there were sufficient gaps, and the answer for now seems to be no. Stephen Norris pointing out there was at one point to be another F5 derivative, a single-engine fighter version, the F-20 Tiger Shark. Stephen describes it as one of the best that never was. Yes, what a shame that that project never came to fruition. There is, I think, one surviving F-20 Tiger Shark prototype which hangs from the ceiling of a museum in Los Angeles, the Science Museum. Anyway, the Patrouille Suisse now out to our left in swan formation, and cloud base permitting. Yes, they're going for it, pulling up into a barrel roll. At their peak, the Swiss Air Force operated 54 F-5 Tiger IIs. Now just 18 remain, and the fleet is being slowly wound down. The last are due to leave service sometime around 2027, and that will bring about the end of the Patrouille Suisse as we know it at almost any time. It was at one point planned that this would be their final season, although there's now talk that their airshow career may have been extended by a few extra years, and a study is underway to evaluate further possibilities to keep the Patrouille Suisse brand alive. A 360-degree turn here with, I'm anticipating, 2 changes of formation. The Patrouille Suisse do fly some very, very challenging formation shapes, and there is one of them with 5 of the aircraft flying in a line abreast configuration. And next we shall see, one more formation than I anticipated, because I think there's about to be another change with the 2 outermost aircraft moving slightly rearwards and inboard. We see that formation change now, and this is to Eiger formation, the shape of a giant triangle. And that kind of formation is so immensely challenging because the pilots at the very front of the formation, flying alongside the leader, are actually facing sideways and formating on an aircraft that is directly beside them rather than one that is in front, which can be quite disorientating and also requires rather harder work in terms of maintaining position during the rolls. It was a relatively widely spaced formation, and thus the vertical displacement as the formation rolls in and out of a turn is larger than it otherwise would be. Now an interesting shape, a double echelon. We're expecting to see the soloist peeling away, and that is Tiger Sexy Major Martin Shah. In the main formation, Tiger Uno is Major Michael Duft, Tiger Du is Captain Serim, sorry, there's dust on my screen, I can't read it, Wetley, Tiger 3 is Major David Pepiera, Tiger Quattro is Captain Claudius Meyer, and Tiger Sank is Major Lucas Nannini. So now we've got one aircraft to our left and 5 aircraft to our right, and this is for arguably the classic Patrouille Suisse manoeuvre. They call it the tunnel. Rather similar to the goose that we are familiar with from the Red Arrows, with the 5 aircraft to our right forming an inverted V shape. You can see them on their screen now, the wingmen dropping down, the landing lights are on to help them stand out a little better. On comes the smoke as the inverted V shape gets a little bit taller. Meanwhile, diving in from our left-hand side comes the soloist Tiger Sexy. Departs to our left with a roll. The soloist will arrive from the right for a 4-point hesitation roll. Main formation now about to arrive from on the left 45-degree line for a new manoeuvre developed for the 2023 season, retained for 2024. Although I say that, it has changed slightly from last year to this year. Last year it was performed on the 45-degree line, this year being flown down the runway. Ah, I see. So, I was anticipating this being a single aircraft barrel rolling around the formation, but in a change from last year, we now have 2 aircraft performing the roll. There and setting up for the first of the synchro manoeuvres of the display, and we're going to see a contrast between high and low speed here. Number 5 flying past us at low speed, and also approaching behind it, here comes number 6 for an overtake. out to the right-hand side now for Tigers 5 and 6, running in for a mirror pass. This, another classic Patrouille Suisse manoeuvre. And we'll stick with them because I think they'll now turn back onto the display line to fly down in the opposite direction. Notice, interestingly, during that mirror pass, they were flying it in the sort of American style, with the aircraft displaced one beside the other rather than one directly above each other. Some of the other display teams that we've seen at the Royal International Air Tattoo have been flying a true mirror, with the aircraft further apart, or appearing further apart to the spectators, but actually truly one directly above the other. And in the next manoeuvre, we're going to get a demonstration of the F-5's extremely rapid roll rate, over 200 degrees per second, as I was describing earlier, because now they are going to perform some twinkle rolls. Next up, we're looking for 5 and 6 from the front for the Derry splits. They are going to run in towards us, and then they will each roll through 270 degrees before breaking across each other's path. The Derry turn is the name of this manoeuvre, rolling one way then turning the other. It was invented by or popularised at air shows by the test pilot John Derry and named in his honour. Meanwhile, high and to our right, 4 aircraft in tango formation, approaching for a photo pass. While they were distracting us, the 2 soloists have repositioned to the left and right for a pair of opposition passes. Of course, particularly challenging, given, as we experienced with that Derry split a moment ago, these aircraft are so difficult to pick out head on. Main formation pulling up on the left 45, just to the left of the hangars. And And this will be for a double barrel roll, the first barrel roll being performed towards us on the left 45-degree line, and the second barrel roll being performed while flying away from us on the right 45-degree line. And now the configuration of the team will change, because instead of operating as a 4-ship and 2 soloists, it will become a 5-ship and 1 soloist, with that soloist about to arrive from the left, I expect, and I think this is going to be for a dirty roll. From the right, I apologise. Main formation back to a 5-ship, and I'm not quite sure what we're going to see here. This in the full show would be a loop, and yes, they are going for a loop. We're going to see a formation change during the loop. They're starting in Vic formation. And here comes the formation change, as Tigers 4 and 5, we might not see it as they're behind Cloud 4 and 5 just sliding into line astern behind the leader. Enter a 360-degree turn with further formation changes, initially to line abreast, as you can see now. Into Tango formation, and just after they pass us there'll be a further formation change. As they pull up into a barrel roll, you'll notice those 2 pilots at the front, 2 and 3, sliding backwards ever so slightly just to make this roll a little bit easier, because it will be so hard if they were flying line abreast on the leader at the time. And now we look for Tiger Sexy, about to perform an inverted pass, I believe from the left. Well, not an inverted pass, but some twinkle rolls. And that perhaps a product of the fact that the team is flying without flares here. Normally it would be an inverted pass with a large flare dump all the way down the show line, but that brings us almost to the end of the Patrouille Suisse display as we now look forward for their final bomb burst. this again would normally be accompanied by flares. They call it the Finale Grande. Tremendous stuff from the Patrouille Suisse, managing to make 6 potent fighters look oh so graceful, flying with Swiss precision as well, which is all the more remarkable when you remember that these are not full-time airshow pilots. Many of them fly the F5 or the F-18 Hornet operationally and do this airshow business in their spare time. Although it must be said, every single pilot that we have just watched has a good deal of Patrouille Suisse experience. All of them have been with the team for at least 4 years. Some of them have been with the team for about 6 years or so. Questions about why they're not using flares, and Joshua Roth speculating that the CAA said they can't. Nothing to do with the CAA. They have no jurisdiction here. This is a military site and thus is governed by the Military Aviation Authority, and there's nothing in the regulations saying that flares can't be used at air shows either. Indeed, you only have to cast your mind back a few years to the Yeovilton Air Days, which were famously flare-packed. No, the limitations are more to do with Fairford specifically, and there not being a suitable loading area for those flares. There are restrictions as to how close armed aircraft can be to the public, and there's just no point in the site where there are sufficient distances from either the crowd on the showground or to the general public outside the airfield. And with that we go from one jet team to another, because taking to the runway on our right hand side, 4 Hawks from the Finnish Air Force, 2 different versions of the Hawk. First onto the runway a trio of Hawk Mark 66s, and they'll be followed by a Hawk Mark 51. Not the usual configuration for the Midnight Hawks. They normally fly the Mark 51 exclusively, the grey jet, which can be fitted with smoke winders, but today they are using the Mark 66s as well, which have a more attractive paint scheme, but they won't have the smoke winders, so swings and roundabouts. wondering why the Midnight Hawks are taxiing past us rather than taking off from the position where they entered the runway. It appears we've had a change of runway direction here, and the aircraft will now be taking off from our left. This year is the 50th anniversary of the BAE Hawk, which in terms of export orders is the best-selling advanced jet trainer in history. In terms of overall numbers built, it is beaten into third place behind the T-38 Talon and the L-29 Delphine. And to celebrate that 50th anniversary, we are lucky here at RIAT to be welcoming all three of the national aerobatic teams in the world that fly the T1 series of the Hawk, the Midnight Hawks, the Saudi Hawks and the Red Arrows. There is another team flying the Hawk, but it's of the T2 family. That is the Surya Kiran aerobatic team of the Indian Air Force. The Midnight Hawks were officially founded in 1997, although Finnish Air Force pilots had actually been flying informal Hawk displays for several years beforehand. The name Midnight Hawks was chosen based on the team's annual participation in the famous Midnight Sun air show. The Hawk itself has quite an interesting backstory, because you could argue it shouldn't really have existed at all. Instead, the Jaguar was intended to be the primary advanced jet trainer both for the UK and for France. But by the time the Jaguar came to market, it had evolved into something far bigger, more capable, more powerful, and more expensive than any training aircraft reasonably needed to be. So France decided to develop the Alpha Jet, and the UK decided to develop a separate advanced jet trainer. Hawker Siddeley came up with the Hawk, which flew for the first time in 1974 and saw immediate export success, which then continued through the 1980s and 90s as well, both selling the Hawk as a trainer and as a single-seat light attack platform. The Finnish Air Force was one of the first export customers for the Hawk. They ordered several Hawk Mark 51s in 1978, and they were built under license by Valmet. The reason for that acquisition is quite interesting. Finland was prevented at the time by the Paris Peace Treaty of 1947 from operating more than 60 combat aircraft. They had already reached that total, but they quite wanted some more. The Hawk was combat capable, but it was classified as a jet trainer, thus allowing Finland to increase its combat capability without technically breaching the terms of the treaty. Despite being primarily used in the training role, those Finnish Hawks can be armed with AIM-9 air-to-air missiles, rocket pods, bombs, and 12mm machine gun pods, as well as a 30mm cannon. Here they are rolling from the left, the Midnight Hawks participating in the Royal International Air Tattoo for the first time since 2017. The Finnish Air Force ordered a second batch of Hawk Mark 51s in the early 1990s. And then in 2007, the fleet was supplemented by 18 second-hand Hawk Mark 66s, recently retired from the Swiss Air Force, and that allowed the retirement of the very oldest Hawk Mark 51s from Finnish service. Here we see, as mentioned before, a mixed fleet, 3 Mark 66s at the front and 1 Mark 51 in the slot position. With the exception of the Red Arrows, the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Finnish Air Force is the last remaining military operator of the original Hawk, the T1 series, in Europe. However, they have all been substantially upgraded, including with modern glass cockpits, and they are expected to remain in service in the training role into the early 2030s. Now the team will pitch up into a barrel roll. Or maybe not. Into a sort of, I'm not sure I've quite seen that before from a formation team. It was a sort of wing over combined with a topside pass. Fascinating. Much like Patrouille Suisse, this is a team comprised of part-time airshow pilots who all have other full-time roles within the Finnish Air Force, and this is something they do in their spare time. Now note the formation change, the aircraft spreading out in echelon formation, and this will be for a very attractive roll under brake. Spencer saying, I take it they aren't using smoke pods for this practice. They're not using smoke pods all week, and that is a result of the change of aircraft. So normally they use the Sanders SCSG-5A smoke system, which can be fitted to the Hawk Mark 51s and indeed many other types of aircraft. It can be fitted to a NATO standard 14-inch hardpoint. Now I'm speculating here, but I think the reason why they can't be fitted to the Hawk Mark 66s is because they are pure training aircraft, whereas the Mark 51s are combat capable, and thus the 66s don't have the same level of compatibility on their underwing pylons. Now this time I think this really is going to be a barrel roll. And a pair of interesting formation changes coming up. So we'll shortly, I think, see the aircraft transition into line astern, with the aircraft all one behind the other. Yes, there's the slot pilot making room for the two wingmen, Hawks 2 and 3, to slide in behind the leader, and they are about to very abruptly change formation, spreading out into finger 4. And now you'll notice that Hawks 2 and 3, well, they've got back into the standard box formation initially, but shortly 2 and 3 will come a little bit wider and then move forward slightly, so they're flying line astern with the leader. Both 2 and 3 are looking directly sideways over their shoulder to try and hold exactly level with reference to the leader in line abreast formation. The slot pilot will remain in position to create the shape of the letter T. Mason Turley asking, why is there a black one? Well, as I've described a few times now, one of these aircraft is a Hawk Mark 51, and that is the grey aircraft. The others are Mark 66s, which are still in their red and white schemes, because they previously were operated by the Swiss Air Force, who have a different standard training scheme. K1 Cats and Music saying it has the smoke machine. It can be fitted with the smoke machine. They're not attached at the moment. So it's the underwing pylons where those Sanders SCSG 5As would normally be fitted. They are little self-contained smoke pods. So there's two types of airshow smoke on jets. There's a centerline smoke system where you inject smoke oil into the hot jet efflux and it vaporizes in the efflux, but that requires physical modification to the aircraft, some kind of tube to the jet efflux through which to pipe the oil. But then there's the smoke pods, which are entirely self-contained, and they generate the heat themselves required to vaporize the smoke oil. That is what the Midnight Hawks use. Now, two aircraft rolling into mirror formation and the other two barrel rolling around them. The advantage of the SCSG 5A system is that being self-contained, they aren't fitted permanently to aircraft. They can be added and removed in a matter of minutes, and that is why it's a very popular system with teams like the Midnight Hawks, like the Swedish SK60 display, sadly now defunct, which use standard operational aircraft rather than dedicated display jets. It means those systems can be added for airshow duties, and then the same day they get home, the smoke pods can be taken off, allowing the aircraft to return to normal operations. Those pods, however, not compatible with the Mark 66 version of the Hawk. That is why we are not seeing them in use today. Another fly past, this time with all four aircraft in line abreast. Al asks, is there a World Aerobatic Display Team Championships anywhere? There was one in 2017. It was for civilian aerobatic teams held at Zhengzhou in China and won by the Blades, the now defunct civilian aerobatic team from the UK, flown by ex-Red Arrow pilots in extra 300s. About 15 or so civilian aerobatic teams from around the world participated in that event. There's never been one, to my knowledge, for military teams, and nor is there ever likely to be. a lovely opposition sequence there as we come towards the end of the Midnight Hawks display. I'm not sure if we're going to get a farewell pass from them all in formation or not, or if they will all come straight into land. I think we can probably expect to see them at the very least rejoining in formation, even if they are going to come into land, because typically the Midnight Hawks land in a very tight 4 ships box formation. So even if that was the end and they are coming into land, then we can probably expect to see a rejoin anyway. There are a handful of national aerobatic teams performing formation landings. The largest formation landing, the Spanish national team, Patrouille Suisse, flying the C-101 Aviojet, or the E-25, as it is officially designated in Spanish service. They used to land with 7 aircraft in close formation. They're now a 6-ship team, so they land as a 6-ship. We saw that at RIAT last year. The Frecce Tricolori, they can land in 2 groups of 5. Landing gear coming down as the team prepare to touch down. They're now in finger 4 formation. Not every day that we see fast jets landing in close formation. So with the Midnight Hawks back on the ground, I'm going to take a moment to remind you all that this is our last day, for now, broadcasting free on YouTube and Facebook. Tomorrow, to watch the airshow proper, and indeed on Saturday and Sunday as well, you will need to be subscribed to our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. If you would like to do that, we have a discount code available. It expires tonight though, so don't hang about too long. The discount code is RIAT24, and if you enter that during the checkout process, that will get you 20% off your first 3-month subscription. For the duration that you remain subscribed to us, you will get access to all of our Plains TV live broadcasts, plus access to our back catalogue of programmes. And we do have plenty more live broadcasts coming up this year. The International Airshow Festival of Flight over in Scotland, but also numerous events in Duxford, including the Duxford Flying Finale and the Battle of Britain Airshow on the 14th and 15th of September. And we have here a little taste of the sort of thing that we can expect from the Duxford Battle of Britain Airshow live broadcast.
It's always one of the most memorable moments of the season. Duxford's Battle of Britain airshow returns this September, filling the skies of this historic airfield with huge formations of Spitfires. But it's not just about the Spitfire, with many other Second World War types due to take part: B-17, Blenheim, Swordfish and Lysander, to name but a few. And contrasting the old with the new, the modern RAF will perform with the Typhoon and F-35.
So there, a little taste of the sort of sights and sounds that we expect at the Duxford Battle of Britain airshow in September. Always one of the highlights of, if not the British airshow, let me start that again. Words are difficult. It's been 10 hours. I'm flagging a bit. If not the highlight of the British airshow season, then a highlight perhaps even of the global airshow season. Always great to see a sky full of Spitfires and Hurricanes, plus those modern RAF representatives as well. So I'm looking at the schedule of expected movements, and over the coming minutes, slightly overdue according to the published schedule, we are hoping to see the arrival of a formation of F-16 AM Fighting Falcons from the Royal Netherlands Air Force, 312 Squadron. It will be their last time participating in the air tattoo. We are also hoping to see the arrival of a Poseidon MRA-1 from the Royal Air Force, a Chinook HC-6 from the Royal Air Force, and then something a little bit interesting that people have been asking about in the comments, the Royal Norwegian Air Force's Tsar King, a derivative of the AW101. We've got more aircraft too from the military flying training system, the Juno and the Jupiter. And then what I think might be a special scheme aircraft from the Irish Air Corps, a Eurocopter EC-135. Following that, a number of lighter arrivals, general aviation types, but there is more heavy metal coming up later on today, and some highlights coming up in around about half an hour's time. We are hoping to see the German Air Force's Open Skies Airbus A319. We have numerous Royal Air Force Typhoons due. One of them is admittedly over an hour overdue, so I'm not sure if we will be seeing that today after all. We've got the Vampire FB-52 of the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron. We've got Hawk T-2s from the Royal Air Force, F-35 from the Royal Air Force arriving for static display, Norwegian C-130 as well, Slovak C-27. We've got Warbirds from Flying Legends in Germany. And then we've got further rehearsals coming up later today. The Slovenian Air Force PC-9M Hadurnik, the Swedish Air Force Gripen will be flying for a second time. A trio of Italian Air Force rehearsals from the C-27J Spartan, the T-346A Master and the F-2000A Typhoon. And we also have the Czech Air Force Saab Jas-39C Gripen. That round of practice displays will begin at 5:50 p.m. and it will end at around 7 p.m, following which there's two last arrivals listed. US Air Force MC-130J Commando 2 and an Airbus CC-295 Kingfisher search and rescue aircraft from the Royal Canadian Air Force, which will be here as part of the RCAF centenary. So while we wait for some more movement here at RAF Fairford, let's take another dip into the archive and take a look at the sort of programme that you'll be able to see. If you subscribe to watch.planestv.com, you'll be able to access our back catalogue. We've got 100 to 150 titles from the last 35 years currently available to watch, but we have recorded over 300 and we are slowly but surely adding several more. Here are some clips from the archive, which we'll take a look at now.
This, a two-seat Su-25UB variant. What a rare sight this machine is in flying displays nowadays. Just one squadron of these potent but now aging attack aircraft is operated by the Bulgarian Air Force, based at Bedsma, and this Su-25UB-K is expected to carry on flying until March 2014.
Well, we'll just watch the stricken Messerschmitt come past and wonder if he's going to spend the rest of the war in Canada.
It last flew in 1988, but as the undoubted star of that era, we had to include it here.
That is the fantastic sight of 4 Royal Netherlands Air Force F-16s, which will be arriving in the overhead very shortly. They're on base leg at the moment, and we should be getting a run and brake to land. This really is an outstanding contribution to the Viper line static display down at the left-hand end of the showground. As we look at it, a line is slowly forming of F-16s, all being arranged in age order, somewhere in the region of 20 of them from numerous different operators: Morocco, Romania, they are Jordan as well, those 3 nations participating for the very first time, but also F-16s from Belgium, the United States, and several other more familiar operators. And here come the 4 contributions from the Royal Netherlands Air Force. The fact that the Royal Netherlands Air Force has been able to supply quite so many F-16s for us is all the more remarkable, given that these aircraft are on the cusp of being retired from Dutch service. The Netherlands once operated over 200 F-16s, but very few are left. Just 1 squadron still flies the type, 312 Squadron, based at Volkel. That squadron has already received its first F-35s, and the final F-16s will be withdrawn from service in October of this year. Norman Cook asks if Planes TV have old Sunderland Airshow films. Yes, we do, and several of them are available at watch.planestv.com right now. Special farewell Fighting Falcon tail on that lead aircraft there. Modeler Mark II asks, does the discount code RIAT24 for 20% off work for annual subscriptions? Yes, I believe that it does. And some questions about where the American F-16s are coming from. No, it's not the Thunderbirds. Their schedule is known 2 years in advance, and they weren't ever going to be coming here. And I was also talking about static display aircraft anyway. They're not coming all the way from the United States. They're from one of the very many US Air Force detachments around the world, and specifically from Spangdahlem in Germany. From the 480th Fighter Squadron, to be precise. But many, many F-16s in US service. More than 1,000 of them, to be specific. That one modeler asks, do we have anything from the Abingdon Air and Country Show? Absolutely. We certainly have the DVDs from 2009 until circa 2015 all available on the streaming service. I don't recall if we have some of the more recent Abingdon shows on there or not. A Grob 120 TP there. That is an aircraft that operates in RAF service as an elementary flying trainer, as the successor to the Tutor. But rather more capable than the Tutor, because it has a more than 400 horsepower turboprop engine rather than a 180 horsepower piston engine. And there out to our right hand side now, one of our Norwegian participants, which is a Tsar King, a Tsar Queen, based on the AW101 from 330 Squadron. Used for search and rescue, as the name suggests. A fleet of 15 of them are currently in service with the Norwegian Air Force. One more is on order, and they're stationed at 6 bases all around Norway. However, they're not actually owned by the Norwegian Air Force, rather by the Ministry of Justice and Public Security. They are merely operated by the Air Force. This is the first time that one has appeared at the Air Tattoo in Norwegian hands. UK viewers probably are more familiar with referring to that aircraft type as the Merlin. Mason Turley saying he really wants to see the Blue Angels and the Thunderbirds. Does anyone know if they go to Oshkosh? No, they don't make a habit of it, so Oshkosh has a peculiarity regarding its aerobatic box. In order to avoid some factory buildings located on the opposite side of the runway, to accommodate an aerobatic box large enough for the jet aerobatic teams, they need to move the spectator area, which is quite a substantial faff, so they don't host jet teams on a particularly regular basis, although this year they do have the Canadian Forces Snowbirds attending, if that catches your fancy. touching down now the Prefect. No, it's not a Prefect, it's a Grob 120 TP. The Prefect is its name in RAF service, but this is not a military-operated aeroplane, and therefore it is not a Prefect, but quite a big step up in RAF service compared to the Tutor that it replaced, thanks to the larger engine that I was describing earlier. It can cruise more than twice as fast as a Tutor, it climbs nearly 3 times as fast, and can operate 25% higher. Makes it all the more remarkable, really, that we use it as an elementary flying trainer. It is, if anything, slightly overqualified for that role, and there are several air forces that use it for basic jet training. And this, I think, will be the Irish Air Corps EC-135. We just go back to the Grob 120 TP, that real talking guy saying this didn't replace the Tutor. Yes, it did. So the Tutor has now been completely withdrawn from the elementary flying training role and replaced with the Grob 120 TP, or the Prefect, as it is known in RAF service. The Tutor remains in RAF service, but not for elementary flying training. Instead, it is used for air experience flights and for the air cadets, and also with the number 3 flight training school, who use the Tutor for the evaluation and training of flight instructors. But it doesn't have an elementary flying training role anymore, except for some particularly tall student pilots who actually can't fit in the Prefect, I'm told, and they need to fly in the Tutor instead because it's got a slightly roomier cockpit. And Josh Davis asking if the if that particular type of aircraft, the Prefect, has performed a display in RAF hands yet. The answer is no. The Tutor has done. That has a display team. The Prefect has not. The RAF doesn't have very many of them, and technically they don't own them in the first place. They're owned by a private company under the military flying training system. I'm told by one of last year's Tutor solo display team members that the Prefect would probably make for an excellent display aircraft should they decide to set up a solo display, but because of the way in which the Prefect fleet is run, that is very unlikely to happen. And speaking of UK military flying training, there we have one of the rotary training assets from the military flying training system. Based up at Cranwell. Shawbury, I should say, not Cranwell. Where they operate both Juno and Jupiters. They both look rather similar, but if you see them side by side, the Jupiter is ever so slightly larger than the Juno. Elementary rotary training being provided on the Juno, and then more advanced training on the Jupiter. And we're now coming into a period where we are expecting to see some lighter aircraft arriving over the next 20 minutes or so. But there is still some heavy metal on the way in perhaps 20 minutes' time. The Airbus A319 of the German Air Force. We've got an RAF Typhoon en route. At some point in perhaps 20 minutes, half an hour, we are scheduled to see the arrival of a Royal Air Force F-35B Lightning from 207 Squadron. And notice I do very deliberately say F-35B Lightning and not F-35B Lightning II, because the official designation in British service does not include the number 2. Here we have a Reims Cessna F-152, the French license-built version of the Cessna 152. This one comes to us from the Halton Aero Club, which is one of the RAF affiliated organisations represented on the ground here at the Royal International Air Tattoo. One of several, because there's also other RAF flying clubs, Microlight Association and so on, all showing off some of their lighter types. Topspins asks who is on camera today. Well, actually, right at this very moment, you are watching the camera work of our newest recruit, Matt, who is only on his second stint as the telephoto camera operator with us. He has been working with us here at Plains TV for a couple of months now. And he did a very brief stint on the telephoto camera yesterday, but is back on now, so excellent work from him. This is all relatively new to him. And he's been very helpful over the last couple of days as well, because he's also been working as our spotter with his ear pressed to the radio and his eyes locked onto his phone screen on radar tracking apps, and telling us which bit of the sky we should be looking into to see the arrivals. Also doing camera work today. At the moment, we've got Andy on the wide-angle camera. At other points in the day, we've had Ian doing the telephoto camera and Adrian on the wide-angle. So there's the site of a Royal Air Force C-17 Globemaster, not an aircraft destined for us at RAF Fairford, but rather traffic at RAF Bryce Norton a few miles down the road, which is the Royal Air Force's primary tanker and transport base, and some of the movements in the vicinity of Bryce Norton have been getting us rather excited, causing a few false alarms over the last couple of days of live broadcasting, because as you can see, it is meaning that all kinds of interesting shapes keep turning up on the horizon, just about close enough to see, and we do tend to think that they might be heading our way, and they aren't always, but we're pretty confident that that Globemaster is nothing to do with us. Interesting movements expected soon, though, and that will include the German Air Force Airbus A319, the special open skies aircraft, which is in our general vicinity, but still quite high at the moment, so probably a little time before we get to see it. And likewise, a Royal Air Force Typhoon has been getting ever closer to us. We were expecting to see a test bed Typhoon T3 arriving for the static display a few hours ago. That does not seem to have materialised, but I do remember at one point the plan was that it would arrive just after the flying display tomorrow, so perhaps we're back onto plan A. But this Typhoon that we are expecting to see in the next few minutes is a standard single-seat FGR-4. Transport guys saying you would love to see a US Air Force B-1B Lancer and F-22 Raptor at RIAT one year. Well, we've had the F-22 a few times. It came to the cancelled 2008 show, it came again in 2010, and then I think we had it in back-to-back years in 2016 and 17, and the 16 and 17 shows are available on watch.planestv.com. You can see the official souvenir programmes. As for the B1, I've got a feeling a B1 came for static display in 2018, although I wouldn't swear by it. I'm sure someone can confirm or deny. And this is a rather interesting little aeroplane. This is a Valmet Vinca, an L-70 Vinca, an aircraft developed during the 1970s in Finland as a piston-powered light trainer, also developed for the general aviation market by the state-owned Valmet company. Typically it accommodates a crew of 2, however an additional 2 people or a stretcher can be placed in the rear of the cockpit. The Vinca was not a commercial success, and none were privately acquired. All 30 Vincas that were produced were ordered by the Finnish Air Force, who used it as a basic trainer at the Finnish Air Academy at Kauhava before they moved on to learn to fly on the Hawk. The final Vinca was retired during September 2022, and the fleet was replaced by surplus Grob Tutors from the Royal Air Force. This particular aircraft, now in private hands, is attending the Royal International Air Tattoo this year as a memorial tribute to a valued member of the RIAT Flying Control Committee, Perttu Karevalo, who sadly passed away last October. So it is the Swiss Air Force Citation XL, which will be our next movement. A visiting aircraft. We saw it land earlier today, but now it is departing to head for home. Neither staying on for the static nor the flying displays here at the Royal International Air Tattoo. Chipaz asking, have any F-35s arrived? Yes, we've had 3 F-35s arriving thus far. We had a pair of examples from the Royal Norwegian Air Force, which rather interestingly came equipped with their custom Norwegian modification. They had their removable drag chute pods fitted to the top of the fuselage. Then we also had an F-35A from the 48th Fighter Wing at Lakenheath, the US Air Force, arriving for static display, but we do have an F-35 still to come. That will be a Royal Air Force F-35B, also arriving for static display fairly imminently, we hope. Over the weekend, we will be seeing Royal Air Force F-35B Lightning Roll demonstration, a roughly 10-minute show which will include fast and slow passes, a tactical pitch, weapons bay doors pass, slow pass in wing-borne flight, a slow pass in engine-borne flight, and also a hover demonstration. If you want to watch that, and indeed all of the flying action on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, you will need to be a paying member of our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. In the meantime, here comes the Vampire FB-52 from the Royal Norwegian Air Force historic flight. The Royal Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron operate 2 Vampires. They've got a T-55 twin-seater. They've also got this single-seater, which is actually an ex-Swiss Air Force aircraft, I believe. Vampire was developed by de Havilland and first flew in 1943. It was the second jet fighter type to enter service with the Royal Air Force just after the Second World War. It's predominantly made from wood, and the design proved to be highly effective. It accelerated well, it had good manoeuvrability compared to its contemporaries, while at the same time being relatively low cost to produce and operate. It entered service in 1946 as an interceptor, and was eventually retired in 1966 after also serving in the ground attack and training roles. And it fits 2 of our key themes here at the Royal International Air Tattoo 2024. It fits the pushing the boundaries theme because this type of aircraft set many world records. It was the first jet-powered aircraft across the Atlantic. It was the first jet-powered aircraft to operate from an aircraft carrier. It also set multiple world airspeed records. But more importantly, the Vampire is here as part of our Royal Canadian Air Force centenary theme. The Vampire was selected as one of the first 2 jet fighter types to be operated by the Royal Canadian Air Force. They ordered a total of 86 Vampires, and the Vampire became the first of those 2 early jets that the Canadians fielded in any significant numbers. It entered service with them in 1948 and continued to operate in Canadian service until 1956, whereupon it was replaced by the Canadair Sabre, a Canadian license-built and much improved version of the F-86. During that time, the Vampire also gained some Canadian airshow pedigree because it was used by one of their aerobatic teams, the Blue Devils, and they were one of many display teams that used the Vampire over the years. And in fact, I was talking about pushing the boundaries. Well, the first jet aerobatic team in the world, the 54 Squadron display team from the Royal Air Force, later renamed the Black Knights, flew the Vampire. But cutting in front of the Vampire we've got a lighter arrival, a de Havilland Canada Chipmunk from the Shuttleworth collection. And this also taking part in our Royal Canadian Air Force centenary commemorations. There will be a zone of the showground designated to the current and former aircraft of the Royal Canadian Air Force, and there is a very generous RCAF static display contribution this year, the likes of the CC-177 Globemaster, the CH-146 Gripen, from a test and evaluation unit no less, wearing a rather interesting paint scheme. We're expecting to see a Kingfisher later today as well. Well, the Vampire having to go around, given that the runway is occupied. But we won't complain, because it's another chance to see this interesting aircraft, this interesting plan form. You might wonder why the twin boom design is necessary. Well, that was really a result of the poor performance and reliability of the early jet engines. If you put the engines out on the wings, like on the Meteor, then you had a bit of a problem. The early jet engines were not terribly reliable, and if one failed, then the aircraft became rather difficult to control as a result of the asymmetric thrust. In fact, the Meteor was so dangerous that it was often termed the meat box. The solution was to mount the engine centrally, but that in itself came with problems, because these early jet engines lost an awful lot of power if they had a long jet pipe, and if you put the engine in the centre of a normal fuselage, then it would inevitably have quite a long jet pipe. So the solution was this short podded fuselage with a tail then extended behind it on the twin booms. Rhys Johnson asking if it's correct that the Blue Angels and the Thunderbirds will never fly in the UK due to British restrictions. No, that is absolutely not true, and we've had the Thunderbirds here at the Royal International Air Tattoo not all that long ago, in 2017. There certainly are different rules compared to American air shows here. The distances are different, and the Americans do things quite differently to us. But it's all fairly easy to adapt those display distances. All the Thunderbirds would have to do is move pretty much everything they do onto the 230 metre line, whereas in the States they do some of it on the 500 foot line and some of it on the 1,500 foot line. Quite easy to just move that all onto the 230 metre line. The challenge is more to do with crowd overflights, which the Thunderbirds do on a number of occasions during their display, not typically permitted here in the UK apart from a single opening pass. However, when the Thunderbirds came visiting in 2017, special dispensation was given to include many of those crowd overflights in their routine. And on final approach now, we have the German Air Force Airbus A319, part of a large German Air Force contribution. We've got their A400M and their EF2000 performing in the flying display, multiple Tornadoes and a CH-53 on static display. But here, an Airbus A319OH, operated by the Executive Transport Wing at Cologne-Bonn. The A319 is a slightly shortened version of the best-selling Airbus A320. It carries about 20 to 30 fewer passengers than its bigger brother. Mainly popular as a short-haul airliner, with more than 1,500 having been produced for that role. And it's used by the German Air Force in two distinct capacities. The Executive Transport Wing operates 3 A319s. 2 of them are VIP configured A319 CJs, which were ordered new in 2010, but this one was purchased second-hand in 2019 and was modified into a bespoke variant known as the A319OH, and this is a surveillance platform fitted with various infrared sensors and cameras, and Germany uses it for open skies treaty missions. The aircraft is expected to conduct 20 such missions per year, and the rest of the time it can be used interchangeably with the A319 CJs in the executive transport wing for VIP transport roles. The wing also operates 2 A340s, 2 A350s, 3 A321s, and a variety of small business jets and helicopters, making it one of the biggest governmental VIP transport fleets in Europe. But now here comes a Royal Air Force Typhoon FGR-4. And Fenris Skoll saying that there's a Goshawk coming in after the Eurofighter. We don't have any Goshawks due at the Royal International Air Tattoo, but I know what's happened here. One of the major flight radar tracking apps misidentifies Hawks as Goshawks. What we're actually expecting to see is a Hawk T Mark II from number 4 Flying Training School of the Royal Air Force, based up at RAF Valley. Possibly multiple Hawks, in fact. 3, I'm told, in my ear. Japaz 1990 asking if there are departure times for Monday available. So we get arrival schedules around about, let's say 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock the night beforehand, and it's the same for the air traffic control team here. No, there is no schedule for Monday yet. Even the air traffic control team won't have a schedule for Monday until Sunday night, I would imagine. Wouldn't it be lovely if we did get a bit more notice about the movements here, but it's such a complicated, ever-moving beast. A Piper Supercarb arriving now from the Shuttleworth collection. That aircraft's somewhat familiar on the airshow circuit because it's used by the Shuttleworth collection to tow their vintage gliders like the Lunac into the air for displays at Old Warden. And landing long because there's little point touching down at the right-hand end of the runway when it has to vacate at the left-hand end. It may as well fly down towards the taxiway intersection at which it intends to depart. And now arriving from the right we have a Chinook, and I'm fascinated to see whether we have a Chinook HC6 or a Chinook HC5. All will be revealed very shortly. That's looking like an HC6 to me. So typically we see the HC6 at air shows, and that, well, the HC6A technically, if we're going to get really pedantic about it. Typhoon arriving in the overhead as well. I think that'll be the same Typhoon that we just saw going around a second time because the runway is still occupied. So the Chinook HC6/6A is the kind of base model within the Royal Air Force at the moment. It's what we have in by far the greatest numbers, and it's what we're used to seeing at air shows. However, this year we don't have a normal RAF RAF Chinook display. Instead, we have a roll demonstration, and so far this year, the roll demonstration has used the rather rarer Chinook HC5, which looks like a meteor machine, not least because it's got enormous sponsons on the side for enlarged fuel tanks and greater range. But it looks to me like that is a Chinook HC6. It's a little bit hard to tell from this distance. I was hoping we'd see an HC5 just for rarity. The Typhoon appears to be coming round for a third time. And I noticed the Typhoon has been getting a little bit lower on each pass, especially so on that last one, and I'm wondering if what we're seeing here is what is known as calibration passes for the benefit of the Flying Control Committee, where one of the arriving aircraft is instructed to make flypasts along the display line at various different heights, and it helps the Flying Control Committee get their eye in and recognise what certain heights and distances should look like. I strongly suspect, although I don't know for certain, that that is what we are witnessing now, because I can't think of any other reason why we would be seeing all of these passes down the runway at markedly different heights. And I am using the word height rather than altitude very deliberately, because they do have technically distinct meanings in aviation. Altitude refers to altitude above mean sea level, whereas height is above ground level. Well, I'm quite pleased to see that everyone in the chat seems to agree that was a Chinook HC5. You get a rather better view of it than me, because I'm looking at it on a monitor about 2 inches tall, whereas I assume some of you have it on your big 50-inch TVs back at home. Another pass from the Typhoon FGR-4. Molly asks, is there a waving hand this year in the Chinook roll demonstration? Yes, there is, I'm pleased to confirm. The roll demonstration, it must be said, makes quite an interesting change from the solo displays that we're used to seeing. The number 18 squadron who operate the Chinook display didn't quite have the capacity to work one up this year, so they've instead worked up this roll demonstration, which is a bit less stringent in terms of training requirements, because it is a simpler performance based more around the operational capabilities of the Chinook. And what we're expecting to see as part of that roll demonstration is initially the carriage of a battlefield gun on one of the Chinook's 3 underslung load hooks. That gun will be deposited on the airfield, then the Chinook will land to offload some troops before making an over-the-shoulder departure. and then we'll see the Chinook going into what they call the dog bone, which is a kind of close air support profile in order to support the troops on the ground. Then it will land to unload a vehicle, probably a small quad bike. We'll see a manoeuvre called the quick stop after that, and the helicopter will land for a final time to recover the troops before taking off into the air in the hover. And it is after the Chinook takes off for the final time that it will turn round with the rear ramp open, and we will see a brief wave from the rear crewman. But let's stop talking about Chinooks because there's fast jet action in front of us. I think those calibration passes, if that's what they are, have now ended, and what we've just seen is a run and brake to land rather than a calibration pass, because it felt to me like it was on the runway centre line rather than on the display line. Also flying high overhead, we had a trio of Hawk T2s. Topspins asks if I ever go on the Planes TV long lens camera. Yes, I do actually. That's my normal job, and it's what I'll be doing over the course of the weekend shows. And DJ Aviation asking if the Blue Angels and Thunderbirds will do any displays soon. Yes, they will, every single weekend until early November. They have schedules available if you want to go and seek them out. RAF Typhoons like this one shortly to undergo a major upgrade program, the largest part of which will see them fitted with brand new active electronically scanned array radar, new displays in the cockpit as well, F-35 style large area displays replacing the current multifunction displays, and this will bring the RAF's Tranche 2 and 3 Typhoons roughly in line with the new build Tranche 4 Typhoons that are starting to roll off the production line. The Tranche 1s, which can't be easily upgraded, will be retired probably by the end of next year, and that's because they have structural implications. There are structural implications in the forward bulkhead that don't allow that new radar to be fitted. Arriving in the overhead, an F-35 from 207 Squadron. The Hawks also approaching from the right for run and brake. Ryan asks how many cameras we run during the show. Just 2, plus the static camera that's pointing at me, although I think thankfully you haven't been seeing very much of that. Looks like the Hawks are going to land first. The Hawk T2, as it's known in Royal Air Force Service. BAE Systems would call it the Hawk Mark 128, and this is now the UK's sole advanced jet trainer. The original Hawk first flew in 1974, but this version is part of what's known as the Hawk AJT family, which is a larger, modernised version of the Hawk designed in the early 2000s. Compared to the original Hawk, the T2 has a full glass cockpit. It's powered by a slightly more powerful engine, a Rolls-Royce Ardor 951, producing 6,500 pounds of thrust, which is about 15% more power than could be found in the older Hawks. And it also has a longer nose to accommodate additional avionics and a steerable nose wheel. The original Hawks, such as the ones used by the Red Arrows and the Midnight Hawks, could only be steered through differential braking on the main landing gear. And as the Hawks touch down, the F-35 is running in again at higher altitude on this occasion. Mason asks, has the Finnish F-18 landed yet? Yes, it arrived in formation with the Midnight Hawks, a lovely 5-ship formation. And Alexander are asking whether there are any Rafales coming to RIAT this year, and the answer is no, they are not. Instead, the French Air Force, which could only commit to sending one item to RIAT 2024, has sent a Mirage 2000-5, a rather rarer aircraft than the Rafale, which is appearing on static display. Master Prox asked how I felt about Antidotum Airshow Leszno in Poland. Well, I've been going there for 4 years running now, and I think my thoughts on it are well known. Genuine emotion in my voice at times during the commentary there. And if you want to go and re-watch it, the entire live broadcasts from all of the practice sessions and from the air shows proper are all available to watch on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. I urge you to head over there and watch it. It's amazing, and it's not a typical Planes TV live broadcast as well, because we had aerial drone cameras operating as part of the live broadcast, getting right up close with the display aircraft. So Rich Goodwin is up there performing a torque roll, and there's our drone camera circling it with perhaps only 20 or 30 feet of clearance. Absolutely remarkable footage. The F-35 now approaching, and the lift fan system in operation, as you can see from the fact that it has deployed, let's call it a hat. And I wonder if we will get a hover and vertical landing, or if this will merely be a short landing. We will find out very shortly. This F-35 coming from 207 Squadron, it's appearing on static display. In addition to that, we'll be seeing the remotely based 617 Squadron example in the flying display, performing a roll demonstration. As the only Level 1 partner in the multinational team that developed the F-35, the UK enjoyed some influence on the final capabilities of this aircraft, particularly from a weapons perspective. So as a result, the F-35 is being cleared to carry several UK-specific weapons, such as the ASRAAM and the Meteor air-to-air missiles. The UK was due to order a fleet of 138 F-35Bs, which would be split between the Royal Air Force and the Royal Navy. However, it's now more likely that the final order will stand somewhere around 74. To date, 48 aircraft have been ordered. As I mentioned, we will be seeing the F-35 performing a roll demonstration here at the Royal International Air Tattoo. This is a new display act for the Royal Air Force. their F-35 roll demo from 617 Squadron. We'll take a look in a few moments' time at some clips showing what we can expect to see, but we're going to stay with the live action for the moment because we have a C-130 Hercules on final approach. And this specifically comes to us from the Royal Norwegian Air Force 335 Squadron. It is a C-130J-30 Super Hercules. The Royal Norwegian Air Force has operated the C-130 since the late 1960s, albeit initially, of course, they were operating far older models than this one. Norway currently operates 4 such aircraft from an original fleet of 5, which were delivered between 2008 and 2012. And I say they're operating 4 out of a fleet of 5 because one of them is currently in America. That's because the fleet is currently being rotated through a site in Greenville in South Carolina, where they are being upgraded to the latest production standard. The first upgraded aircraft was completed earlier this year. Now let's take a look at a little glimpse of what we can expect from the F-35 roll demonstration when we see it over the weekend. As a reminder, you will have to be a subscriber on watch.planestv.com to see the weekend air shows. We will not be broadcasting them free on social media or on YouTube, but here is a little look at the sort of thing that we can expect to see from the F-35.
It feels like this has been a long time coming. First received 12 years ago, the F-35 is the newest and most advanced combat aircraft in British service. New for 2024, the Royal Air Force F-35B Lightning roll demonstration.
So just arriving over the top of us, a Learjet from the US Air Force. The C-21A, as it is known in US Air Force service, and this one coming to us from the United States Air Forces in Europe and Africa, and specifically the 76th Airlift Squadron. Bal asks whether our discount offer is ending on Thursday at midnight UK time. Yes, it is, and what he's referring to is the discount code that we have available at the moment. If you want to subscribe to our streaming service, watch.planestv.com, use the discount code RIAT24, and that is the only way, well, subscribing to our streaming service is the only way to watch the official Air Tattoo live broadcasts from the air show proper. It won't be me talking you through those, it'll be Ben Donnell and Mark Manwaring presenting the official live broadcasts over on watch.planestv.com, and I can actually hear them there just to my right hand side at the moment, warming up, getting practice, testing out their commentary systems and so forth. And what you can see on the screen now is a C-27J Spartan from the Slovak Air Force. thank you to Saber, who's just become a channel supporter on YouTube. It is our channel supporters on YouTube who encourage us to go out and do more of these free-to-view live broadcasts that all of you can watch. So thank you for that. We do very much appreciate it. Plenty more still coming up today, and we are steadily moving towards our next period of practice flights. In a little over half an hour, we will be moving into that period of practice flights, which will include the solo display by the Slovenian Air Force PC-9M Hodornik. Then we've got the Swedish Air Force, the AS-39C Gripens, taking to the air for the second time today to allow their second display pilot to have a bit of a feel for the show site. Then a trio of Italian Air Force displays, the C-27J Spartan, the T-346A Master, and the Eurofighter F-2000A Typhoon. And then the last of those practice displays will be another Gripen, but on that occasion operated by the Czech Air Force. Following that, we are expecting a couple more interesting arrivals. The CC-295 Kingfisher from the Royal Canadian Air Force, and an MC-130J Commando 2 from the United States Air Force Special Operations Command. But there we see a Grob Tutor just having touched down, a Tutor T1 from the Royal Air Force. As I mentioned, no longer used for elementary flying training, except perhaps for some of the very tall student pilots who can't comfortably fit in the prefect, but used primarily for air experience flights, for air cadets, and for the training and evaluation of flight instructors.
Oh, that was a fun experience.
I noticed plenty of you asking, the Slingsby Nipper! Fantastic! This aircraft oh so nearly made it to RIAT last year, but had a technical problem and ended up landing in a field a few miles away, so it's arguably had the longest journey to the air tattoo of any aircraft here, because it's taken around a year. A lot of you have been asking in the chat if we can speak to Ben Donnell. They have been very, very busy, the commentary team, making sure that they are set up for tomorrow. And I just sent Ian over in his direction to ask if anything might be possible, but no, it sounds like they are far too busy at the moment, I'm afraid. You'll be hearing plenty of them tomorrow, as Ben and Mark narrate the flying display. You'll be hearing somewhere in the region of 20 hours of their voice over the next few days, so you won't go short, I promise. And we're expecting very shortly the arrival of two warbirds from the German organisation Flying Legends, two warbirds which in fact we've seen relatively recently at Anti-Dotum Airshow Leszno, flown on that occasion by George Raab. This will be the Corsair and the P-51 Mustang, so looking forward to that because we haven't really seen much in the way of warbird action today. After a rather long circuit, the C-27 has reappeared, just turning onto the extended centerline, and we have heard a radio call as well that suggests that something might be inbound for a run and brake, I would suggest it's probably not this C-17 on account of the fact that it is flying slowly with its landing gear down. We're also aware that there are few aircraft holding out crowd rear. A little bit of a queue, it seems, is forming, but it looks like there is a two-ship formation of some description which we'll be seeing fairly imminently, and I wonder if it is the Corsair and Mustang of flying legends. That's fast becoming my catchphrase, really. I wonder if. We'll find out soon enough. It's the nature of RIAT arrivals. It wouldn't be fun if we knew what was happening. Well, it would be. It wouldn't be as fun. Also got a helicopter movement over to our right-hand side. My eyes are not good enough to see what it is that's hovering at the runway threshold, but we are getting Matt on camera one to swing his camera around and zoom in, and soon a little picture will appear on my monitor in front of me, and I might be able to identify it. My guess, before it appears, is it the Historic Helicopters Lynx that's here in a supporting role? We'll find out momentarily. Yes, the Lynx is making its way down the runway. There it is, a Lynx AH-7, operated by Historic Helicopters. This is one of two former British Army Lynxes that are now operating on the civilian register, both of them having been restored to flight within the last couple of years. So one of the main reasons for this helicopter being present is as an aerial photography platform, documenting what the showground looks like from above. Normally a role performed by the Westland Gazelle. Another Westland product taking up the baton this year, and a very interesting aircraft to see here at the Air Tattoo, given the type's storied history. It is, of course, the Lynx that holds the world airspeed record for a conventional helicopter. It's also an aircraft that has had a distinguished military combat history, including in the Middle East and in the Falklands. There are still several nations that operate the Lynx in military service. The German Navy, for example, operates the Mark 88 navalised version of the Lynx. And we in the UK use a highly upgraded derivative, the Wildcat HMA2. It actually only shares about 5% parts commonality with the original Lynx. But nonetheless, there is a familial connection there, and we saw a pair of Wildcats flying yesterday from 825 Naval Air Squadron at Yeovilton as part of the Black Cats display team, the official display team of the Royal Navy. They will be taking to the air again over the course of the weekend. The first time in many, many years that we have seen pairs Black Cats displays here at the Royal International Air Tattoo, and indeed it's only in the last week that we've started seeing pairs Black Cats displays after a hiatus of something like 7 or 8 years. It looks like an opportunity is now going to be taken to move some of the recent arrivals around the showground. The Tutor taxiing clear of the runway there. Hawks have been crossing the runway at the right hand end as well, and we've got a backtracking C-17 and Typhoon out to our left hand side. Thomas asking about some tips for attending the show here at RIAT. He says if he arrives at 10 AM, will he be able to get to the front of the crowd where you're closest to the runway? Well, really, that depends on where on the showground you want to be. If you come through the gates into the showground at 10 AM, certainly you will find the pockets of general admission crowd line around show centre have all been long taken. They will be taken within 15 minutes of the gates opening at 7:30 in the morning. Now, being at show centre is important if you want to be in exactly the right place for all of the on-crowd manoeuvres to look perfectly right, but if you don't care about that and you're happy to see the show slightly offset from show centre, you can usually find space in the green zone at the far left-hand end of the crowd line towards the front at pretty much any time of day. But I would also just add a note of caution about the traffic and arriving early. So I personally always arrived at RIAT no later than 6:30 in the morning, 1 hour before gates open, because the later you leave it, the more the traffic builds up, and you might intend to arrive at 10, but actually find yourself getting in at 11 or 11:30 when some of the flying displays have already been and gone. Landing from the right, we have an Oster. This was the British answer to the American L-Birds, although I think this particular model of Oster is a post-war variant. I'm not certain about that. My knowledge of Osters is not very good, I'm afraid. And here we have a Cessna T-41A. Both this and the Oster coming to us from AKS Aviation. Some of the lighter participants in our static display, and we are aware, have a bit of a queue of aircraft building up. We are still waiting to see the arrival of those two warbirds from Flying Legends, the Corsair and the Mustang. Adrian says he's just spotted something else coming in. And indeed, here come the warbirds now. The Corsair in the lead, an F4U 5NL, and trailing behind it is P-51D Mustang Francis Dell. The Mustang in the colours of one that was based at Duxford during the liberation of Europe in the aftermath of D-Day. The Corsair, meanwhile, in Korean War colours. This is the first time that we've seen this particular Corsair in the UK, at least in its current ownership, and it is a very historically significant aeroplane because this is the last Corsair still airworthy that served in the Korean War, and specifically it flew with the VMF 512 Flying Nightmares Squadron of the US Marine Corps. Following its service with the US Marine Corps, the aircraft was sold to Argentina, where it served in their Navy, prior to being moved to a museum, where it was displayed as a static exhibit until 1991. It was then transported to France in 1994. There it was restored to flight and has become acknowledged as one of the finest warbird restorations in Europe, but it was rarely seen in public because some of its owners didn't take it out and about all that often. But in late 2023 it was purchased by George Raab's Flying Legends company, and it has now made a couple of airshow appearances. We saw it in the flying display at Antidotum Airshow Lesno 3 weeks ago, and once again, if you want to watch that live broadcast, it is all available on watch.planestv.com. A good view of the gull wing design there, and that was necessary to accommodate the enormous propeller, the largest propeller that had ever been fitted to a single engine aircraft at the time. And thus a compromise was needed, because either the landing gear had to be ridiculously long or an unusual configuration was required, and instead the designers went for a compromise between the two: reasonably long landing gear, but also this inverted gull wing configuration of the wings, which reduced slightly the length of the landing gear legs. and allowed them to be a little bit stronger, allowed the aircraft to be slightly more stable on the ground than it otherwise would have been. Ian saying this Corsair has been at Sywell and Shuttleworth this year. I think what you're thinking of there is the Corsair operated by the Amical Jean-Baptiste Salis. This one certainly wasn't at Sywell because it was with us in Lesno on the same weekend. I'm pretty confident in saying this Corsair has never been to the UK before, and certainly not for a public event. So several more aircraft crossing the runway to head into the static display out to our right. The Typhoon, the F-35 and C-27 clearing away, and now we've just spotted a C-130 and I can make out a Canadian flag on the tail, so this will be the Canadian CC-130J, which actually to the rest of the world is known as a C-130J-30 because it is the stretched version. Rather confusingly, the Canadian Air Force call their C-130Js C-130s, and they call their C-130J-30s C-130Js. Yes, it's weird. The entire Royal Canadian Air Force designation system is all a little bit unusual. That's why we end up referring to Hornets as CF-188s and Globemasters as CC-177s, for example. And I would say, based on speed and height, that this is not going to be a landing, rather this is going to be a run and brake. This aircraft comes to us from the 436th Transport Squadron based at CFB Trenton. I've almost certainly seen it out in Canada 2 weeks ago because I was at Trenton. And they had quite a substantial part of the Hercules fleet on show. Canada was an early adopter of the Hercules, going all the way back to the B model in the 1960s. And today they operate the Hercules in two variants. They have the C-130H. I apologise, this is what they call the CC-130, not the C-130J. They operate the C-130H in the search and rescue and aerial refuelling roles, and they operate the CC-130J-30 Super Hercules, and that's what they call the CC-130J, and they fly that as a tactical airlifter. Some of their C-130Hs, as I mentioned, have been fitted with hose and drogue refuelling systems under the wings, but they are predominantly used for search and rescue support. Slowly being replaced in that role by the Kingfisher, however, which we expect to see arriving later on today. One of our last movements at around about 7 p.m. local time. just a reminder that if you want to watch the air show proper, then the only way to do that if you're not here in person will be to sign up to watch.planestv.com for access to the official live broadcast. We will be live for the duration of the flying displays on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, plus we will be live to capture some further arrivals tomorrow, including, for example, the Hellenic Air Force F-4 Phantoms. I think we might also be expecting an additional Tornado in a special scheme tomorrow as well. If you are going to sign up, make sure to avail yourself of our discount code. If you use the code RIAT24, then that will get you 20% off your first 3 months. It also applies to the annual subscription, should you choose to take out an annual subscription. For the duration of your subscription, you will have access to all of our live broadcasts, including those from the Royal International Air Tattoo over the weekend, and you will have the ability as well to access our back catalogue of programmes stretching all the way back to the late 1980s. But let's take a quick look now at some of the displays that we are expecting to watch over the weekend. Not nearly all of them are featured here. There's some real highlights that aren't included in this video, such as the NATO Flypast and the U-2 that are occurring tomorrow. Hold that thought. I was just about to say we're going to look at a little compilation of some of the things that we're expecting to see over the weekend, but I have just identified an interesting shape out to our right-hand side. It appears to be a helicopter of some kind. I reckon this is the historic helicopter's Lynx coming back into land after its photo sortie. So once we've got the Lynx back down hovering by the runway, we will play this little compilation, which hopefully will entice you to come and watch the full show. We've got up to 7.5 hours of flying displays per day, including no fewer than 6 national aerobatic teams, and I think we are on 12 or 13 fast jet solo displays. And once again, if you want to watch that, use the discount code RIAT24. That'll get you 20% off. The code is only valid until midnight UK time today, so don't hang about. Make use of that discount code while it is there. Here is a little look at the sort of thing that we expect to see. backtracking down the runway now is the Canadian CC-130J. A pilot commenting he'd love to see a Phantom fly, but it's not going to happen as RIAT never fly their most interesting aircraft. It's not up to RIAT what aircraft they fly and what aircraft they put on static display. It is down to the offer of the participating air forces. And currently there are no air forces performing F4 Phantom displays. It is, however, perfectly possible to see F4s flying at RIAT, even if they are not participating in the air display, because during the arrival and departure days, there are spectator areas that are open. So yesterday we saw the arrival of the Turkish F4s, and they performed a nice overshoot on their way in. Tomorrow we'll see Phantoms flying as well, just after the conclusion of the Friday flying display, I understand, and of course a guarantee of flying Phantoms on the Monday as well on Departures Day, which also has a public viewing area, 2 public viewing areas in fact, Park and View East and West, plus those who have purchased the RIAT package, the Friends of the Royal International Air Tattoo, have access to the big blue grandstand to our left-hand side. Speaking of which, that grandstand has now been emptied. The Friaters have been moved out of the showground because we are now going to, or shortly going to move into our next practice display block, and some of these practice displays are technically validations, so they need to happen on a sterile airfield with no spectators. So they've been moved out of the RIAT enclosure. They are still allowed to watch from Park and View at the extreme left and right ends of the airfield, because they technically don't count as being within the showground. We've talked a lot about watch.planestv.com over the last few hours, and of course you won't just get access to the RIAT live broadcast if you sign up as a member. You will also get access to our back catalogue of programmes stretching back around 35 years. We'll have a look at some of those momentarily with a few short clips, but it looks like we have... we're going into our next batch of practices immediately. I thought we had a little more time. We'll look at some archive clips shortly. But here is the PC-9M Hudurnik of the Slovenian Air Force. And this is a very high quality flying display contribution from one of the smallest air forces in Europe. It's the only fixed-wing combat aircraft type operated by the Slovenian Air Force, the PC-9M, and they have only 9 such examples in their service. All 9 are part of the 152nd Aviation Squadron, where they serve in both the training and the combat roles. You might think for an Air Force with such limited resources that they are unlikely to field a particularly remarkable airshow demonstration, but if you do think that, you would be wrong. This is one of the most remarkable displays that you will ever see by a turboprop aircraft, packed with some mightily impressive negative G flying. It's a display that has appeared at many of Europe's biggest and best airshows, and it has been a past RIAT award winner. Pilot today is Andrei Fiorelli, the long-standing Slovenian Air Force PC-9M Hudurnik display pilot. PC-9 is part of Swiss manufacturer Pilatus' long and immensely successful line of training aircraft, which began with the Pilatus P-1 back in the 1940s and continues today with the brand new PC-21. The PC-9 itself first flew in 1984, and deliveries to Slovenia began in 1995, initially a trio of second-hand ex-US Air Force examples that have been used as chase planes, but in the late 90s they were replaced by 9 more modern PC-9Ms. And that is what we see today. They feature an enlarged vertical stabilizer for better in-flight stability. There's also stall strips on the leading edge of the wing to reduce the aircraft's tendency to enter a spin at low airspeeds, and a new engine control interface. Most notably, though, the M models are combat capable with 7 hardpoints capable of carrying iron bombs, rocket pods and guns. But they're a demonstration of the power provided by the 950 shaft horsepower PT6A turboprop engine as the aircraft pulls up into a half vertical 8, effectively 2 half loops stacked one on top of the other, and now descending by means of 4.5 spins. PC-9M exhibits performance comparable to some of the light jet trainers. A maximum speed of 320 knots and a service ceiling of 25,000 feet. As far as G limits go, the aircraft is rated to +7 and -3.5, and we're certainly going to see the negative end of that spectrum demonstrated shortly. Into the vertical, 1 roll, and now letting the airspeed bleed away to 0. This will be a tail slide as the aircraft hangs static in the air and then slips backwards. The nose now drops, priority handed back to the flying controls around about now, and we'll see a quarter roll and the aircraft will push -G. Continuing to push -G into what we shall call an outside half Cuban, so pushing through 3/5 of a loop. -G, oh so uncomfortable, and cannot be counted with a G-suit either. I've been to -2.4 myself, which was enough to feel like my eyeballs were about to burst in their sockets, but I'm reliably informed that once you get beyond about -2.5, that is when it starts to become absolutely intolerable. High G turn, and what we're seeing here is that the subsonic aircraft, the trainers, the turboprops often exhibit better turn rate than the frontline fighters. 20 seconds for the F-15QA to complete this manoeuvre. And I didn't have my stopwatch ready for the PC-9, I'm afraid, but I'm sure that that was less than 20 seconds. Pushing into a split S, the landing gear now being deployed, and the next manoeuvre will be a dirty roll. And we have a truly remarkable manoeuvre coming up next. Now, the second manoeuvre in this sequence, I didn't narrate it at the time, was an avalanche. Now, an avalanche is a loop, but with a roll on the top. We are now about to see another version of the avalanche, but this time performed with negative G. The aircraft will roll inverted on the A-axis display line very shortly to pass from right to left. Then Andre Fiorelli will start pushing negative G and proceed through half a loop, complete a roll, and then continue pushing through the other half of the loop. So there's the first half loop. Here comes the roll. And the aircraft now stops the rolling motion the right way up and begins pushing again all the way through to inverted. We saw an outside half Cuban earlier, now a conventional half Cuban. And this, in fact, a slight change from the display routine that I saw last time, because we've gone instead of a half Cuban into a split S. And this will set the aircraft up to pass from right to left for a very challenging manoeuvre called the slow roll, which will be flown exactly on the level. Starting the roll there, using rudder and cross control to keep the altitude constant during the knife edge phase of the roll. And that is so difficult because when the aircraft is in the knife edge, the wings aren't producing any lift, so the nose wants to slice downwards. Many pilots during slow rolls will try to counteract this by subtly pulling back on the stick and commencing the roll in a slight climb, but not so from the Slovenian Air Force example, which is now performing a stall turn out to our right hand side and will exit this stall turn straight onto final approach, I think. Yes, the landing gear has come down, and my goodness, that's quite a way to enter final approach and come into land on what is, remember, a pretty high powered military aircraft. This is not an extra 300 that we are watching. A fantastic display from Andre Fiorelli in the Slovenian Air Force PC-9M Hudornik. We've got some fast jets coming up very shortly, and indeed the next display practice will be a fast jet, the Swedish Air Force Gripen. But during this brief pause, I did promise some clips from the archive. Here is a random selection that we've pulled together. I don't know what we're about to show you, but this just gives you a flavour of the sort of thing that you can find in the Planes TV archive if you are a member of watch.planestv.com. We've got over 100 titles currently available, and here is a little excerpt from 3 of them.
And there she is, and what a sight that is, isn't it? Utterly beautiful, glinting in the sunlight there.
So as I said, we've got somewhere in the region of 100 to 150 titles available on the streaming service. There are more to come because from the 1990s to the 2000s and 2010s, Plains TV recorded in that period somewhere in the region of 300 programs. Some of them haven't been digitized yet. So there is a slow process of digitizing them and adding them to the streaming service. But there's plenty already there. I hope you can't search by aircraft type. Most of the videos are currently not tagged by contents in terms of aircraft type. However, it is, I hope, quite easy to search based on year or location or by theme. So good luck browsing the archive. I think you'll find an awful lot to enjoy in there, and there's nothing better than a bit of airshow nostalgia to brighten up a winter's evening. A little bit of Lakenheath 1991 or Mildenhall 1996, for example. Some fantastic programs, and we're looking at some point at bringing some of the more documentary type programs on. Adrian was mentioning one of the programs that he is most proud of, his trip following the Constellation across the Atlantic in 1997. We'd love to get that program onto the service, but let us know if there's something you particularly want to watch that isn't currently available. Don't send a message here on the chat, because I will have forgotten by the time we get back to the hotel tonight. Send an email, not now, because again, we're getting a lot of emails at the moment and don't really have the capacity to put an awful lot of thought into a reply. But send an email when we've finished, when we're back home from Fairford in a few days' time, and if there's a particularly high volume of requests for any one programme, then we will bump it up the priority list. I can't make any specific promises about timescale. One programme that I would love to have is one that I owned on DVD before I worked with Plains TV, or even dreamed that I might work with Plains TV, but one of my favourite products is Airshows 99, which is a kind of global airshow season highlights program, and it includes the show in Grosseto with all manner of F-104 starfighters. There's some visits to the United States, Dayton for example, and a number of other European shows, including of course a handful in the UK if I remember correctly. Here goes the Shuttleworth Collections Super Cub. And it appears that the next thing that we will be seeing is not the Swedish Gripen as I predicted and as is outlined in the flying programme, but rather the Italian Air Force C-17J Spartan from 311 Gruppo di Reparto Sperimentale Volo, which is the Italian Air Force's flight test department. That is just taking to the runway out to our right-hand side. You see it there. This aircraft is an improved version of the G222, but it's been re-equipped with a glass cockpit and uprated engines. It first flew in 1999 and was introduced to Italian Air Force service in 2006. It primarily serves as a tactical airlifter, performing those tricky, high-precision missions, often in difficult environments. And for that role it has been blessed with excellent manoeuvrability and good stall performance, which indeed we're going to see demonstrated. That's why the aircraft is, or it could be why, yeah, that's why the aircraft is taxiing some distance down the runway before starting its takeoff roll, and it's to accentuate just how short that takeoff roll can be. At maximum takeoff weight it requires only 500 metres of runway, which is half that of a C-130J. In its basic transport configuration, the C-27 can carry 60 troops, 46 paratroopers, or 11 tons of payload, which is almost exactly half the payload capacity of the C-130J. That stands to reason because the C-27 is fitted with the exact same type of engine as the C-130J, but it has 2 of them rather than 4. And I am now starting to think that this is not taxiing down the runway in order to demonstrate any great stall performance, but rather taxiing down the runway to backtrack and then turn around and depart in the opposite direction. The C-27 is not a mere airlifter though. The Italian Air Force is expanding its C-27 capabilities beyond that. They've recently developed a new variant called the EC-27 Jedi, which is a dual-role aircraft that can be used for transport missions, or it can be fitted out with a roll-on, roll-off modular electronic warfare suite. Those EC-27s have been built from standard C-27Js, and they are fully interoperable with the rest of the Spartan fleet. The only visual clue that they are anything abnormal is that they have a few extra antennae on the outside. Italy currently has 2 of those electronic warfare aircraft in service. An impressive steep takeoff, and what you probably can't appreciate on video, but it is very much evident to the naked eye if you're standing here at Fairford, is that this aircraft is continuing to climb in a steep spiralling turn. What goes up must come down, so very shortly an overbank to bring the aircraft back down to a lower height. Italy is far from the only nation to operate the C-27, which is just giving us a taste of the manoeuvrability that it is going to be demonstrating over the course of this performance. A very popular aircraft. It has 16 military operators worldwide, including Australia, Mexico, Greece, Turkmenistan and Zambia. The aircraft was also operated briefly by the US Army, but bizarrely, after just 2 of a total of 38 aircraft were delivered, the Army handed the C-27 order over to the US Air Force, and they were short of cash and didn't really want it. And that is how you catch attention in a large transport aircraft, by performing an aileron roll. And we'll also be seeing some derry turns over the course of this performance. There is one of them, so a derry turn is about 3/4 of a roll, followed by a turn. You make you make it look like you're going to turn one way and end up turning the other. That's the fundamental principle of it. The manoeuvre was popularised at air shows by the test pilot John Derry, and hence it bears his name. Although in actual fact its use dates back to air combat in the 1930s and 40s. I was talking about the C-17 in American service, and the Air Force ended up receiving these aircraft that they couldn't really afford, so they retired the type after a few years, even though deliveries haven't been completed, and that led to a bizarre situation in which Alenia was delivering brand new factory fresh C-27 straight to the boneyard in Davis-Monthan. But fortunately they have now found a new lease of life. 7 of them went back to the Army and are used for special operations. A further 14 went to the US Coast Guard. They've been redesignated the HC-27 Ocean Sentry, and they use it for surveillance, maritime patrol, disaster response, drug interdiction and search and rescue. So that gives you another indication of just how versatile this aircraft is. We're going to see a dirty Schneider turn at some point in the display, but this, a very interesting manoeuvre. The aircraft yawing as it passes down the display line. And that's a new manoeuvre for the C-27 display this year, which I have not seen before and did not expect. I anticipated when I saw the gear coming out that it would be for the Schneider turn that we're used to seeing as part of this display. It does adopt a slightly modified display sequence each year, the RSV's C-27 solo display. And you will not be surprised watching this to discover that the C-27 has the rare distinction of having been a double award winner at the Royal International Air Tattoo. That came during its RIAT flying display debut in 2011. And in that debut year, the C-27 claims the Sir Douglas Bader Trophy for the best individual flying display, as nominated by the Flying Control Committee, and the As the Crow Flies Trophy for the best overall flying display, as voted by spectators in the FRIAT enclosure. And what's extraordinary about this is that although the manoeuvres we're watching look extremely dramatic, in actual fact they are all being performed within the aircraft's standard G limit, which is only 3G. Up into a very steep wing over, as the aircraft now dives in towards show centre on the B-axis. And if you're not familiar with those airshow terms, I will describe them briefly. The A-axis runs from right to left, parallel with the crowd line. The B-axis is perpendicular to that, and it runs in straight towards us, and we see the aircraft running in now, pulling up on the B-axis and going into another derry turn. And isn't that remarkable? It looks like a totally convincing loop. In fact, there's a very slight rolling component in there. It's a tall wing over rather than a perfect loop, but as a spectator, you wouldn't really know the difference. And I'm thrilled to see that manoeuvre returning to the display for the first time in quite a few years. It was one of the originals, one of the manoeuvres included during that double award-winning performance in 2011, and it is now back in the sequence, and we're actually seeing two of them performed consecutively. Oh, in fact, the second one rolling out into something almost akin to a half Cuban. I've been lucky over the years. I've seen quite a few C-27 Spartan displays, but I think this has to go down as the best. I've never seen quite so many different fully aerobatic manoeuvres packed into a single C-27 sequence. It's quite remarkable what is being performed for us now. Always a tremendous display fielded by the Reparto Sperimentale Volo. All of their solo displays are of exceptionally high quality. That will include the F-2000A Typhoon and the T-346A Master, which I'm anticipating we will see practice after this. Tactical approach to conclude the performance and to prevent the aircraft from accelerating. Rudder is used to expose the side of the aircraft rather than merely the front to the oncoming airflow and thus induce additional drag. But now straightening out as the aircraft gets closer to the runway, reducing the rate of descent, and from this point on is a perfectly normal landing. What a remarkable display that was. Absolutely fantastic, flying a cargo aircraft like a fighter. There's been some discussion about whether the A400M will be able to do what we have just witnessed. and I have heard it said that the A400M should be capable of rolling in a similar fashion to what we've just seen, and maybe a bit more altitude loss over the course of the roll, but with appropriate height and at an appropriate starting attitude it should be theoretically possible. However, the problem is to do with the aerodynamic forces, particularly on the tail, if the pilots were to get it even a little bit wrong. Next to entertain us, and indeed already waiting on the runway threshold out to our right-hand side, is the second of our 3 displays from the Reparto Sperimentale Volo of the Italian Air Force, a unit based at Pratica di Mare, just outside Rome, the same base that hosted the Italian Air Force's epic centenary airshow last year, incidentally. This unit ties in well with one of our themes here at RIAT, pushing the boundaries, which is related to all things flight testing and experimental, because the remit of the Reparto Sperimentale Volo is to perform exactly those roles on behalf of the Italian Air Force. The master was initially co-developed with Russian company Yakovlev with the aim of producing the dominant Russian and Western European lead-in fighter, trainer and light attack aircraft, but both companies decided they had slightly different priorities and went their own way in the year 2000. This is the result of the Italian side of the program, the M346 Master. The M346 was a development of that original joint Italian-Russian aircraft, but redesigned to use exclusively Western parts. It flew for the first time in 2004 and entered service with the Italian Air Force in 2015. In service, it's known not as the M346, but the T346. And this is a manoeuvre often called the square dance, a 360-degree turn but punctuated by aileron rolls every 90 degrees. There are currently 6 nations operating the Master. The Italian Air Force has 18 of them in the lead-in fighter trainer role. A further 4 fly with their International Flight Training School in partnership with Leonardo. The Air Forces of Singapore, Qatar, Greece, Poland and Israel have also taken deliveries. Italy is one of a relatively small number of air forces that put its pilots through 2 different kinds of advanced jet trainer. The T346 is operated alongside the smaller and cheaper MB339 or the T345, depending on which stream the student pilot ends up in. Going to see the aircraft arriving on the intermediate display line, the 45-degree line on our left, and pitching up into an on-crowd barrel roll. Always a very attractive manoeuvre and demonstrating just why this manoeuvre is called a barrel roll, as the master transcribes the shape of the inside of a barrel flying towards us. And going straight from that into a 360-degree maximum rate turn. This is an aircraft that can pack quite a lot of punch. It's relatively unusual compared to other non-afterburning jet trainers in that it is able to achieve transonic flight. It also has a good roll rate, avionics modelled on the likes of the Gripens Typhoon and F-22, variable flight control software that allows the aircraft to mimic the handling characteristics of multiple types of frontline fighter, and it has a mission training computer with data link, simulated weapons, and the ability to create computer-generated friendly and enemy forces. Now we're going to see a very interesting series of manoeuvres now demonstrating the master's ability to transition from low-speed flight into very tall vertical manoeuvres. First, a low-speed high-alpha pass transitioning into a 360-degree turn. And during this turn, the aircraft gaining speed, gaining energy, and about to pull up into a half vertical 8. The M346 is far more than just a trainer. It was designed to be capable of missions such as close air support and air policing. It doesn't have a gun, but there are 7 weapon stations capable of carrying 3 tons of external payload. And that makes the Master an attractive prospect for those lower intensity peacetime missions and indeed for air forces constrained by limited budgets, because Leonardo claims that the cost per flight hour of the M346 is only 1/10 that of a Eurofighter Typhoon. Expecting a negative G outside turn here. There's a derry turn initially and now starting to push. Currently only one nation operates the M346 in the combat role. Turkmenistan has 6 combat-capable M346 FAs, which were delivered in 2021. But Nigeria has recently placed a large order for 24 combat M346s, with the first aircraft due to be delivered later this year. They will be used both for training and for light attack duties. Turn of speed with a flat, fast pass. No, not a flat, fast pass. A up until this point, my sequence card was holding absolutely accurate, and I was starting to trust it completely. Obviously, for the airshow proper over the next few days, you're going to have, for this display, the Reparto Sperimentale Volo's own commentator, who is part of the team and knows exactly what it's going to do, but we don't have that privilege, unfortunately. So all I can do in this case is operate off an old sequence card, which is actually from last year that I've managed to get hold of. And it's held completely true for around about the first 75% of the performance. But that, I believe, the final manoeuvre from the Italian Air Force T-346A Master. A very attractive Immelmann on the B-axis, and now the aircraft deploys its air brake in order to decelerate the landing gear coming down, and it now enters its downwind leg to land. And we have one more Italian Air Force display to watch tonight, I hope, because also due to fly is their F-2000A Typhoon. However, I think I can see it still in its parking position with the canopy open. It's a little bit difficult to make out from this distance, it is scheduled to be following the master immediately, which won't be the case if the canopy is still open. Wondering if there might be a small delay or perhaps something else being slotted in first. I note that we were supposed to see a practice display earlier on today by the Yellow Sparrows from the Royal Norwegian Air Force, and there's still potentially a second Swedish Gripen display to see at some point today. But now landing from the right, from 311 Gruppo of the Italian Air Force, the T-346A Master. I'm told in my ear that we do have some imminent arrivals, and that could be the reason for the slight delay to the F-2000 sequence. Oh no, they appear to be 15 minutes away. We've got our spotter Matt off camera now. He's back on spotting duties, listening to the radio, keeping an eye on the radar, and doing his best to inform us as to what happens next. And as we wait and try and work out exactly what is going to happen next, I'm going to take a short break on the commentary, but we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes' time. Until then, enjoy the sights and sounds of RAF Fairford. On a lovely summer's evening, there is still more action to come. We are back at RAF Effort, continuing the live commentary. I just needed a short break to shove a pie down my face. Haven't had much time to eat things today, but I did ever so slightly better today than yesterday, because I did manage to eat some lunch at least, which I ended up doing at 7:30 in the evening yesterday. So can't really get any worse than that, can it? I've eaten something, that's the important thing. So we do still have some arrivals incoming, and we think first on our list is an MC-130J from Mildenhall. There's a Typhoon T3, a rather interesting Typhoon, which is inbound as well, and the Canadian Kingfisher is also not that far away. But while we wait to see those, I would also just like to do a general reminder, if anyone has joined us recently, that we will be live broadcasting the airshow proper over the next 3 days, exclusively on our streaming service, not on Facebook and not on YouTube. If you want to watch it, you will have to head over to watch.planestv.com. That is our streaming service. You'll get access to all of our live broadcasts, plus, for the duration of your membership, access to our back catalogue of around 100 to 150 airshow programmes dating all the way back to 1989. We've got more that we haven't digitised yet. We are in a slow process of digitising and uploading those as well, so there is more to come to that streaming service. But we've got a few clips here of the we've got a few clips here of some of the current programmes that are on the streaming service. Let's take a look.
And the centrepiece, which was undoubtedly this formation of 22 Eurofighter Typhoons forming a 100 in the skies over London.
Up to 112 people can be accommodated aboard the E-4B in mission configuration.
So if that looks attractive, then do head over to watch.planestv.com. We've got a discount code available for you. If you use the code RIAT24 as you complete the checkout process, that will get you 20% off the cost of your subscription for the first 3 months. And it also applies to the annual subscription as well. So that code again is RIAT24, and it is only valid until tonight, midnight tonight. That code will stop working, so don't hang around. Plug the code in now, get the discount while it is available. And if you join tonight, you will also be just in time to watch the first of our watch.planestv.com exclusives from RIAT, which will be during the air show tomorrow. Let me read through a full running order of the actually, it's not a full running order, because there's a couple of things that I don't think I'm allowed to mention yet. Don't go around thinking, oh, there's a massive secret, there's a B-21 Raider that's going to display, because I know people like to get very excited about things. No, it's just things that I don't know if they've been publicly announced, special flypasts and so forth, so I'm not going to mention some of those, but the things that I am certain I can talk about, that we're expecting to see over the next 3 days in the flying display: Canadian CF-18 Solo and the Formation Act with the Spitfire, KC-390 from Embraer, Czech Gripen, Danish F-16, the Midnight Hawks, German A400M, German EF-2000, German NH-90, Italian F-2000, Italian T-346, Italian C-27, Royal Jordanian Falcons, Yellow Sparrows, Polish F-16, F-15QA, US Air Force U-2, Saudi Hawks, Slovenian PC-9, Spanish Harrier, Swedish Gripen, Patrouille Suisse, Turkish F-16, the Red Arrows, the RAF Typhoon, RAF F-35B Lightning, RAF Chinook, and the Royal Navy Black Cats. That's not a bad airshow lineup, is it? Oh, and I forgot, we've also got the NATO flypast coming up tomorrow on the Friday, which is going to be fantastic. But now we see the arrival of an MC-130J Commando 2. This one coming to us from the 352nd Special Operations Wing of the US Air Force, based at RAF Mildenhall. The MC-130, part of the Hercules family, are all configured for special operations. They are flown by the Special Operations Command. Their primary missions are the infiltration and exfiltration and the resupply as well of Special Forces troops, plus aerial refuelling of other Special Operations Command assets, particularly their rotary assets, and thus these aircraft are among the only refuelling platforms in US Air Force service equipped with the hose and drogue method of aerial refuelling, as opposed to the rigid boom method as we see from the likes of the KC-135, the KC-10 and the KC-46. That is the preferred method for the US Air Force for their larger aircraft and for their fighters due to the higher fuel transfer rate, but it doesn't work for helicopters like the Sea Dragon and is it the Sea Dragon that is that a Marine Corps asset, or is that a Special Operations Command asset? That's a Marine Corps asset, isn't it? But Special Operations Chinooks, for example, all of which need to be refueled via the hose and drogue method because you can't get the rigid boom in through the rotor blades, of course. So that's what these MC-130Js are for. This is the latest version of the MC-130, the MC-130J Commando 2. A fleet of 37 of them have been acquired by the US Air Force. And as the Hercules lands, we're also expecting to see very shortly the arrival of a Typhoon T3 about to perform a run and brake, and rather promisingly, he has just asked air traffic control if there are any speed restrictions. So a very special Typhoon T3 now in the circuit, appearing here as part of RIAT's Pushing the Boundaries theme, which marks 100 years of British military flight testing. This Typhoon comes to us from 41 Test and Evaluation Squadron, and I believe that this aircraft is the one that is being used as a test bed for the new ECRS Active Electronically Scanned Array Radar, which will shortly be fitted to all of the RAF's Tranche 2 and 3 Typhoons. I've mentioned Active Electronically Scanned Array Radar several times over the course of today's broadcast, especially when seeing aircraft that are operating in massively upgraded guises as compared to their original, and I've made a remark along the lines of, and the latest version of this aircraft has Active Electronically Scanned Array Radar, and you might wonder what that means. Well, I'm not a radar expert by any stretch of the imagination. I couldn't begin to explain the mechanics of how it works, but the crucial point is that Active Electronically Scanned Array Radar, as compared to the older Passive Electronically Scanned Array Radar, has a longer range. It's harder to detect for the enemy, because obviously a normal radar, as soon as you turn it on, the enemy will notice that and be able to pinpoint where you are. If you see them, they will also be able to see you. But the Active Electronically Scanned Array Radar to an extent alleviates that problem by hopping between different frequencies at very short intervals, so that none of them appear for quite long enough for a detection system to get a lock on them. They also process data more quickly than the current generation of radar as well. Oh, guys, you're really getting the wrong end of the stick with me saying there's a few things I'm not sure if I can talk about. Please don't go expecting strategic bombers flying past. There's no great secret, it's just that there's things that I don't think the final lineup has been confirmed for yet, and I don't want to be the one that announces a specific aircraft is participating in a specific way, only to find that that's outdated information and I've got it wrong. That T3 Typhoon looking slightly odd from the rear because it's a twin-seater and therefore the spine of the aircraft is rather larger and more bulbous and the cockpit longer and larger as well. Looks rather bulbous from that rear angle, and as the Typhoon taxis off the runway to our left, about to enter the runway from our right, holding short of the runway anyway, is a Czech Air Force Jas-39C Gripen, which is waiting to start its practice display. I think technically it might be a validation actually, which is why the RIAT grandstand has been evacuated, but there's also an aircraft on final approach, and best I can tell it is a bright yellow one, which means this is the last of our visiting Royal Canadian Air Force assets. And this is a CC-295 Kingfisher from 442 Squadron, a transport and rescue squadron based at CFB Trenton in Ontario. This is what the manufacturer would call a C-295W Persuader, but it's been designated the CC-295 Kingfisher in Canadian service. Deliveries commenced in 2020. The type is slowly replacing the C-130H in the search and rescue role. It's got some extraordinary kit on board that aircraft. The Kingfisher's sensors can detect a person from more than 40 kilometres away. That's using a combination of its MX-15 multi-sensor imaging system and its night vision capabilities. There's also a search radar fitted under the fuselage, which can track vessels from a distance of up to 200 nautical miles. The aircraft can operate as an airborne command post, controlling other assets during search and rescue missions, such as helicopters. And this is the very first time that we have seen a Canadian Kingfisher here at the Royal International Air Tattoo. We're going to get some backtracks before we get that Czech Gripen into the air. As the Typhoon enters the runway to our left, so the Gripen enters the runway from our right. the Kingfisher has come some way down the runway and is now going back to the place from which it came. And once that is clear, just vacating onto the parallel taxiway. I see what's happening. So the Kingfisher obviously going down to the right-hand end of the runway, but it's preferable to clear the runway itself in order to get the Gripen into the air, and so the Kingfisher has been cleared away onto the parallel taxiway, allowing the Jas 39C Gripen from the 211th Tactical Squadron of the Czech Air Force to entertain us, and it's a special scheme aircraft as well. Powering up and about to roll. Gripen is a multi-role lightweight fighter indigenously developed by Sweden to replace the legendary Draken and Viggen within the Swedish Air Force. It's powered in this case by a Volvo RM12 turbofan, which is a license-built version of the General Electric F404, the same engine that powers the F-18 Hornet. Designed to operate from roads and snow-covered runways of less than 500 metres in length, in keeping with the Swedish doctrine of dispersed operations. But when operating from improvised strips, maintenance support is limited, so to facilitate this doctrine, the aircraft was designed to be rugged and dependable with minimal maintenance requirements. Also designed to have exceptionally quick mission turnaround times, just 20 minutes to land, refuel, rearm and take off again. When the Czech Republic joined NATO in 1999, they needed to replace their aging fleet of MiG-21s with a NATO-compatible combat aircraft. Following a competition involving the main Western fighter types, a fleet of 14 ex-Swedish Air Force Gripens was leased in 2004. That lease has now been extended to last until 2027. It will probably be extended again into the early 2030s to accommodate the arrival of the F-35. The aircraft have also been recently upgraded to what's known as MS-20 standard. That's the standard used by the Swedish Air Force for their own Gripen Cs at the moment. Last year, the Czech Air Force placed an order for 24 F-35A Lightnings, which will replace both the Gripen and the L-159 Alka in Czech service, but the Gripens are expected to remain in operation until the early 2030s because the first F-35s won't be delivered until 2031. Full operating capability will not be reached until 2035. You'll notice a few moments in this display when the pilot holds the aircraft in the knife edge. It can look a little bit awkward, and then there might be a puff of vapour from the trailing edge of the wing. That is the pilot venting fuel in the hope that it passes into the hot jet efflux and ignites for a dump and burn. I don't think it's actually caught fire at any point thus far, but obviously we'll keep an eye out and hope that it does. If not later in this display, then perhaps at some point over the weekend. Exiting this loop higher than the entry so as to perform a high alpha barrel roll towards the crowd, and that is lovely stuff. The first Gripens were delivered back in 1993, and since then the aircraft has been much improved. A heavily upgraded version, designated the JAS-39E Gripen, has recently been developed in conjunction with Brazil, with new avionics, a heavier payload, a strengthened airframe and undercarriage. It's also got greater fuel capacity, and it's powered by the F414, so that's the engine used by the Super Hornet, as opposed to the aircraft in this, the engine in this version of the Gripen, which is the engine from the Legacy Hornet. Louise Harper saying, I think you're thinking of the Hungarian Gripen that does dump and burn. Yes, it does, but we saw 2 points in this display when the Czech Gripen attempted it, and we, Ian and I had a chance to chat to the Czech Gripen display pilot at the European Airshow Council in Brussels a few months ago, and he was describing just how difficult it is to successfully pull off the manoeuvre. get into the knife edge and then use the rudder to kind of slice the aircraft slightly sideways so that the cloud emanating from the wing was directed into the efflux and hopefully ignites. And it doesn't always work, and it didn't work today, but we saw the cloud nonetheless, and fingers crossed that we get a little bit of flame as well on the weekend. Well, we were told before that touch and go that the Gripen was cleared to land, and it didn't really make sense to me when it then launched into a dirty roll following a touch and go, but it makes a bit more sense now when we see that that was some kind of repositioning manoeuvre to set the aircraft up to land from the right direction. So a touch and go and then up into a repositioning turn to land from the opposite direction, concluding a fantastic display. You can see the canards forcing the aircraft down into the ground with maximum downforce to increase the effectiveness of the brakes. Air brakes were deployed by the tailpipe as well. And that is how the Gripen is able to come to a stop so quickly, taking off and landing on strips of only 500 metres in length. Taxiing out to our right hand side, now that the Czech Gripen is clear of the runway, we have 6 very brightly coloured aeroplanes from the Royal Norwegian Air Force. We had been due to see them practice earlier on today, and they didn't make that slot, so we're seeing them now instead. This is the Yellow Sparrows, the display team of the Royal Norwegian Air Force, and they are participating in a British air show for the very first time. So these aircraft are basic trainers and utility aircraft. Their name depends on whether they are in military service or civilian service, and also on the preference of the operator. But generally in military service we'd call this an MFI-17 supporter, in civilian hands an MI-15 Safari. And it's effectively an enlarged version of the Malmo MFI-9 Junior, which is a light general aviation aircraft developed back in the 1950s. The MFI-17 followed in 1972, and it remains a well-used military trainer today. Almost 500 of them have been built, most of them for the civilian market, but also for the air forces of Denmark, Norway, Sierra Leone, Zambia, and Pakistan. Pakistan also have developed their own improved version, which they manufacture under license, known as the Super Mushak, and that has seen an even greater degree of export success to countries such as Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Qatar and Nigeria, among several others. Here we see 6 of them in the hands of the Royal Norwegian Air Force. This is their display team, the Yellow Sparrows. And the display that we're about to see is not aerobatic. Instead, what we're going to see is 5 or 6 flybys in various different formation shapes. Danny Salt says, of course, Norwegian Air Force still has prop planes in its Air Force. Well, so does pretty much every Air Force in the world, because these are used in Norwegian service as training aeroplanes, as elementary training aeroplanes. So if you are a cadet pilot, this is the first thing that you will fly, and once you've mastered basic flying skills in this, you'll move on to a more advanced aeroplane. Here in the UK, for example, you start on the Prefect and then you move on to the Texan 2 and then on to the Hawk if you're going to become a fast jet pilot. A fly past there in the classic 6-ship shape, Delta. Fundamentally, the structure of this display, I think, is flat passes from right to left, and then the team will enter a right-hand turn now, bring it through until they're approaching on the intermediate display line to our left, and we'll get a belly-up pass as they transition from the left 45 to the right 45, and then another right-hand turn, and they'll do another flat pass from right to left, and so on and so on. So kind of like a slightly squashed dog bone pattern. Angus Cooper says, isn't this the first time Norwegian safaris have ever been to the UK, let alone a British airshow? Yes, I believe that is true, and it's been a marathon undertaking, because, as I understand it, the transit flight going in a straight line from Scandinavia was rather too long for these little aircraft, and so they've had to embark on a multi-day odyssey around mainland Europe in order to get here. Now, I'm afraid I don't know what the Yellow Sparrows specifically call each of these formations, but the formation we see approaching from the left would probably most commonly be referred to as chevron, very similar to the delta shape we saw earlier, except the 2 outermost wingmen have slid in behind the inner wingmen. And now those 2 outer wingmen getting in line astern behind the slot pilot. Some interesting design features on this aircraft, worth getting a good look at. As they come past us, notes that the wings are swept slightly forwards, and that is to bring the centre of gravity further forward than it would otherwise be, thus improving the aircraft's longitudinal stability. Note also the distinctive bubble canopy, slightly larger than the profile of the fuselage itself, and that reflects one of the aircraft's other intended roles, which is observation and liaison. And now they're all in line, one behind the other. This is line astern. Deceptively difficult, because yes, all you do is follow the aircraft in front of you, but it's tough to get equal spacing between all 6 of those aircraft when you've got pretty poor depth perception. number 6 at the back is having to match his spacing to number 5 to roughly the same distance as between number 1 and 2 right at the very, very front, and that's not something that's very easy to eyeball from that position, so it has to be done using memory and reference points. Now those two rearmost aircraft moving alongside each other, and this again, I don't know exactly what the Yellow Sparrows themselves refer to this formation as, but certainly other teams would most commonly refer to this formation as Rocket or perhaps Swan. Note also the position of the horizontal stabilizer. It's some way up the tail, just a little way below the top. Now originally it was located down at the bottom of the tail, as is more conventional, but it had to be moved slightly higher in order to allow the aircraft to operate from unpaved runways, because when operating from unpaved runways with the horizontal stabilizer at the bottom, it was rather prone to being struck by dirt and debris. The Royal Norwegian Air Force operates 16 MFI-17s in the basic training role. It's actually the only dedicated fixed-wing training aircraft that Norway operate. Some of these aircraft are also, as we see, being used by the display team, but they are, on a regular day, standard operational aircraft, and they are being flown here by full-time flight instructors who perform at air shows in their spare time. So a welcome change of pace there after the noise and drama of the fast jets of the C-17, of the big display teams flying the jet-powered aircraft with the coloured smoke, something very different from the Yellow Sparrows, and they will now be parading past one by one to say farewell to us. Well, that was a pleasant diversion, wasn't it? I enjoyed that. And we're now just trying to work out if there is anything more to happen. There's a couple of fast jet practices that we haven't yet seen, which were on the schedule. A second run from the Swedish Gripen and also the Italian F-2000A Typhoon. So what we might do shortly is try and get a camera onto the Italian F-2000A and just zoom in on it and see if it looks like there's any sign of life. There's certainly some jet noise coming over from that side of the airfield, but whether it is coming from the F-2000 or if it's coming from the Gripen that recently landed, we are unsure. Enjoyed today's live broadcast, then remember that we will be broadcasting the air show proper, the main event, over the next 3 days. But we will not be streaming that on Facebook or YouTube. In order to watch it, you will have to be subscribed to our streaming service watch.planestv.com. If you are a member, you will get access to our 100 plus archive programs covering air shows all the way back to the late 1980s, plus of course you will also get access to all of our air show live broadcasts. This year we will be broadcasting from numerous events at Duxford. We'll be up at the International Air Show Festival of Flight in Scotland, plus of course we've got the Air Tattoo itself coming up over the next 3 days with some absolutely incredible displays planned. And here is a little taster of the sort of thing that you can expect to see over the course of the roughly 7.5 hours of daily flying displays coming up at RIAT this weekend. If you would like to see all of that, then head over to watch.planestv.com, and this is going to be the last time I say this. We have a discount code, RIAT24. Go and sign up at watch.planestv.com. When you get to the checkout, there'll be an option to apply a discount code. Apply RIAT24, and that will give you 20% off your first 3 months. It will also apply to the annual subscription as well, if you would like to get an annual subscription. and that we hope will be very much worth your time over the next 3 days as we bring you all of the live action. Let me read through the list of some of the aircraft that we're expecting to see in the flying display. Once again, we're going to see the Canadian Hornet, we're going to see the KC-390, American U-2, a couple of Gripens, a few F-16s, the Danish and Turkish examples, 6 national aerobatic teams, including the Midnight Hawks, the Saudi Hawks and the Patrouille Suisse. We're going to have the Royal Air Force with the Typhoon and the F-35, as well as the Red Arrows, a trio of Italian displays, the German Typhoon, that's a RIAT debut, so the F-15 QA also looking to be a major highlight, and the Spanish Harrier as well. There is so much coming up, it is going to be absolutely tremendous. Now, some of you have been asking questions about the Italian Typhoon, which we have been sort of observing over to our front right. The answer is we haven't heard anything either way, but looking at that aircraft, it doesn't appear that it's going to be flying anytime soon. The canopy is open, it's an engineer in the cockpit rather than a pilot, so I don't think anything's going to be happening there. There's still ground equipment attached to it, there's still a ladder. So I think we're going to call it a day now. It's the end of another marathon day of live broadcasting. We've been on air for, what, 10.5 hours now? Yeah, it's been a long one. But one last time, if you want to join us tomorrow, use the discount code RIAT24. It won't work after midnight tonight, that discount code. If you want to use it, you've got to use it now. Midnight tonight, UK BST. That discount code will no longer work after that point. It's been a really long day. We've all put a long shift in. Thanks to all the team here. We've had Matt, Ian, Andy and Adrian on camera. Lee's been roving around the site with his camera as well, and Andrew in the trailer pressing all the buttons to make all of this work. I've been doing my best to talk you through it all, and I hope it hasn't been too desperately irritating. See you tomorrow. It is going to be a fantastic day, and we very much hope that you will choose to spend it with us here on Plains TV at the Royal International Air Tattoo. Goodbye for now.